na aiki, kira shi da jan zaki, ya bar su da mamaki, hasada ta zamo taki, kira sararin daki, gaba su cikin bila, Tinubu da shan Allah, abubuwa Tinubu kiwar kalla, babu masu kasa jumla, gada musu sakula, gaba babban lamba, gada musu kasa ba, lamba ta ɗayan lamba, kake hana kankan ba, barka da zuwa barkanka da sauka oyo oyo malam asuwaju. Ibola da kare kai a muku bai hada sabuga da rago ba. Kishi na kasa shi ne aka ba nasa ba faɗi ba a zubar ba. Domin yanzu alfitar ya ce ta banki kudu ba ku gani ba. Da arewa da bayan kudu ya zama dole su gode wa na kowa. Sannu da hanya a zuwa jin. Masu cewa Tinubu ba shi da lafiya yan gama harshe da haƙori. Zancen banzawa ya gaya muku mun hana tusa ta yi wari. Ba a komai lafiya ko mara lafiya bai hana sa'i ya yi gauri. Sarki mai sama Allah ka ji kainawar haka tun kan na ligawa.
Mr. Big Bucks, I've been looking at business, stressed to kill. Mama got me up on the Rick list. Pole position, had a fella running the distance. I'll be banging her, giving her triplets. The bigger the bag, the bigger the bug crack, the bigger the chance the birds up in my contacts. The figure's a big deal, a pen on the contract. Serve me up, baby, give a tip on me top end. And I've been whipping a wire, puffing a Benson, pushing a pack, the full stack like I'm benching. Giving the fish scale, that slide like a penguin, flipping the chick on my bills, why fuck a pension. Slow mo vision, I've been puffing the peace parts, selling free fires to the fiends by the seaside. On my tail lines and the seams of my levers with a stack figure that Nicki Minaj way hood. Birds whistle when I walk like this. Best listen when I talk like this. I'm outside on the curb with me tats out. If he's hard, he can try and chalk like this. Chain swinging when I walk like this. Heads bobbing when I talk like this. I'm outside on the curb with the straps out. Ever love you ain't gonna choke like shit. I spin fellas, my swing quicker than Federer. I serve packet of bands back on the regular. And I'ma tell her how she sing for me T-Pain. Your mama's hooked on the packs, I'll be selling her. I click hammers and bang them and I'm a nothing. I feel his head with the lead like a mukbang. The magazine made me lean when I walk in the drumstick will make a net bang like a punk band. I spin fellas, my swing quicker than Federer. I serve packet of bands back on the regular. And I'ma tell her how she sing for me T-Pain. Your mama's hooked on the packs, I'll be selling her. I click hammers and bang them and I'm a nothing. I feel his head with the lead like a mukbang. The magazine made me lean when I walk in the drumstick will make a net bang like a punk band. Hop in the cab, I'm banging the crossword up. Head in the west and I'm banging the posh bird. Couple of cans and a puff on me death stick. Click on me fingers, he's cutting me cough there. Ringing the bow bells, bringing the website. I'm flinging the dry food, bringing the cassette there. Belling me non-stop, sending the lads there. Hopping me drops up, I'm running the man there.
Every look on, don't turn, every look on. Yorubas are screaming, Hausas are crying, my Igbo brothers are saying, don't blame them, Igbos are being discriminated. Even food don't turn to gold in Nigeria. Kidnapping, lucrative business in Nigeria. Imagine saying your grandchildren where they kidnap. By now, your soldiers for don't scatter Nigeria. How common man won't get money for ransom when they kidnap him, his wife and his children? After everything, now kill, they go kill them. See, as Naira, they fall against dollar. Emi Lokon, don't turn to Ebi Lokon. And you say make we sacrifice for Nigeria. 7 billion to renovate your residence. 15 billion for your traveling allowance. That's not for you and your only vice president. 40 billion for Asurok maintenance. 5 billion for food and refreshment. 100 of millions for dogs and animals. Meanwhile, hunger they kill Nigerians. What did Nigerians do to warrant this treatment? Even Gary, they no fit afford for the family. Tinubu government blame Buhari. Buhari government blame Jonathan. Hunger day, people they die. This one don't pass jaga jaga. Oh. Emi Lokon, OTB, Emi Lokon, Baba, Emi Lokon, Edaku, Emi Power. Emi Lokon, OTB, Emi Lokon, Baba, Emi Lokon, Edaku, Ojeti Wo. Tinubu was it.
Lonely at the top. I'm the waiting I love, waiting you love, oh. You're the waiting I love, oh. Waiting I love, I go do one with all my heart, oh. Oh, kokoro no be vodka, be some money ginger. But I know I know the waste time, be some money ginger.
Look at the way she give me leg over. 13 missed call on her cellular. One blow cause 7 die. I the jolly biggie body boss medulla. Little did I know that I make gunner. Trap me for corner, chop me for supper. Go to VAR, check it for contacts. Counter attack me, sweat for combat. They want me about Potiphar's wife, but I didn't remember the sermon that night. She served for me on my Congo hot. Me I shop super jetty and I lost focus. Orishi and Belu hot to post. Now I they skip verse 1 and they jump chorus. We they come from lost. It don't turn to love. I they go open shop for a front of us.
Okay now.
To person between my pen.
I see.
I see what the wedding forget me.
Okay.
Papa you look at me. One day you get ya. Mama musi na mwame to go kwa. Aga na mwamu telomba. Owe butike. Aga nilu ne butilo wane mo. Ata me wanke ya dika kwa ya jomwa.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlòkò. Bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà, ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ, ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò ni kò ń gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Àkọ́bí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ onírẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, ọ̀túnbá sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
And there it is right there, Baba Ìjẹ̀bú, Ọkọ̀ Olúrẹ̀mí, and all that. Pardon me. So Baba Ìjẹ̀bú, Ọkọ̀ Olúrẹ̀mí, and all that. So we've happened upon another weekend again. So and such is the tapestry of life. You know, TikTok, and by the time that cycle goes round again, it's Christmas, and then it's another year, and then it's another year. So that is the relentless hurtling forward of the journey of life. So. So there it is. So hopefully we are all in good health. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So we started off with a greeting. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Let me kick it off with this. Actually, let me signpost you in the direction of our Dupsy session coming up November the 2nd. You should already all be aware. But if you're not aware, then we're having an epic session on the 2nd of November. It's a gala night with the theme Women in Power, and we're looking at the Kamala Harris example just to discuss that particular subject matter. It will be hosted by Dopsy Baby, supported by our Dr. J, and the delightful Chioma. So the link to that session in the comment section already. Click on that link. Click on the bell notification. Give it a like as well, and prepare yourself for that session. It's going to be a cameras on session. So everybody that appears on screen, you will see them live and direct. So we're really looking forward to that, to see how that goes. So go click on it, share it on your social media spaces as well. An epic session hosted by Dupsy Baby. So an epic session hosted by Dupsy Baby, but of course another epic session hosted by yours truly. So here we go again. We do it again. We always do it, and today we do it as well. So we will always do it. So we always do it. We do it again today, and we will always do it. I keep asking, but not enough people are said to it. But I will ask again that you give the stream a like. So do that. Give it a like. Click on the like button, and if you're not already subscribed, please correct that as well. So do those two things. Click on like, and then subsequently click on subscribe. Very, very important that those things are done. So do them. Click on like, and then click on subscribe. You all know the reasons why people invite you to do it. I don't really need to expand the narrative around that. You know what it means. The YouTube algorithm, it triggers it when you do that. So click on like and click on subscribe, so that it's somewhat like a winter period, this phase we're going through. So we're just putting in the 9 yards and whatnot. So it's really the build up to the next election, and we want to impact on that election even more so than we impacted on the last one. So it's really to keep the fire burning onto that eventful event also. So all of that is in place. So we have to ensure that we're in the space in order to impact on the space, if you get the drift of that. So that's the whole idea behind it. All of these slow winter months that we're going through now is going to crescendo on that on that election to come, the 2027. So this is the building blocks of that space. So the likes and the subscribes, all of that adds to that, to give that potency of the impact we'll have in that phase. So click on like and click on subscribe. If you haven't done that, then please do it now. And if you want to come and join me on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, it's not compulsory. I do the readouts, I do my commentaries, then if a conversation takes place, it takes place. So I'm not fastidiously holding on to that, but I will welcome it. But the likes and the subscribe, I am fastidiously holding on to. So do those two things. Click on like and subsequently click on subscribe. So do those two things. If you want to super chat, that's at your discretion. I'm not going to be pushing that as hard as I have been. But the like and the subscribe, we will be pushing them. So click on like, click on subscribe, share the links on your social media spaces, all those funky things. So do all those funky things. Do all those funky things. So let's just launch straight into it. It's a mixed blend of videos and readouts. Seems to be the currency now over the last few sessions or so. So that's the new texture. That's the new format of the platform now. We'll be interweaving readouts with videos, and in often instances, those two with a line. But let's kick it off with this. So Obasanjo has been out again. You know, the one thing with Obasanjo is he has never stopped being the Nigerian president since he was the military president. I don't think in his head, though, not in reality, of course, but in his head, he has never stopped being the Nigerian president since he was the military president. And I'm yet to see any president that has succeeded him that Obasanjo has given the pass mark that they are up to par. So he continues to weigh against this record and call the verdict on whoever is in situation. He told us that Yar'Adua was not fit for purpose, even though he installed him there. He told us that he didn't tell him he was sick. So he told us Yar'Adua was not fit for purpose. He told us Goodluck Jonathan was not fit for purpose, even though he put him there as well. You know, those two elements, especially Yar'Adua, Goodluck Jonathan, they were essentially Obasanjo creations. He put them there, but he told us they were not fit for purpose. So now he didn't put Buhari there, but he certainly tells us that Buhari is not fit for purpose. He somewhat influenced Tinubu coming. Now he's telling us Tinubu is not fit for purpose. So there is nobody that is suitable and equipped to run the Nigerian state outside of Obasanjo. That is his own understanding. And the reasons he thinks like that, of course, there is nobody. No, let me actually. Yes, I don't even have to check. I think Obasanjo ruled that country. He governed that country for 12 and a bit years. It was the military. Yeah, is it 12 years or 10 and a bit years? I have to do the numbers. But he's the longest serving person that has ruled that country in terms of years. I think it served about. I'll check the records again just to make sure I'm on point. I am on point that he has ruled that country longer than anyone else. But I'll check the numbers just to let you know how long. It was the military head of state for, I think, 3 and a bit years, and it was a civilian president for 8 years. So the culmination of that, 11 plus years. So nobody is ever going to rule that country as long as he has. Buhari fell short because he didn't rule as a military dictator for long enough for him to match Obasanjo's record. So there are parts of Obasanjo that actually takes personal ownership of that country, not as a patriotic citizen, but as an actual person that owns an item. He thinks that country belongs to him. This is what people think about. It thinks that that country is his personal fiefdom, his personal fiefdom. It thinks it's his property. That a lot of people think that, and some of its commentary certainly lean towards that as well. So here is Obasanjo telling us that another president is not fit for purpose. I'll play you a clip in a moment, but let me read you this out first. How I secured debt forgiveness for Nigeria. This is Obasanjo. A former Nigerian president, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, has explained how he secured debt forgiveness for the country between 1999, when he assumed office as elected president, and 2007 when he left. Obasanjo, who lamented a deficit. I think somebody actually sent me something which might well align with this. Let me just say. Let me see if I can find that. Let me see. Somebody sent me something which aligns with this. Let me. Oh, hold on. Let me see. Somebody sent me something that aligns with this. So let's see if we can find it. Hold on. Yes, I think. Somebody sent me a chart that actually shows the debt journey of Nigeria from 1999 till date. So let's see if we can find that. Just talk amongst yourself for a moment. Yeah, it's very important that we have this as part of the conversation. Hold on. All right. If whoever sent me that debt chart, if they're listening, please resend it. I can't find it immediately, and I don't want to hold the space. So anyway, we'll get to that momentarily. But yes, a former Nigerian president, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, has explained how he secured debt forgiveness for the country between 1999, when he assumed power as elected president, and 2007 when he left. Obasanjo, who lamented a deficit and waning of leadership and corruption in the country, explained that it was not, and let's do that again. A former Nigerian president, Olusegun Obasanjo, has explained how he secured debt forgiveness for the country between 1999, when he assumed office as elected president, and 2007 when he left. Obasanjo, who lamented a deficit and waning of leadership, that's WANING, waning of leadership and corruption in the country, explained that it was not an impossible feat to secure a consideration for debt forgiveness from the world financial lenders, but leaders must be present, must present a just cause. Obasanjo disclosed that world leaders must be convinced that those seeking such forgiveness are genuine in their demands, that the deal will be diligently challenged or that should be channeled into developmental causes. Obasanjo in an interview with News Central TV. So this News Central TV seems to be a new phenomenon that has that's just come onto the space. They seem to be having all these banging interview sessions after banging interview sessions. Obasanjo, in an interview with News Central TV posted on Friday, mentioned that he was able to successfully secure a debt forgiveness for the country by proving his case of readiness to utilize the money saved from the consideration for sustainable development. The former president argued that successive leaders of recent times rarely provide such just causes for consideration for debt forgiveness, citing corruption and lack of plans. So, like I said, he is not recognized that Nigeria has had a president since 2007. If you ask him, he'll tell you that. Obasanjo said when he came in as a democratic president in 1999, Nigeria was servicing debt at a huge sum of $3.5 billion with a total of about $36 billion debt burden, whilst the reserve had a balance of $3.7 billion. He said being able to clear the debt by securing a relief, he left a sum of $45 billion in the reserve and $25 billion in the excess crude account. So, so I wonder how long it took Goodluck Jonathan and Yar'Adua to steal their way through that. When I became elected president of Nigeria, one of the things that worried me and that I wanted to do something about was debt relief. The quantum of debt that we were carrying, the burden was too heavy. We were spending $3.5 billion to service debt, yet the quantum was not going down. And I believed that we should seek debt relief. Many people inside and outside Nigeria thought it was a bad dream, but I was convinced. I went to the World Bank and I started talking to our creditors, Obasanjo said. He explained that in his moves, he found why the world lenders did not feel that they owe us, disclosing that they gave consideration when you make your case if they find that you are genuinely showing and trying to carry out what they call reforms. So on and on it goes. So that's Obasanjo still continuing to pat himself on the back. So I have a clip now where he somewhat condemns Tinubu. Of course, I think you may all have seen this clip, but I have a clip now where he somewhat condemns Tinubu because, of course, we've not had a president since 2007, if Obasanjo was to be believed. So here is Obasanjo putting the boot in.
What do you say of a Nigerian president who came to office without a plan? Who came to office without a plan. And then he woke up and just said, oh, 3-point plan. What are the 3 points? What are they going to achieve? Who are the people who have worked on it? Oh, you come and you just open your mouth and make a pronouncement on something that has not been studied. Let me again give you an example. When I was military head of state, we decided to really be part of the frontline states to fight the last vestiges of colonialism and apartheid. And we were determined. So, as a result of our policy, our pronouncement, our determination, then we became known as member of the frontline state, even though we were thousands of kilometers from the front line. And we decided that.
All right. He goes on for a couple more minutes to eulogize himself, but it is that comment that it says you came in without a plan. You say you have a 3-point plan. You open your mouth to announce something that has not been studied, which of course criticism of the Tinubu space. So that is really what I wanted to speak on. So I think it's quite disingenuous, almost to the point of being a lie for Obasanjo to have said that, a deliberate one as well, a deliberate lie. It's quite disingenuous for him to have said that. Nobody can say Tinubu came in without a plan. That's one. Is the plan the right plan? That's subjective. That's subject to debate. But you cannot say he came in without a plan when he has been going through a raft of reforms from day one. You can't say he doesn't have a plan. We're seeing it flesh out. The credit core, the student loan, the removal of arbitrage in the exchange rate. And he said he opened his mouth and spoke on something that has not been studied. You know, it doesn't really matter if the removal of the oil subsidy had been studied or not. It was categorical, embedded already in the Constitution as part of the Petroleum Industry Act that subsidy was gone. So whether he said it or not, it doesn't impact on anything. People are saying that comment actually jarred the market to respond. But I don't buy that. I don't buy that comment jarred the market to respond, because the market knew that the oil subsidy was gone on the date that it is going. It was only budgeted for up to a certain point by the Buhari administration, and after that budget, the Petroleum Industry Act kicks in. So Tinubu did not set the date for the removal of the oil subsidy, and the oil marketing space, the oil marketing industry, the oil space, they all knew when the subsidy was going. So whatever Tinubu said on that faithful or unfaithful day, neither moved the needle in here nor there. It didn't impact on anything. People are trying to leverage that. He did not remove the subsidy. I think we all know that. And that comment on that day did not even impact on anything. The prices would have jarred quite sharply in the manner that they are as soon as that subsidy came off. So I'm not quite sure. And it's somewhat of a disappointment that somebody of Obasanjo's sophistry and experience is wanting to play to the gallery. Maybe he wants to be liked. I don't know. Maybe he wants to make friends with the populism that is going on at the moment. But you would have suspected or even hoped that he would have known better. He did not remove that subsidy, and any and everybody knows that. So let's be factual in our criticism. I know they say don't let facts get in the way of a good story, and everything is fair game in politics. But sometimes, it's just you know what really jars the most is that the space seems somewhat fact. They seem fact averse. They seem to have an aversion to facts or truth or anything, and they seem to have a predilection for fancifulness, obfuscation, lies telling, storytelling, and just mixing up everything in one jumbled to land on a criticism. It's just you cannot say the guy did not have a plan. Are we not seeing a plan play out? What are we seeing if we are not seeing a plan play out? Is the right plan, is the wrong plan? That's your subjective view. But you cannot say it doesn't have a plan when we are seeing a plan being actioned right before our very eyes. So it jars somewhat when you hear, but then of course, Obasanjo, nobody has been president of Nigeria since he left, and he won't allow that to happen until he passes on. Let me just give you that piece again, and then we move on. How I secured because I didn't like the way it came across when I first read it. So let me do it one more time as page 3 this time. How I secured debt forgiveness for Nigeria, Baba Yabo, coming out again. The former Nigerian President Chief Olusegun Obasanjo has explained how he secured debt forgiveness for the country between 1999, when he assumed power as elected president, 2007 when he left. Obasanjo, who lamented a deficit and waning of leadership and corruption in the country, explained that it was not an impossible feat, that's FEAT, to secure a consideration for debt forgiveness from the world financial lenders, but leaders must present a just cause. Obasanjo disclosed the world lenders must be convinced that those seeking such forgiveness are genuine in their demands, that the deal will be diligently channeled into developmental causes. Obasanjo, in an interview with News Central TV, posted on Friday, mentioned that he was able to successfully secure a debt forgiveness for the country by proving its case of readiness to utilize the money saved from the consideration for sustainable development. The former president argued that successive leaders of recent times rarely provide such just causes for consideration for debt forgiveness, citing corruption and lack of plans. Obasanjo said when he came in as a Democratic president in 1999, Nigeria was servicing debt at a huge sum of $3.5 billion with a total of about $36 billion debt burden, whilst the reserve had a balance of about $3.7 billion. It had been able to clear the debt by securing debt relief. It left a sum of $45 billion in the reserves and $25 billion in the excess crude account. When I became elected president of Nigeria, one of the things that worried me and that I wanted to do something about was debt relief. The quantum of debt that we were carrying, the burden was too heavy. We were spending $3.5 billion to service debt, yet the quantum was not going down, and I believed we should seek debt relief. Many people inside and outside Nigeria thought it was about a bad dream, but I was convinced. I went to the World Bank and I started talking to our creditors, Obasanjo said. He explained that in his moves, he found why the world lenders did not feel that they owe us, disclosing that they give considerations when you make your case. If they find that you are genuinely showing and trying to carry out what they call reforms, and the reforms they are asking us to carry out are reforms we should ordinarily carry out. How do you have public service delivered? How do you drastically reduce corruption? How do you manage your finances? And all these are reforms that nobody needs to tell us to do. Obasanjo said when the world lenders believe that you are doing what they expect of you, they will listen, and you may even find the world more sympathetic than you thought. The world does not feel it owes you anything, but if you show responsibility. He said, I took over and found they were using $3.5 billion to service debts. That's a lot of money. But the problem was that the quantum of debt was not going down because the amount of money was being spent together to pay interest and to pay what they call penalties. Because for any default, you pay penalties and you can't show good cause for the debt. So on and on it goes. So that's Obasanjo then insisting then that it's still the best thing for Nigeria. So that's Obasanjo still insisting that it's the best thing for Nigeria. I don't think the day will ever come when Obasanjo will stop being the president. He will be the president of Nigeria till he draws his last breath. I think we all have to settle on that understanding. Obasanjo will be the president of Nigeria till he draws his last breath. So Obasanjo will be the president of Nigeria till he draws his last breath. But another person that would never be the president of Nigeria till he draws his last breath, of course, Atiku Abubakar. So finally, after all of the preening and peacocking, Atiku Abubakar finally takes the knee to Tinubu. So after all of the preening and peacocking, Atiku Abubakar, he finally takes the knee to Tinubu. He bends that knee. So Atiku bends the knee. Tinubu article made at Senator Goje's daughter's wedding. So the story starts from here. I've got a video clip, by the way, that shows you when he takes the knee, but I'll stay and then we'll get to that momentarily. President Bola Tinubu, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, and President of the Senate Godswill Akpabio were amongst the dignitaries who attended the wedding of the daughter of Senator Danjuma Goje on Friday in Abuja. The wedding was between Fauziya Danjuma Goje and Aliyu Ahmed Abubakar. The wedding between Fauziya Danjuma Goje and Aliyu Ahmed Abubakar was held at the National Mosque Abuja after Jumat prayers. Other personalities present included the Deputy President of the Senate, Senator Barao Jubrin, former National Chairman of the APC, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, and Gombe State Governor Inuwa Yahaya, and the National Chairman of the All Progressive Congress, Dr. Abdullahi Ganduje, amongst others. So, top politicians, I wonder why, I would have thought that I think we will be taking evasive actions in order not to be in the same public space as Tinubu. Because, of course, if he's in the same public space as Tinubu, then he has to acknowledge him formally with all of the reverence that his position commands as the president of Nigeria. So I wondered if he should not have been putting himself in the position where he will have to bend to Tinubu, but he puts himself in that position. Top politicians from across the country graced the occasion, cutting across major political parties, including governors, senators, ministers, business tycoons, and traditional and religious leaders. Also in attendance were Yobe State Governor Mia Malabuni, Katsina State Governor Diko Rada, Governor Ubasani of Kaduna State, former Jigawa State Governor Sule Lamido, former Kaduna State Governor Malam Nasir El Rufai, and former Borno State Governor Aliyu Modu Sharif. So, is there? Yes, I think the picture is the rest of it. Presidential aides include Chief of Staff Femi Gbadabiamila and National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu were in attendance. Senator Goje, former governor of Gombe State, who has been in the upper chambers of the National Assembly since 2011, was seen with Tinubu during the ceremony. He is a founding member of the APC. So those are the pictures right there. I think that might well be the bride's father, and those are that's Gbadabiamila, of course. That's Tinubu sitting up high, and that is and at his knee you will see, and there it is right there. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. So that's Tinubu sitting up high. That is that's Atiku Abubakar right there looking forlorn somewhat. Maybe they should have been me, could have been me, not me, sort of. That's Bala Mohammed plotting whatever it is that is plotting. That is Jubrin. That's Barao Jubrin. That's Gospel Akpabio, of course, right there. That's Abdullahi Ganduje, as you can see. That's Femi Gbadabiamila. I'm not quite sure if Gbadabiamila is a Muslim or not. I thought he was a Christian, but the way he's supplicating, you think somewhat that he may well be a Muslim. I don't know what his religion is. And there it is, the not so great and not so good of the Nigerian state. That's Mia Malabuni right there. You remember he was the acting national chairman of the APC, and he did his best to stymie. When they got rid of Adams Oshiomhole, this was the guy that came in. This guy right here. So there's a lot of gold in the state actually, which is just pocketing. So that's Mia Malabuni right there. He was once an erstwhile acting national chairman, post Adams Oshiomhole, pre Abdullahi Adamu. Abdullahi Adamu, of course, now succeeded by Abdullahi Ganduje. So that's it right there. anytime I see any of these pictures, so sometimes, you know, I try to do a money count to see how much I'm looking at on the screen, and I think we're looking at we're looking at the better part of of half a trillion right here, half a trillion, which is to say $500 million. Just in this in picture particularly, but in all of the pictures certainly, we're looking at half a trillion dollars. So there is nobody on this picture on your screen right here that is not a dollar billionaire twice over. Tinubu certainly we know. Atiku Abubakar estimated $2.8 billion. Tinubu's almost certainly richer than him. There is no way that Godswill Akpabio is not a dollar. Oh, they are all dollar billionaires. So there it is right there. So what has kept us in this position is all encaptured and enraptured in this picture. That, I wonder if somebody could just throw a little something in there to to rescue us all. But there it is right there. So there it is right there. So it continues still. I'll play you that clip, like I said, of Atiku Abubakar taking the knee. But before I get to that clip of Atiku Abubakar taking the knee, we continue on with the narrative of the picture. So there it is right there. So they say a picture tells 1,000 tales. So this you can see, you think they are looking at each other frontally, but you can see that because anybody that knows how to read body images, they'll tell you what's going on here. If you look at Tinubu's jawline, it is tilted up and assertive. If you look at Atiku's jawline, it's somewhat dropped. And if you look at his gaze, it's not, if you look at the gaze right there, it's not frontal to Tinubu, but Tinubu is looking at him head on. And even though Atiku carries a bigger frame, you can see the assertion in that handshake that Tinubu assert authority right there. All to the delight of Abdullahi Ganduje, who sees and knows what is going on. And by the way, that Senator Ndumi right there that claims that it's a rebel, but is there sharing the dollars. That's him hiding behind Atiku's agbada right there. So that's Abdullahi Ganduje right there acknowledging you can tell from Ganduje's gaze the express, because the face rarely ever lies, especially in spontaneous moments. You can tell from the expression on Ganduje's face that no, Daddy wins again. And an abject surrender on Bala Mohammed as he throws his agbada in resignation that no, I don't think say we will face surmount this one. No. So Daddy will be Daddy. Organa Master is what if you hear the phrase Organa Master, if you ever wanted to see it encapsulated in one moment in time, there it is right there. That's a Nigerian idiomatic expression, Organa Master, all enraptured in what you're looking at there. So all enraptured in what you're looking at there. Justin, old friends, presidency speaks at Tinubu Atiku meet in Abuja. So I wonder if these two guys are just gaming us. Maybe they have a deal and they're just playing us. It's not beyond the realms of their deviousness and their Machiavellian maneuverings. President Bola Tinubu and former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, who were political opponents in the 2023 presidential election, met on Friday at a public event in Abuja. The meeting took place at the National Mosque during the wedding ceremony of Senator Danjuma Goje's daughter. The gathering was attended by several high-profile political figures, including the national chairman of the All Progressive Congress APC, Abdullahi Ganduje, and Mohammed Bala, the chairman of the PDP Governors Forum. Also present are Borno South Senator Ali Ndume. So like I said, he was hiding behind Atiku Abubakar right there. And former APC national chairman, Ali Modu Sharif. Tunde Rahman, the senior special assistant to President Tinubu, commented on the meeting. According to him, politics should not involve bitterness. President Tinubu met former Vice President Atiku, his main opponent in the last presidential election. politics should be devoid of bitterness, Rahman wrote on social media. Meanwhile, presidential spokesperson Bayo Onanuga also commented on the encounter, referring to Atiku and Tinubu and Atiku as old friends and political opponents. In the last general election held in 2023, President Tinubu defeated Atiku to secure the presidency. So, like I said, it's all that defeat is still enraptured, it's still captured very much. You know, maybe I should have used this as the thumbnail. Atiku is actually taller than Tinubu, but Tinubu, as you can see, quite categorically is looking down on him. So there it is right there. Organa Master, I think that's the summation of that. Let me play you a clip that really captures that moment in time. Let me play you the clip that really captures that moment in time. In this clip, I want you to pay keen attention to this clip because everything plays out. Look at all of the actors on the scene, all of the actors on the set. So that's corruption, top to bottom right there. The four walls of that space is just jam-packed. There's not anything saintly or godly within the four walls of that garden. So they are all the cesspit of iniquity. So all of them, a plague on all of them. So outside of that, look when Tinubu comes in, look at the running order, look at what happens, and look at authority being asserted. So all of that in play happens in a 3-minute cameo. So watch with rapt attention. Like I said, Atiku should not have put himself in a position for that moment to have been caught on camera. But there it is. So there it is. Before I go on to serious matters, I want to pivot into some sort of side fight that is going on between Sheun Kuti and Aisha Yesufu. So you can those two sort of elements in the sort of like in the so caricature far left of the goings on within the Nigerian space, just the ludicrous, the lunatic fringe of the Nigerian political space. So there's a fight going on. It's all broken out in fisticuffs in the lunatic fringe of the Nigerian political space. Let's kick it off then with Sheun Kuti launching at Aisha Yesufu. So not often do I agree with whatever it is that Sheun Kuti has to say, but I have to say I agree with him in this. But listen keenly to what he has to say because it's pitch perfect in terms of the logic of it.
How do they feel? I know they give anybody shishi. Now what they help on be that? You see, it is the Africanness in us that is helping your European behavior. Now what make me and Aisha Yusuf get argument for TV which one they talk anyhow? I told her father off. Not her, I told her and her generation off. I said to them, I said, it is us. You see, all these Christian and Muslim women in Nigeria, It is the tolerance of African men that you enjoy. And it's the same African men that you abuse for the behavior of your fellow Christians and Muslims. Do you know, a Christian and a Muslim is nothing but an Arab and a European. Once you're a Christian and Muslim, you have abandoned Africanness and embraced European and Arabic ideal as the idea of life. Any freedom that women enjoy in Nigeria today is because of the capacity of Africa to respect women. That one tie hijab for head, say one liberate Nigerian women. Motherfucker, liberate yourself from your hijab first. Can you liberate yourself from the hijab? But you want to liberate Nigerian women? Are you... The place where that hijab is from, you cannot drive car as a woman if you go there. If you live in Saudi Arabia as a woman, can you drive only to drive car? Talking about to be in government. Talking about, can you do anything there? But we, African tradition, it is African tradition that allows for African women to enjoy themselves as they have always enjoyed yourself. In fact, if you read African history, it is part of the reason why Europeans and Arabs hate us. Because of our women, the freedom we give women. Go and read our history. Go and I have books that speak on Europe.
Okay. So it goes on for another 1 minute, but it is not often that Sheon Kuti says anything that I find agreeable or I align myself with. But I've never even had any thought on what he said, what he just said there, until he actually said it, and then I thought about it. You cannot wear an hijab and claim that you are fighting for the liberation of other people, because by the token of it itself, the hijab is a symbol of repression. So why don't you liberate yourself? That's it's faultless logic now. There's an inherent contradiction in you wearing an hijab and claiming that you are fighting for the emancipation of people. Are you emancipated yourself just by your presentation? Because of course we all know what the hijab is. I don't think women wear it voluntarily. They will tell you that they do, but we all know who wants to wear the heavy weight of that in that sort of weather. So you can't, by token of how you present, claim that you are working contrary to how you are. Inherent contradiction in what she had to say. But very quickly, of course, she latches onto that and claps back. So they start to insult each other's fathers. Is where they degenerated to. These two no mark elements. So here is Aisha Yesufu clapping back. It says Sheon Kuti at real Sheon Kuti wants to trend with my name as his karaoke business. No make and blow alongside those way they do music. Imagine being angry that I am holding government accountable and not private sector. It didn't say you were not holding the private sector to accountable, and it didn't even query. It's querying that you are not qualified by virtue of how you present to be fighting in the cause that you portend to fight. It's a faultless argument which I don't think she's addressing here. Sheon Kuti, at real Sheon Kuti, wants to trend with my name as his karaoke business. No make and blow alongside those way they do music. Imagine being angry that I am holding government accountable and not private sector. I don't blame him, Sha. If only his father had discipline over his loins. She spelled it as lion, but I think she meant loins. I don't blame him, Sha. If only his father had discipline over his loins, we would not be dealing with the consequences of that lack of discipline. Person where people they book him show because they won't see a caricature of his father, even if they can't have the real thing. Well, they cannot have the real thing because I think he has passed on. So that's the little side fight going on between these two no mark elements. So two no mark elements rolling in the gutters. Two no mark elements rolling in the gutters. But you will say Akpabio also a no-mark element. Akpabio under fire as Tinubu meets Atiku inside Abuja Mosque. Details emerge. So quite how or why Atiku should be Akpabio should be under fire for that, I don't know, but I'm sure it'll be explained to us. It says that President Bola Tinubu and perennial presidential hopeful, so that's his new appellation now, perennial presidential hopeful. This is coming from legit news. So I don't know. I didn't know they were anti-article. President Bola Tinubu and perennial presidential hopeful Atiku Abubakar met in Abuja on Friday, October the 25th. Correspondents report that both gladiators who used to be political allies were meeting face to face for the first time. Oh, right. Well, I didn't know that, but then there it is. Correspondents report that both gladiators who used to be political allies were meeting face to face for the first time since the 2023 presidential elections. Although the meeting created a frenzy amongst worshippers at the National Mosque, several people online, especially on X, criticized the presence of Senate President Godswill Akpabio. So, you know, I thought it was a bit curious that Akpabio was kneeling and doing all this. It's not a Muslim, is it? It says, but what's the criticism? Let's see. It says that politics now brute. Akpabio went to pray in the central mosque. Now he don't turn to Alhaji Gambo Kasim. Politics now bastard. Akpabio went to pray in the central mosque. Now he don't turn to Alhaji Gambo Kasim. Godswill Akpabio had to follow the president right inside the mosque and took a space in the front row for all political sycophancy, that should read. What in Akpabio they do inside mosque? Well, I think we have to transmute that's actually a wedding venue, you know. So I think it was there for the wedding. What in Akpabio they do inside mosque? I beg, what in Akpabio they find inside mosque with Tesuba for his hand. Yes, I did think he was holding a Tesa. Did they call it Tesuba? I thought they called it Tesubu. You know the counting beads. I thought I saw one. Let's see, can we capture him? I thought I saw him holding a Tesuba, as we've now been told it's called now. I beg, waiting Akpabio find inside mosque with Tesuba for in hand. So is he holding? Let's see if he's holding. Does that play? Oh, it takes me somewhere else. Hold on. I can't see him. Okay, that's Akpabio, but is he holding a Tesuba? That's the thing. I can't see that he's holding a Tesuba. Can you see? I can see. No, I'm not sure that he is holding a Tesuba. Sorry. Yes, there he is. I can't see that he is holding a Tesuba as the guy calls it. So there it is. All right. So there it is. So another one. My own is, what is Akpabio doing inside the mosque? So well, you know, let him be inside the mosque. If it serves him, laughing my ass off. What was Akpabio doing at the National Mosque, man? And on it goes. Akpabio go mosque. Politics. Yeah, we're going. So there it is. It's all in that same vein. Akpabio go mosque. Politics. Yeah, we're going. Waiting, Senate President Akpabio they do for mosque. I think it was there for the wedding more than anything else. So I'm not quite sure that I'm not sure we can fault him on that. All right. So that's that. So that's that. So there is that. Let me take you on to. Yes, I'm going to take you to this in a moment. This headline here, because you know. This has been leveled as an allegation so often that it has taken on a truth of its own I'm not quite sure where they get it from, but we'll go to this in a moment. But we'll play a few video clips and then we come to this. We didn't instruct Tinubu to remove subsidy policy in Nigeria's interest. This is IMF. You know, a lot of people, you hear it said so casually that that Tinubu, and by extension, the Nigerian state, is very much embedded and entrapped within the meshes of the financial international spaces, the World Bank, the IMF, and they are dictating policies. But then, of course, you don't imagine that that is the case, and they are coming out to tell you now that that indeed is not the case. But before we get into all that, let's do a little bit of let's go through some clips. So the erstwhile golden boy of the Nigerian business and political landscape, Alan Oyema, the sheen is starting to being buffed off his luster a little bit. His luster is starting to lose some of his sheen. So let's put it that way. His luster, Alan Oyema, you know, the gleam that sparkles from his halo, that he does this sainthood thing. So the luster is starting to, the sheen is starting to rub off his luster a little bit. Let's put it that way. So it was under, you know, some sort of corruption allegations in the United States. So fresh off the back of that, he has now done this. This one struck me actually. Have I got it somewhere? Have I got it somewhere? All right. Let me just bring it to you from this video clip. This video clip explains everything. The sheen has now started to wane off the luster of Alan Oyema. Watch this.
Yesterday, I was trying to book a flight from Lagos to Abuja, and I checked all the airlines, even Airpeace, because Anamachon kid cheap. So, to and fro, Lagos to Abuja was giving me 600,000 naira plus, 600,000 plus. Some were 700, 600 plus. But that range, going to Abuja and coming back from Lagos. Just this morning, our daddy, Dr. Elian Oyema, just released a post. Please be informed that effective 1st of November, which is just in a few days' time, Airpeace will be adding 100% increase to their fares across local routes. Like, with the way the fares are already, Airpeace is going to add 100% increase to all their fares again, starting from November 1st. Jesus Christ. So let's say from 1st of November, I want to go to Abuja and come back to Lagos. It might be up to 1 million naira for local airline, local routes, local, Jesus. London. We know that businesses in Nigeria now is really going through a hard time. We understand. All the businessmen and women in Nigeria currently, try, or easy. If you are dollar name, if you are petrol name, everything, we understand. Man, I didn't walk away soon, no. HMNAS na nkụ dị na mba na yelo mba nni. Kwa ka nkụ nka isizi akwa anwụrụ na akwọgbuzi ndị nwe dị nkụ. I know we don't put emotions in business. Business is business, right? 100% increase is not too much. Obukwa ni ya na Christmas kita with flights. We put go to 1 million naira de binakoko for to and fro. Because you're going back for Christmas week, you check 300 and something thousand naira going only. No love 400. Coming back on Wikibo the same thing. Do you understand? So it's almost 1 million. Then you wouldn't carry a taxi to the airport and stuff. 1 million aga per head. Per head. But Jesus.
All right. I wouldn't especially blame. All right, will do. I wouldn't especially blame Alan Oyema, but you know, so because you know you have to look at the dollar exchange rate as justification for that. But if you look at it from the consumer's point of view, it's a heavy hit, isn't it? It is a heavy hit. But you know, the lady said it was 700,000, and in just one press release, it increases it by 100%. So ultimately, people will be priced out of being able to travel by air. That's what it is. But you know, hold on. Let me just somebody Somebody is asking me to open up Kaizo's something. All right. All right. So that's that. So that's Alan Oyema joining in the squeeze of the life out of the Nigerian populace. That's Alan Oyema joining in the squeezing of the life out of the Nigerian populace. So now you've all heard the term 419. It's a clause or a statute in the Nigerian constitutional books, or the Nigerian legal books, and it deals with obtaining. It deals with fraud. I think loosely it speaks to obtaining by deceit. So now. You cannot imagine that nobody is too clever to fall victim of 419. Nobody, there's no, even you listening to me, you are not too clever to fall victim of 419, because what they do, these 419 people, is that they scramble your brain first. And then once your brain has been scrambled, they just dip into your wallet and help themselves. So that's how 419 works. They start base is for them to scramble your brain. And then once your brain has been scrambled, then they dip into your wallet and help themselves. This is a classic example. This is 419-101. This is exactly how the game plays. Watch this.
Everything is how much?
650, sir.
650 naira.
Yes, sir.
Right. You get change 1,000. You get change 1,000. So how much you go give me, man?
350.
350. Okay. Give me. You get the change?
No, sir. I have 500 now. Yes, sir.
You have 500?
Yes, sir.
Give me now. Let me. So how much I will balance you? 150, right?
Yes, sir.
I'll balance you 150.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Do you have 200 so that I'll give you 15 naira? You have 200?
Yes, sir.
So I'll give you 15 naira. Come on. So I'll give you 15 naira. You give me 200. Do you have 100 naira?
Yes, sir.
Give me 100 naira so that I'll give you 200.
Are you playing? What type of playing is this?
So that I'll give you 200, right? I'll give you 1,000. You give me 200. I'll give you 15 naira. Okay, no worry. Wait, let me even check. Give me that. You say your money is 650, right?
Yes.
Give me that 1,000. Make I give you 600. I'll give you 600. Then you will give. I'll add 15 naira to you now. Give me 15 naira. I'll give you 200. Right? So how much you go balance me?
This is done that borrow for my face, sir. I don't understand it.
No, there's nothing going on. That's not very simple something. I buy something of 650. You give me, I give you 1,000. You give me 500. I give you 200. You suppose balance me 350. This 100 naira now the one what I've been give you before. What I say go give me 15 naira. I say no day. So ma check whether I get 15 naira. Ma give you this. So see the 15 naira here now. So you will balance me 150 now. Now 150 go balance me now. But if you no get
I have 200.
Give me the 15 naira. May you hold me 100 naira. If I come back next time, I'll buy another thing. We'll go calculate. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Thank you very much, man. Now here you'd always be now.
Yes.
I will come and buy. Oh, you even say local zero. I will check you back tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you. So my 100 naira is with you now. Thank you very much, man.
You were not informed too. Child, there is God. There is.
And there it is right there. And that's exactly, to the letter. That's the template of 419 right there. So that guy must have walked away with at least 2,000 naira and the goods that he did not buy now. So that's how 419 works. So that's how 419 works. But if you want to scale that up, 419 could take your life, especially if you don't have the brain functions to understand it. So this next one here is about 1:30 seconds, but it speaks to a more darker, more life-threatening 419. Watch this.
We have not done anything.
Yeah,
but in terms of GMO,
yeah,
we do not think it is safe. We don't think it is safe for our own consumption.
That's the position of your...
NAFDAC, exactly.
Why do you think so?
First, because a lot of research has not been done in terms of the safety of GMO products, and the genetics of the seeds have been modified. Until we get a very convincing data to show the safety, we keep
for human consumption or for African consumption?
For human consumption.
Yeah, because, you know, why I asked this question, like I said, it's been the menu and a finger is being pointed to a particularly world billionaire, Bill Gates and his foundation, and you understand. So we needed this kind of clarification, which is, of course, near scientific. Your organization is regulatory when it comes to Food and Drugs Administration. But GMO, hearing it from you and the public, is not safe.
It's not safe for us in terms of NAFDAC's perspective. Yeah. GMO can be used for non-food crops. It can be used to make sure that timber grows better, for furniture,
the rubber plantation,
things like that. Yeah. But for human consumption, we don't have evidence that it is safe.
So there it is right there. So that's the woman in charge of NAFDAC telling us that video, by the way, they've tried to strip it off the internet, but a lot of people have downloaded it and they're re-uploading it. She's telling us that it's not safe for human consumption, but what's it called? The Microsoft guy, Bill Gates, is bullying Tinubu to put them in your super. Bill Gates, he has a life mission to kill Africans. He wanted to do that with the COVID thing. So now he's not succeeded with the COVID thing. Now he's going to experiment with us with our GMO foods, which our own science tell us that it's not fit for human consumption. Not fit for human consumption. Let me play you one more clip and then I'll do your readout. So let me play you this clip now. So this clip settles it. There's almost some sort of contention on who has the abiding authority within the Nigerian space. So there's almost some contention as in who has the abiding authority within the Nigerian space. So historically until now, there's only really been one space that has the abiding authority within the Nigerian space. And hopefully this now next clip settles it. Watch this.
Top 10 oldest secondary schools in Nigeria. At number 10, we have Aluda College in Zaria. This school was established in the year 1910. How old was your father in 1910? Aluda College. Did you attend Aluda College, Zaria? Let us know in the comment section. At number 9, we have King's College, Lagos. This is a very famous school. Everybody knows King's College. This school was established in the year 1909, over 100 years old, and it's still one of the best schools in Nigeria, this King's College. Did you attend King's College? Let us know in the comment section. At number 8, we have Abeokuta Grammar School in Ogun State. This school was established in the year 1908. Did your father attend this school or did your mother attend this school? Let us know in the comment section. Is this school close to your area? Let us know in the comments. At number 7, we have the old Wesley College, Elekuro. Is now called Wesley College of Science, Ibadan. This school is located in Ibadan or your state. Do you know this school? Have you come across this school? Those that are living in Ibadan. This school was founded in the year 1905, so it's a very, very old school. At number 6, the 6th oldest school in Nigeria, oldest secondary school in Nigeria, is St. Anne's School, located in Ibadan as well. This school was founded in the year 1896. Very, very old. Did you attend this school? Are you currently a student of this school? Let us know in the comment section. At number 5, we have Hope Waddell Training Institute, located in Calabar. This school was established in the year 1895. So my people from Calabar, did you attend this school? Or did your parents attend this school? Let us know in the comment section. Me, my father attended St. Barnabas College in Kogi, somewhere in Kogisha. Do you know about that school? Because my dad's school is not on this list, so that's why I'm just chipping it in. At number 4, we have Methodist Girls High School, located in Lagos. This school was founded in the year 1879. So this is a girls' boarding school in Lagos. Did you attend this school? Did your parents attend this school? Let us know in the comment section. At number 3, the 3rd oldest secondary school in Nigeria is Methodist Boys High School, located in Lagos as well. This school was founded in
1878. So just 1 year before they founded the girls' high school. So that's very interesting. At number 2, the second oldest secondary school in Nigeria is CMS Grammar School, located in Lagos as well. I didn't check the meaning of this CMS. So do you know the meaning of this CMS? Let us know in the comment section. This CMS Grammar School was founded in the year 1859. Did your parent attend this school? Did your grandfather or your great-grandfather, did he attend this school? Because this school is over 150 years old. Very, very old. If you like this list, I want another list like this, please follow and like for man. Leave me a comment with the secondary school you attended or the secondary school your parents attended, because I'm sure they must have told you the secondary school they attended, right? At number 1, the oldest secondary school in Nigeria is Baptist Academy, located in Lagos State. This school was founded in the year 1855. Very, very old school. They never even born your grandfather the time that they founded this school. I can bet it that all the first, second, third, and even fifth set of this school, they are all dead by now. All those people, they are dead long, long, long ago. It's crazy. Anyway, see you guys in the next video. Bye.
Oh, all right. So, firstly, what that guy called St. Anne's School is St. Anne's, not St. Anne's. So, perhaps he should have availed himself a little bit of an education as well. And I noticed that there is no education, there was no schools in the creeks until recently. So, that might well explain people like Aizon and people like that. But the abundance of it, of course, you all know where all the education is. So, hopefully that settles matters. No schools in the creeks until Ajayi Crowther took education there. So those schools in the creeks until Ajayi Crowther took education. I'm only joking, by the way. Don't get don't get your knickers in a twist. Don't So that's just a joke. So no schools in the east until Ajayi Crowther took education there. I think I've got about 2-3 more clips to play you. But before I go to the clips, let's go back to the readouts. Let's go to this one. We did not instruct Tinubu to remove subsidy policy in Nigeria's interest. So this is IMF finally coming to debunk that particular narrative that seems to be gaining some sort of a momentum. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, has denied influencing President Bola Tinubu's decision to remove the fuel subsidy in the country. The African Regional Director of the IMF, Abebe Salassi, yeah. So let's do that again. It's the names. The International Monetary Fund (IMF) has denied influencing President Bola Tinubu's decision to remove the fuel subsidy in the country. The African Regional Director of the IMF, Abebe Salassi, disclosed this at a press conference during the IMF and World Bank annual meetings in Washington, D.C. Mr. Salassi stated, the decision was a domestic one. We don't have programs in Nigeria. Our role is limited to regular dialogue, as we have with other nations like Japan or the United Kingdom. According to the Global Monetary Body, Mr. Tinubu independently made the decision, countering accusations that the IMF influenced its implementation of the unpopular economic reforms. This is coming from People's Gazette, of course, and Obi Lenin platform. Aside from the fuel subsidy removal, the floating of the naira, the increase in taxes, and higher interest rate, amongst other policies, have exacerbated inflation and the rising cost of goods, further deepening hardship and poverty in the country. The IMF, however, stated that Mr. Tinubu's subsidy removal will benefit the country as it aims to create sustainable economic growth and greater public resource efficiency, insisting that ultimately these are profound domestic and political decisions that the government had to make. Mr. Salassi also urged the government to initiate social investment for the vulnerable to cushion the effects of economic reforms. We recognize the significant social cost involved. The government can mitigate these by expanding social protection for the most vulnerable, he advised. So So again, it wasn't at this. I don't think this will take away from that narrative that has been spiraling, that they have been regurgitating around the space, that these policies are off the back of instructions from the international monetary spaces. So they are telling you that they don't have programs in Nigeria, but I don't think that takes away. These people, they never let facts get in the way of a good story. So they'll just go on with what they've always gone on with. And then when they lose the next election, they claim it was rigged. So talking about electoral losses, let's go to Goodluck Jonathan, who's going back. Right. So talking about electoral losses, let's go back to Goodluck Jonathan, who goes back in time to tell us of our victories won and then subsequently lost. How I felt losing election as incumbent president. So that is our Goodluck Jonathan right there, who takes that space in history actually as the first president to lose an election and peacefully hand over. Obasanjo was the first president to voluntarily hand over, when he was a military dictator, handed over to Shagari, but an incumbent democratically elected president losing an election and then peacefully handing over. I think Goodluck Jonathan takes that moment in history. How I felt losing election as incumbent president. This is the man from the creeks, Goodluck Jonathan. Former President Goodluck Jonathan on Friday recounted the experience of former President Goodluck Jonathan on Friday recounted the experience of losing the 2015 presidential election, saying it was a tough moment in his political life. The ex-president admitted he was emotional when he learned the result, adding that it felt as if the whole world was against him. He made the concession in Abuja at the first. Okay, let's do that again. Former President Goodluck Jonathan on Friday recounted the experience of losing the 2015 presidential election, saying it was a tough moment in his political life. The ex-president admitted he was emotional when he learned the result, adding that he felt as if the whole world was against him. He made the confession in Abuja at the first Raymond Dokpesi Annual Diamond Lecture, organized by the management of DAR Communications in collaboration with the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations. Jonathan, who ran on the platform of the People's Democratic Party, was defeated in the 2015 election by the All Progressive Congress candidate Muhammadu Buhari. The former military dictator polled 15.4 million votes, relegating the ex-president, who garnered only 12.8 million votes, to second place. The election marked the first time an incumbent president had lost re-election in Nigeria. Beaming with a smile as he addressed the audience on Friday, Jonathan said the emotional torment he experienced was inexplicable. The former Bayelsa State Deputy Governor also recounted the fatherly role the chairman of DAR Communications, Raymond Dokpesi, played before he officially handed over to Buhari. He said, "It is not easy to lose an election as a president. You will think the whole world is against you. But then, Dokpesi invited me before I handed over. I remember what he said to me when I lost the election." There were so many senior Nigerians, elder statesmen who spoke. After I listened to all the conversations, he congratulated me and encouraged me to look beyond the election. This is how I commemorated that session. The communication gave me hope and helped me, not necessarily for the transition hour ahead of me, but also in my spiritual life as a private citizen. If you read my book, My Transition Hours, I explained it more elaborately. Earlier in his address, the Minister of Information, Idris Mohammed, urged Nigerians not to abuse the freedom of speech they are enjoying. Whilst describing Okwesi as a patriot and exceptional media personality, Mohammed suggested others should borrow a leaf from his exemplary lifestyle of nation building. Our respect for freedom of speech is sacrosanct, even as we continue to urge responsibility in the exercise of that freedom. Nigerians are free to speak about this their country of ours. What we can and will continue to do is to avoid getting to the point where reckless negativity becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy of sorts. We will make a we will make a grievous error individually and collectively if we choose to focus only on what is not working and neglect to balance it with equal attention to things we are getting right. There's a lot being gotten right. Was there a piece? Did I forget to download that piece? There was this epic piece that they had on a Rise TV that I wanted to bring to your attention. I think it was actually one of these audio pair pieces. Let me see if I sent it. If I captured it somewhere, I usually do capture it somewhere. Hold on. Just give me 1 microsecond. It was quite striking, actually, that piece, and I thought it was something that we needed to see on the platform. Did I not capture it? I'm sure I did. All right. Let me see. Hold on 1 second. Let me grab this one. We're doing it organically. That's what we're doing. Let's do that. There's also this controversy around attempts to Islamize Nigeria again. Hold on. Yes, which I think is going on in Parliament as we speak. Just give me 1 microsecond. Yes, Nigeria is a gift that just keeps on giving, isn't it? Let's see. Can I grab this one quickly? Hold on. I'm now determined to do this. So you just have to chat amongst yourself for a moment. So how have you been? What were you up to today? Who got up to anything exciting? Do you guys live exciting lives? Who lives an exciting life? Yeah. I certainly don't live an exciting life, otherwise I won't be here making noise every day. Let's see. There's too many of them. Oh gosh. Let me just take one. I'll take one. The attempts to Islamize Nigeria, the attempt to Islamize Nigeria is still ongoing. So let me just grab one. It's really that Ojope one that I wanted you guys to see, because I was quite struck by it, and I thought, this was something that the platform might like to see. So let's just see. I'm just talking all this rubbish just so I can find. What I usually do is, when I come across any of these things, I pull them to one side to then bring to your attention during the sessions. If anybody, she was actually speaking about Lagos State and how it is suddenly seeming to get some sort of a global recognition. That was on the Rise TV. If anybody saw that, if you could send it to me fairly quickly, then what I usually do is, when I see all of these things that I think is engaging enough to be brought to your attention, I pack it to one side, and then I'm looking for it. So that's why I'm talking a bit slowly. And then I subsequently, okay, let's see. Did I put it here? Just yes. Okay, here it is. So let me grab it. I think you may want. I think you may want to see this. So let me just grab it, and then let me download it. There's a process involved to all these things. You think it's just me talking shit. Often instances it's just me talking shit, but nevertheless, let's see, what should we title that? Let's title it OG, OG. OG Lagos. All right, let me do that. So let me do that, and then and there it is. So yes, so we've done that, and then let's pick it up from here, and then we'll put it in the studio. We'll put it in the studio, and then we'll carry on. All right. So yes. So back to good luck, Jonathan. Sometimes you wonder, we forget the humanity of some of these people sometimes, Here is a guy that has I'm sure he captures that moment in time, of course, as being the first president to hand over. He captures that moment in time, of course, as being the first president to hand over voluntarily. But is that something that he wants to have a record for? Is the thing. So that's good luck, Jonathan. It's actually telling us that jarred him the most of all of his experiences in life. So first loser is still a loser, is what they say. So that's good luck, Jonathan. Anyway, going down memory lane, telling us just how life was that moment in time. They say time is a great healer, and you can laugh about it now. But at that moment in time, you'd have imagined that he would have wanted the ground to open and swallow him up. Just the whole country going against him. Even the whole world, with Obama throwing sticks from all the way from America, threatening to come and blow him up and bomb him up and all of that. All right. Are we done with the readouts? Let me see. Was there anything else that especially should come to your attention? Is there anything else that especially, like I said, the news cycle over the last recent has not been too gushing in its giving. So the news cycle has not been too gushing in its giving. So we're picking the bones of the news these days. That's essentially, if we are having to discuss articles having to stand up to greet Tinubu, then that is to tell you then that we're picking the bones of the carcasses of the news. So that's where we are within the cycle. Things have plateaued and settled down into the mundaneness of administration and opposition. That's essentially where it is. So I think that's the end of the reader. So let me rattle through a few clips. So let me actually go to this one. This one speaks to still attempts to Islamize Nigeria. They've already Islamized the northern part of Nigeria, but they want to institutionalize now in the constitution Sharia. So that's the way we are. We're back to the Sharia narrative again. And this was what Obi was warning us about with the Muslim ticket. Watch this. There are several clips, but I'll just play you this one that just sets the scene.
Mr. Speaker, our constitution allows for freedom of worship of all religions. Mr. Speaker, we would not sit in this hollow chamber and restrict ourselves to just a few. If we begin to put such components into the constitution, tomorrow the ecclesiastical faction comes up. The day after, the traditional faction comes up. The day after, all other components begin to come up. And what happens to our grand norm that is supposed to be the foundation of our existence? Mr. Speaker, Nigeria has never limited anybody from practicing his religion. You go to states like in the north, where you have Sharia being practiced as the criminal code for those states. It is because it's peculiar to them.
So there it is. They're debating, they're introducing Sharia into the constitution. So there it is. Well, ultimately it will happen actually because there's a strong Muslim base in the Southwest who will also echo those. If 2/3 of the country are on board that Sharia should be embedded as a national option, then I think ultimately we'll get into the constitution and we'll operate either we operate it in tandem with the secular constitution, or it supersedes the secular constitution, but ultimately we're going to get to a Sharia space in Nigeria. There's an inevitability to it because the abundance of the North is Muslim. They want Sharia, but then a good complement of the Southwest, they are Muslims too, and they can be persuaded, like that Murik, or that Murik with that whatever it is, that guy, the one that wears the silly hat, the Professor Akinola or something he calls himself. So that Murik space, so they will champion that in the Southwest. So if the abundance of the North wants Sharia and a good complement of the Southwest wants Sharia, that's 2/3. So it almost seems like an inevitability to it. An inevitability to it. Inevitable, it will happen. So now let me play you this audio clip, and then after the audio, let me play the audio clip first.
According to a post by Global Index, Lagos State is predicted to be the most desirable city for business travelers by 2023. Lagos was placed higher than Cape Town, Riyadh, Johannesburg, Singapore City, Amsterdam, and Warsaw in a recent World Travel and Tourism Council research. The ranking was based on estimates of GDP and jobs directly produced by the travel and tourism industry in 82 key tourist states.
Okay, so I'm excited
about Lagos.
But the question is, what are the indices?
Yes.
If you say a place is a destination for travel, you must have, what is the urban mass transport system like?
Yeah.
What are the road infrastructure
the
like?
red line, right?
What are the sanitary infrastructure like? So all the other areas we need to work on, we also need to work on it.
Fantastic.
There is never good news that is ever good enough for for that run of the litter on the right TV panel. It always has to. If Nigeria discovers the cure to cancer, that little guy, he will say yes, but why didn't they discover it 10 years ago? Has it been empirically tested? It's an ungodly fella, that guy, an ungodly fella. So that's what your then. So Lagos is an inevitability. It's already a global city anyway, but it's going to double down on its position as a global city. The rate and pace of change in that space is dizzying. They are already now taking for granted an intra-rail system. Can you imagine that? First, of course, in sub-Saharan Africa, I think it's only Egypt that has similar, maybe Algeria as well, maybe first in Africa, to the degree that we have it in Lagos, first in Africa, an intra-city linking rail service, like a tube, like you get on the tube in the United Kingdom, and then they already have the train service as well. They are rebuilding the road networks, building an O2 somewhere in Ibejuleki, all this. Do I have that clip? There's something I want to show you, and I'm pretty sure that I downloaded it. There's something I want to show you, and I'm pretty sure that I downloaded it. Let me see. Because this thing here, I think, yes, I did download it actually. This thing here is from 2002. So have in mind that this clip I'm about to play you, we're talking about the decent pace of change in Lagos State. This clip that I'm about to show you now, just as soon as it loads up into the studio, this clip that I'm about to show you now, just bear in mind that it's coming from 2002. So this clip that I'm about to show you now, I'm saying this again just so that it loads up on the studio. But this clip is only about 1 minute, 2 minutes long, but just have at the back of your mind that it's coming from 2002, and then transmute to that. What's 2002? 2002, 2012, 2012, 2000, and okay, not more than 20 years ago, 20 years and a bit ago. This is where this comes from. Watch this. This is Lagos, but not as you know it now.
This Lagos where we there, so this streets where you see, so all the people where we see, we love them, and the music that we play, we do it in our own style. Silent, silent, do it in our own silent, silent, silent. we used to hang around the block, doing acapellas and just staying out of trouble. It seems like yesterday when we started the game, hoping for some fame and some fortune. Now what's the gain if no pain? That explains all the hustle and the bustle. Like when we enter bus GameStop because we don't get money. Getting to the treasure, it was not very funny.
So that was Lekki just in 2002. And look at what Lekki is now. One of the most internationally sought after spaces globally from 2002 to now. So that's the dizzying pace of change and transformation going on in Lagos. So you can see then why Ojope was all tickled with excitement. So that's why Ojope was all tickled with excitement. Should we put a dampener on it? So let's bring down the excitement a bit and go back to the Bula Balus. So let's go back to the howlers at the moon. Let them howl at the moon a little bit, and then we come back with another clip that brings the tempo back up again. But first, to the howlers at the moon.
I mean, Kenneth Ogunko went as far as saying, for 2027, Peter Obi, Bola Tinubu, Atiku should move aside.
Let me put it this way. Peter Obi did not lose the last election. Peter Obi won the last election. INEC and the judiciary performed their magic. 2027, there will be no election without a reformation of our electoral system. If the electoral system is not reformed to ensure that beavers and electronic transmission from the polling unit becomes compulsory, I would not even bother to participate in that election, because you can be sure that Tinubu was not in power that ran and snatched and grabbed it. Already has the 2027 election results written. A Tinubu that will be busy appointing weakest man as electoral commissioner, the most violent election rigger in Nigeria today, openly is Wike. That is the person whose proxy was being appointed as
that's a weighty allegation.
Electoral commissioner.
That's a weighty allegation.
I said it because it's on video. Now I beg she will stop being politically correct. There are multiple videos and audios of Wike enforcing his political will in Rivers State over and above the sovereign will of the people of that state. Violently too. So this is not, please, I don't do beer parlor talk.
No, because
and when you need to balance things, you can. Are you suggesting?
Substantiating.
Okay, so let's turn it into an argument. I am saying here, my name remains Dele Farotimi, and I am saying that there are more than enough material online showing Wike violently suppressing the right of the people of Rivers State to elect their chosen representatives. And I am saying that his personal aide, his person, has already been appointed a resident electoral commission since Tinubu came to power. So how can you be talking about a free and fair election in 2027 when it's already a fait accompli that without consequential amendment of the Electoral Act, without a consequential reformation of our judicial system, the same madness that took place in 2023 will repeat itself in 2027. If we do not tell ourselves these basic truths ahead of time, how can we even hope that anything will change? We have to be unapologetic and unrepentant in pushing the truth in their eyes. As I've told you, the truth is both a sword and a shield. I love wielding it as a sword and smashing them on the head with it, and I don't care for their feelings. I don't know how long any one of us is going to live. I'm not going to live my life kowtowing to the opinion, sentiments, or emotions of worthless human beings who have wrecked the life of thousands and millions by their actions and inactions. So we cannot be talking about an election in 2027 in the presence of the multiple madnesses that have remained with us, in the presence of a situation where a corrupt INEC chairman will open his mouth and blithely declare on national TV, go to court. We can't be having that and be talking about an election in 2027. We must at least be honest enough to tell ourselves what is in front of us. If there is going to be an election worthy of his name, I will be out there supporting Peter Obi if there will be an election and if we still even have a country. The way Bulaba is going with Nigeria, what do we know that will be left of this country by 2027? What will be left of this country? Anemia is being killed in his own domain after ransom war, and we are talking about 2027. An Oba was killed. 2 Obas, for instance, were killed in Ekiti for the other time, and we are still talking about 2027. You practically don't have a functional state again. Somebody is single-handedly, without recourse to any due process, the due process law be damned, the PPP law be damned, single-handedly without public tender of any sort, they are awarding a road at 4 billion naira per kilometer, and you are still talking about a country. Why are we lying to ourselves? We must, even if they will not agree, we must be unapologetic in telling these truths. Whether we would have a country in 2027 is up in the air.
So there it is, the wailing whalers, they're gnashing at the teeth and howling at the moon. The wailing whalers gnashing at the teeth and howling at the moon. The wailing whalers, and when you were saying kowtowing, by the way, so a lot of you may have been confused. It means kowtowing, not kowtowing. I don't know quite. Maybe it's from Ekiti. Who knows where it's from? It's called kowtowing, not kow. It's a Chinese form of respect. You know when the Chinese do like this to greet either a senior or their boss, and they do that. That's called kowtowing. That means to bow slavishly in abject surrender. That's somewhat. It's called kowtowing, not kowtowing. But that's the wailing whalers, the teeth gnashers, and the howlers at the moon. The wailing whalers, the teeth gnashers, and the howlers at the moon. So the howlers at the moon, do you want to see rather what old money looks like? Because all you Johnny come lately is flash in the pan. You bought Bitcoin at 700 and now you think you're a millionaire through to your brain, not to fortuitousness. So, but there's old money. When they say somebody comes from stock, S-T-O-C-K, when they say somebody comes from stock, you want to see what old money looks like. Old money carries its own certain je ne sais quoi. So the je ne sais quoi of old money, watch this.
In Lagos, we have different types of wealth, but the Okoyas is a different niche of wealth. Welcome to Old Money Lagos. Welcome to the very exclusive first episode of Old Money. This building is a residential resort for Chief Razak Okoya, a billionaire industrialist and the Ààrẹ of Lagos. This is Wahab Okoya, the fourth child of Chief Dr. Mrs. Sade Okoya. Wahab's mom is the Chief Executive Officer and the Managing Director of the Eleganza Group of Company. Wahab's mom have multiple Rolls Royces with customized plate number to differentiate them.
This one is my dad's car.
Okay.
I don't know why he got red, but it's red. Family car.
Okay. Aside being a student, Wahab is already involved in the structure of the company.
Yeah, my parents make sure I get as much experience as I can, so I'll be prepared for the future, and they're doing a really good job in that, which I really appreciate.
So when they say you come from stock, that's what that looks like. You have to be two or three cycles before you can really consider yourself to be old money. And I suspect that each and every one of those vehicles is probably more expensive than your house. Not mine, though, because my house is quite expensive, but probably more expensive than your house. Each of those vehicles probably more expensive than your house. So that's what coming from stock. That's old money in Nigeria. So that's old money in Nigeria, and you have to be at that level, at the level that we just saw now, to be able to enter into a space like the space I'm about to show you now. So you have to be at that level to be able to gain an entry, to be able to be let through the gates of a place like this. Watch this.
What's up, guys? How you guys doing today? So I'm here at Charterhouse Lagos, a $150 million institution that is set to transform education as you know it in Nigeria.
Charterhouse Lagos is a prestigious educational institution located in the bustling heart of Nigeria's mega city, offering exceptional primary and secondary education to children from Nigeria and across Africa. This remarkable school isn't just another building, it's a bold investment in Africa's future with a staggering $150 million price tag and sprawling across more than 70 hectares of land. With state-of-the-art facilities that redefine learning, think cutting-edge STEM labs, inspiring music and art studios, a sparkling swimming pool, and expansive football pitches, Charterhouse aims to provide a transformative educational experience. In today's video, I'll be exploring Charterhouse Lagos to uncover the vision behind this groundbreaking educational project. I'll be asking important questions about its world-class education system and innovative curriculum. We will also look into the cost of attending a school like this. So join me as we dive into what makes Charterhouse stand out in the Nigerian educational landscape.
I'm going to be taking you guys in right now, and I'm going to be meeting with someone, okay, that will take us on a tour around this amazing institution, around this amazing school. All right, guys, so before I continue with this video, I want you guys to hit the subscribe button. Help me make my dream of getting to 10,000 subscribers before December, guys. Please, this is the only way you can support me. Not just the only way, I mean, but this is one of the ways you can support me. I want to get to 10,000 subscribers before December. All right, let's go into this video.
Trees aren't green, the ocean is gray, sky is a vague blue, come my way. My room is a mess, it could use a hand, my favorite TV shows.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Fine. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome to Charterhouse Lagos.
Thank you so much. Wow, okay. Guys, so I'm going in right now, and this is the beautiful lady that will be taking us around today. How are you?
Welcome to Charterhouse Lagos.
Thank you so much. All right, guys, so let's get straight right into it, okay? We want to show you guys all the juicy, beautiful places that we have within this amazing institution, and of course give you all the juicy details that you need to know.
The standard of education in Nigeria has faced many challenges over the years, but now for the first time, we have a school designed for the 21st century, a school that truly prepares students for today's world and that of the future. Charterhouse Lagos introduces a brand new curriculum known as STEM learning, equipping students with the skills they need to excel in science, technology, engineering, arts and mathematics, including music and drama.
So growing up as a child, I never had the opportunity to be in such an advanced learning environment like this. I wish I did, because then I would have been able to, take advantage of all the interests that I had. What Charterhouse gives to parents.
All right. I was. It goes on for quite a few more minutes, but I think you get the gist. I was going to suggest that you would need to sell a kidney to be able to get into a school like that. But I suspect that even your kidney may not be. It may not fetch enough. You probably need to. I don't. Let me not even say anything. But there it is, right there. So they're talking about the 1%, but then even amongst those 1%, the 1%ers. There's still there's another 1% of the 1%ers, so forget it. It's like a parallel universe. Never the twain shall meet. It's not even a parallel universe that we live in Nigeria. There are universes running on a parallel trajectory, never to converge on a straight line. So there's a universe that's $150 million, that space. And that school is geared towards not only the 1% of the 1% in Nigeria, but the 1% of the 1% in Africa. So the sons and daughters of heads of states, captains of industries, and all of those sorts of spaces round about that sub-region, and even to the expansion of the entire continent, that is where the education will take place. So they go from there to Eton, to Harvard, and then they come back from there to lord it over you, and that is the sequence of life. There was one other clip. There's so many clips that I lose in the something. There was one other clip of one guy talking about Bill Gates, for instance. He was saying, this narrative of Bill Gates being a dropout from school that then went on to become this one of the richest men in the world. It's not actually a dropout from school. His father was a multi-millionaire, and I think his start off in life was $1 million. Dangote's start off in life was $1 million. which was gifted to him by his uncle Dan Tata to go and start trade. So this idea that through the din of hard work, you can penetrate to that level, forget it. Forget it. There's very little chance of you ever penetrating to that level. You'll achieve a degree of success, however, your capacity propels you, but you're never going to propel to that level because because you don't come from stock. You don't come from stock. That's just what it is. Forget it. Okay, I Bill Gates, so you dropped out of school, and it became this startup. Forget it, man. Don't be daft. Don't be daft. I'll round it off with the Simon Ekpa. I think that'll be the last one. I'll round it off with the Simon Ekpa clip. Let's play this one. This is Simon Ekpa. This storyline that Simon Ekpa has been feeding the raw meat eaters that follow him is now somewhat transmuting. Before I play you the clip, actually, let me give you a little bit of a readout. This is Simon Ekpa that's been cycling the headlines for all of the wrong reasons for quite a few days now. I am ready to fight for 20 years to restore Biafra. Ekpa makes U-turn on the 2nd of December the Biafra declaration. So that was the promise to them that the Biafra will come into actualization by December this year. Simon Ekpa, in a shocking and disheartening news to his followers, has asked them not to expect magic on the 2nd of December. Recall that Ekpa has assured his followers that he would declare and restore Biafra on the 2nd of December, and they have defended his statement. In a shocking U-turn message, the Finland-based Ekpa has asked his followers not to expect magic, that he will fight Nigeria beyond what Vietnam fought America. Vietnam fought America for 20 years. Hence, he wants his followers that Biafra struggle under autopilot, which he champions, will take a very long time. Be informed that Ekpa has criticized Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB for taking too long to restore Biafra. His sudden change must have left his followers who emotionally got disappointed. So that's Simon Ekpa moving the goalpost again. This all wraps up around that 57-point-something billion that allegedly Madam Ngozi secured for him. So that was meant for the actualization of Biafra. So now that money is no longer there, Biafra now going to take 20 years. So I will bleed you for 20 years, essentially have to read that. So that's Simon Ekpa just throwing raw meat to the carnivores. So raw meat to the carnivores by the zookeeper. Watch this.
The 2nd of December is not after that. Some of you will come and say, oh, there is still military barracks. You are going to have them. But let me tell you, if the Vietnamese fought America for years and succeeded in making America to flee, we are ready to fight Nigeria even more than what Vietnamese did. And we dictate how this particular war will be fought. We are never going into conventional warfare with Nigeria. But the delegitimization will take a different tone. And what I'm trying to tell you people today is that you must be prepared for a very long years of battle for the legitimacy of Biafra government. It is not something that happened in one day. It is not something that happened immediately after our declaration on 2nd of December. But 2nd of December will mark the beginning of a very long battle, which we are going to show our determination with our actions and inactions. So my fellow Biafrans, all I'm here to tell you this afternoon is for you to understand that after the declaration on December 2nd, 2024, the battle begins. And we are not going to stop. If it is going to take us 20 years to fight Nigeria differently than what we did in 67 and 70, we are ready for it. If it takes also 23 years for Taliban to defeat America and they left their land, we are ready to fight even 40 years. Since 1967 to 2024, Nigeria continued to fight us. The only thing is that we have not fought Nigeria until now. And in this fight, we are still defending ourselves. So 2nd of December will mark the beginning of the Biafra liberation. Do not expect something or any magic to happen. We will make the magic to happen. Thank you, and may God bless you.
All right, so that's that. I was going to just give me 1 second. There's one more thing that I may have to bring you just off the back of what Prince just said. I think we may well have a moment in time just happened in the course of this session. We may well just have had a moment in time just happen in the course of this session. I'm just verifying what Prince posted in the comment section there. I think we're on the precipice of something that would change the world as we know it. I think we're on the precipice of something that will change the world. This may well even impact on the American elections. I think we're on the precipice of something that will change the world as we know it. On the precipice, you know why I'm talking like that. I'm trying to grab something for you. So we may well be on the, it's not yet. We may well be on the precipice of something that it's all in that headline that you're seeing on the screen right there. I think they have just gone and done it. Our friends from Israel. We may well be on the precipice. Hold on. Let me see if I can grab it from YouTube. You know, I could play you from a YouTube stream, but I always prefer to grab these things and play it in the studio because then it's a cleaner something or the other. But we may well be. I think the world may change beyond recognition from today. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. I think the world may change beyond recognition from today going forward. This seems to be. Yes, the world may change beyond recognition from today going forward. They have just gone and done it. We knew they would, but we didn't think they would this quickly. So what sort of response are we looking at is really where the question is. Oh, yes, I've got it here. So, yes, I think we may well be on the precipice of something monumental, a moment in time. Yes, yeah, if you send it to me, does somebody want to send me their Sari Dokubo? I did see it actually, maintain man, but I tire sometimes of Sari Dokubo. How much more of this blow hardened can we hear from this fat boy? Just if somebody sends it to me in the course of me playing this something coming out of Israel, then we may play it before we shut down. But it looks as though now there's been movement in the Middle East that may well change the dynamics of everything. So movements in the Middle East often instances movement in the Middle East do change the dimension of everything. So watch this.
נכון גם לגבי איראן. אחרי שנתקוף באיראן, גם במדינת ישראל וגם במקומות אחרים יבינו לחיל האוויר יש מרכיב מפתח בתוך העניין הזה, וכל מי שינסה לפגוע בנו ייפגע, והדבר הזה נכון גם לגבי איראן. ואחרי שנתקוף באיראן, גם במדינת ישראל וגם במקומות אחרים, יבינו מה כולל תהליך ההכנה שלכם, וההיערכות שלכם, והמוכנות שלכם. ולנו יש אמון מאוד גבוה ביכולות שלכם.
So there it is. So it looks as though Israel has just struck at Iran. So and in that clip you could see Russian warships heading towards Iran as well. So I don't know what's going on, but we are certainly on the precipice of something. Let's play the Kegite music and then we kick off the session. Yeah, let's play the Kegite music and then we kick off the session. The Kegites.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, oh yes, water, 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 water. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Ẹkún ní naido. Ẹjọ́ padà sílé. Kájọjọ. Oró kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Oró kẹ̀kẹ́. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Oró kẹ̀kẹ́. Bọ́bí màsà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Oró kẹ̀kẹ́. Chifu Fáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Oró kẹ̀kẹ́. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mu dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mu dòde. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Gbé bọ́dì ẹ̀ gbé. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. I was busy letting people into Kaizo's studio, but let people in here now. So that's Kulata right there, and that's Baba right there. So we do have a session after all. So good to have you, gentlemen. I was just going to do my noise making and bail out, but so good to have you, gentlemen. Let's just kick it off. So what are you looking at? And what struck especially in the news was apparently meeting for the first time since the elections, Tinubu Atiku. So, did you notice that? Do you have any thoughts on it?
Baba or myself?
Oh, anyone. It's
Àwọn mẹ́ta là ń lọ lójú títì,
look at
àpàdé
that.
sójà.
What were you making of that Kanayo complaining? Just from yesterday, actually. That Kanayo.
I'm tired of all this. All this canayo, whatever. Like, how can it be comparing apples to oranges? Like, it's just saying nonsense.
I thought it was quite mischievous, actually, claiming that why would the Southeast be militarized? We all know why. He cannot claim not to know why. What did
Why
he
did they
expect?
allow IPOB to take over? Autopilot, IPOB, or non-government, whatever you want to call them. Why did they allow them to take over the Southeast? So do you think the government will just fold its hand and just let that whole place just go into chaos? Even with the military forces there, you can still see what's going on. And the guy even talking. When I drove to Osun State, there was a point that almost every 10 kilometers, there was either a police stop or a Motekun stop, or then you see soldiers. Did I complain? I was even happy that I felt safe. That, okay, if anything happens, because my head always calculates that if those boys just come from here, then
You're counting the distance, Abby.
I was counting the distance. So when I was in police checkpoint, and they didn't even collect money or anything from us. They were just they just greeted us. And you pass. I was happy. And look at this idiot canario of a fucking guy now saying nonsense.
I was even concerned for the opposite of what he was saying. I was expecting to at least Lagos Ibadan at no less than 5 checkpoints to expect there. I don't want it not to have checkpoints, Lagos Ibadan. Because we have those Fulani boys cutting deep into that space now.
Honestly, some people will just they will just complain. That attitude it's getting to irritate me nowadays. That woe is me, victimhood. I can't seem to stand it. There's chaos in your
Kulata, what is wish or they are wishing for? Let me put is for their place to be devoid of federal presence. And I wonder what will happen to that place. Because I remembered when I think it was the Chibok girls, when Shetima was governor of Borno State. He was always going uninvited, against protocol, to harass President Jonathan then. And one day Jonathan was exasperated and told him, my friend, you're worrying me. You complain of security. Do I withdraw my soldiers from Borno? Are you ready for what will be involved?
Mm-hmm.
And he went back home with his tail between his legs. If they want the federal presence to be absent in their place, let them say so. They'll withdraw the soldiers and the police. If they think that's an indirect way of getting Biafra, I pity them because they are in the middle of other states.
Another thing that irritates me nowadays is like treating like Southwest and Southeast are words and opposites. Like, must you contrast Southwest or Yoruba with Igbo every time? It's just irritating. At this
Where
point
do
in
they
time,
want to start? You just
is this what we're gonna bear for the next
secondary school
for the
before
next 6
independence?
years now? It's annoying. It's just annoying. But that kind of your guy, this is not the first time. He said some trash too before the election.
There was a time that he went on the Lagos on the second Niger bridge, and it was quite gushing in his praise of improvements that he was seeing in Lagos. So I thought it was one of those above the tribal sort of narrative.
No.
Yeah.
Before the election, he was saying some nonsense. That was when he was saying, "Oh, there's so million Igbos that will vote one way. Go and shoot them." This guy's full of shit. Please, not everybody. Igbo people are not like that, though. So kind of just a nonsense person. Because when you start listening to people like this, you start building resentment. But when you now see your friends your friends from the south, they are all normal people. Then you look at, okay, these are just messed up people
Yeah,
on
or
the
your
internet.
family, you understand?
Or your
Because
family.
your hand will just fall.
You have
Because
to
you
look.
start
You have
to
to look
ask
at
yourself,
your
where are these
people.
people coming from?
You just look at all these people. Like, where these weird people? Where the hell are they from? Like, I mean, the normal people, Southeasterners, the ones they're normal, good people. But this riffraff, Simon Ekpa, Kanayo, all these bullshit people, like they different breed. They're different breed. They just
talking about nonsense talkers, what are you making of Obasanjo's outing? Still insisting that
okay, before we go into that, Kulata,
one man.
Baja is a Muslim.
Hold on now. Let Babalanda.
Yeah, Baja is a Muslim. His name is Igbobi College. Akim, that's his name. That's his name.
family is a Muslim, Baba. But
like
Baja,
all of us now. Like
Baja used to go. Baja used to go to Pentecostal church. What's the name of this funky church? That funky pastor, the tall guy with pretty wife like this. House on the Rock. Baja used to go to House on the Rock. Ade Farasi church. Baja used to go to House on the Rock.
I cannot stand that guy. It's too sleek for my liking. I don't like pastors that too. It reminds me of Chris Okote. They are too sleek, too smooth,
Ade Farasi is a fine boy.
I love that list.
I pastor.
I love that list. You that clip you play that shows those top early secondary schools. It just gives me goose pimples remembering those schools.
Baptist Academy is the number one, is the oldest, right?
Yeah, but I love CMS Grammar School, Bariga Bombers. That was a school that Darusha, Macaulay, all of them attended. Darusha, I see Macaulay, Darusha, Candido, and that about Macaulay.
I'm not sure that guy completed that list, because Ibadan Boys High School, that's my dad's. I thought it was one of the oldest schools in Nigeria.
Even my father's school was 1913, Eco Boys High School.
It missed some schools too in Elisha because George Button Memorial is old, is ancient, and there's another one. And I wonder when they formed Christ School in Ado Ekiti.
The list give me goose painful because those are schools before Nigeria gained independence. I mean, Nigeria was formed as a nation in 1914. Those schools existed, and you can see out of the top 10, about 8 of them where they were situated or are still situated. They are still existing till today.
Yes, I'm surprised that I didn't know it was going to land on Bab's card. I thought it was I thought it was going to be an Oyo State school. I didn't know that education.
And you missed one topical issue, Efunroye, the unicorn about
Madam Tinubu.
Yeah,
that's
yeah. Somebody sent it in. I missed it, but let me grab it. But before I grab it, let me give let somebody give a reply to Kanayo. So let somebody at his level give a reply to him.
Jackson People's Democratic Party. Now vote Iran. It's in there. Nah, Chineke, in there. Nobody allow. Make a lady, no. I got to go over. Ibaleva Imela. Even I want that. I don't do that. It's the problem. Although India, I shrink it to pieces. But when I'm going, although business as usual, I give everybody better as usual. I was in a mean yes, if you know your father. People na-arịọ Chineke ka o nye m the governorship now, and Chineke anyere m the governorship.
I knew his mother was Igbo, but I didn't know he spoke Igbo that fluently.
Oh, he speaks it fluently.
It's bilingual. It's very outside bilingual. He speaks Igbo fluently and Yoruba fluently.
All right. Let me bring up what you were talking about, Baba. I think this came from Badebo Rosvivo Dini. It says, the Yorubas were the biggest victims of Madam Tinubu's kidnapping, human trafficking, and enslavement network. In the British attempt to end human trafficking and her ruthless opposition to it, she was exiled from Lagos. When Nigerians do DNA tests like 23andMe etc., they will see the number of unknown relatives they have scattered all across the Americas and the West Indies. They will realize how close and how deep this chapter of our history is. It is unfortunate that Nigerians are still dealing with a ruthless elite that amassed their wealth at the detriment of their people. So is that what you were referencing, Baba?
Yeah, but if comment is just misguided, you understand? I don't know. Maybe I don't know why he said that. Because when we talk about historical context, it's like, how do I put it?
Is it historically accurate though? And is that the lineage of the president still? Is it historically accurate one that the Tinubu families were the biggest slavers? And is that the lineage of President Bola Tinubu?
No, not it. If it's got to do with this Tinubu as president, I think it will be somewhere very distant. But Madam Efunroye herself, I mean, yes, like all big Lagos families, they are slave traders, you understand? I don't like discussing it because my family, we are complicit in it too. You get my point to a very, very large extent. But this
I
is
think Alexander Gomez also has to answer that question. I think he was completed as well.
This was a trade of that time. As of the time they were transacting, it wasn't illegal. But the whole world woke up that time through the Quakers, and they woke up to the fact that, okay, this is no more ideal thing. And they didn't do it because they were altruistic or anything. It's because the steam engine has come into force and they are now industrializing. So they don't need physical slaves that much anymore. So
let me add to
go
it.
ahead, Kulata.
Here's the thing. Yeah. Did she do all that stuff? Yes, she did it. The same way the first president of America, founding fathers, all the American founding fathers had slaves. Nobody looks down on them because they had slaves. That was the trade of that time before mankind realized it wasn't good. Yeah, she did it. She also did something very controversial. I think rather than, cut the price on the slave or something, I may be wrong. She decided to drown them. Like rather than lose on a trade for slave or something, she decided to drown them. That was from her. And she also, the Tinubu family, I'm going to give something about Tinubu family. She was a powerful woman. She saved the Babatis people from getting run down by the Abome. The story I was telling Mike, that I was telling Mike the other day about the history of Abeokuta. She was a powerful woman. She also influenced the selection of two kings. So she was a hero to her people. But slave trade. She was a big slaver too. Like many rich Jebu people, many rich Lagosians, many rich Ijaw people.
Tobacco, cola nuts, slaves, and a lot of
That's how a lot of family made their original money. That's from one of the original things.
It's a little let me have it.
Yeah, but it is what it is. Like I said, Americans.
They cannot claim not to know. Even if it wasn't illegal, nobody can claim that it was a legitimate business because, of course, everybody knows that selling a fellow human being.
No. Back then, back then it was legit because you in some areas in Nigeria they were using them as sacrifice. In some areas in Nigeria they were eating them. So that was the time, that was the practice of that time before they realized that okay, they no longer need slave labor anymore. They could make more money outside of plantations, and then mechanization happened, and then all of a sudden that changed. So let's not forget the context. Like I said, Americans will not throw George Washington under the bus. They will
317
not.
slave Washington owned.
They will not throw Thomas Jefferson under the bus. They won't throw all those people under the bus. History is complicated. And Tinubu's family is further complicated because this woman married an Islamist from Borno, current day Borno State, from Maiduguri. I forgot his name. The guy's kids started bearing the Tinubu name. So a lot of people that are Tinubu are not originally Yoruba. They're from
Even the Yorubas as a whole.
I thought that story was an.
have
Oh,
funny
apologies, apologies, Baba. Actually, I think I stopped Thomas when he wanted to. Sorry, Thomas. I think I may have stopped you. You wanted to say
Oh,
something.
Tommy, Bawo, come in, please.
Baba, yo. I think it's gone to the Thomas. Sorry, we wait for Thomas to come back. I thought that story was an urban myth. That story of
no, it's legit.
of the lineage. So who is the Tinubu? She's the Tinubu, but the paternal wing of
some
that
of them, not all of them.
So which bloodline do we have at Aso Rock?
I don't know. I can't tell. I don't know. I don't know.
Is it a Mala? We have a Mala in
One man, you want me to tell you my own bloodline? From Ilesha to Nupe to Kwara, Lagos, to Ijebu, to Egba. It's all just, every Yoruba has that trait. Every Yoruba family has that trait. That's why I think the Yorubas are considered to be liberal. My mother, when my children are doing their wedding, it's like you think she's a pastor, and this is a 13th time pilgrim to Mecca. So it's kind of interwoven. You get my point. And at times when I look back at how they interacted, I get really awed in the sense that, like, my own paternal grandmother, Anoshudi, staunch Muslim. My paternal grandfather, pure Catholic. And they existed together as if nothing, there is no barrier, anything. So that's why the Yorubas are making headway all over the world.
Why has Gbadebo put this out? What is it? Is it a side swipe at the president? Is that what the intention is?
I think they just like lashing out. I don't know why. They just like lashing out. Maybe because they know that
character assassination, you know. They don't like the person, they don't like what he's doing. Anyway, the Tinubu in Aso Rock is an orphan anyway. Where's
that
one man. It's not everything you laugh at. Like
that came from the left wing. But
no, not that but left long. Same you laughed before. Now this thing you were saying, I told you before, I think last year or last 3 years, and you're laughing. And Kulata can confirm to you. Me and him have had this topic about Tinubu. Tinubu grew up with Commissioner Tinubu, was an adopted son of Tinubu.
That's Police Commissioner Gafaru Tinubu.
Wale's dad.
Wale's dad. And Wale's mom is a Benin woman from the Royal. Is the first cousin to this Grand Prince.
I think she's 82 now.
Yeah. They raised Tinubu. So the Tokumbos are Ogumbos, which is Wale's mother, which converted their name, which was the first police commissioner, which Commissioner Tinubu was still IC to. He's married his daughter, Yogumbo. During the Midwest, so everybody have to leave because we're gotten our republic. So Ogumbo had to change his name to Tokumbo. This is the Tokumbo family in Lagos to retain his job. Commissioner Tinubu was still IC. When he retired, Commissioner Tinubu took his post. Commissioner Tinubu married his first daughter, Obasanjo married his sister. So when Tinubu tell you he's related to the he's a lot to the palace, that's the link. Tinubu was brought by this Ragbadi for Osu, brought him to island, Lagos Island. They all were hanging out or staying. He was raised by Commissioner Tinubu wife, and the sisters, the brother has done it, and the rest. So if you want to go do your research,
well, please, after we had that conversation, I've dug in further, and there's some updates to it. Okay, this is it doesn't matter anyway.
Yeah, you can say, you can also say.
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. His dad is a Tinubu, so he's not illegitimate. But they birthed him to a woman that was in the house. That woman left for a state. I don't want to mention the state, but everybody knows the state. She also had
continue with this.
She also had that. Okay, let's forget it. Let's forget it. Let me just stop. All right, let's continue with Efunroye. So the Efunroye.
Hold on now. Why can't we not continue with it? We want to
woman. Why woman? Why woman?
We want to demystify. It's the president anyway. So
let's leave that story.
All right. Okay.
But it's legit. It's legit. But the thing just. I mean, it was raised by the people. It was raised by that uncle, the Wale Tinubu's dad. But he was birthed, but birthed to like help in the house. That help also had another child. That's not the Tinubu that we may also know about. But I'm not going to say more than that. The Efunroye, we need to look at it.
Is there anything straightforward about that guy? You know?
You are one man. Now you know. Carry on, Joe.
The thing is, Efunroye, we need to look at Efunroye with a balanced perspective. At that time, she was a powerful woman. She was involved in a trade that became illegal after. And many people still did that trade till 1900 something. And like I said, you cannot use today's lens to judge that person. And this Gbadebo of a guy, it takes one step forward, takes 3 steps backward. He was the guy that went to on his birthday to try and kind of like blend in with Yoruba people. And then is now attacking an icon that, they may have shady history, but he was an icon.
Do we know his pedigree? Do we know his pedigree in terms of... It doesn't want to be going to that angle because I'm not sure how deep he is Yoruba-wise, you know?
Well, it's going to be like a normal Araoke that got enslaved. They took them out, maybe came back via Sierra Leone or came back via Brazil. I think his own is probably Sierra Leone. And they settled in Lagos, just like many Lagos families that call themselves Lagosians now. They are originally not from Lagos. Like the guy that was running for governor, this current last election governor, the other guy, the smart guy.
Dando?
No, not that.
Duarte.
The Duarte family, I think I showed Alexandra, I think they're originally from Malaysia or something.
Mostly, because if you look at Candido Darosha, for instance, he took his chieftaincy title from Elisha to
Candido is
same thing with SB Bakari and the host of them. That's
so a lot of them are from the interlands, but because they're returning slaves, they just settled there and then they go in Lagos. It's either you settled there or you settled in Abeokuta, or people that went to the east, they settled in that Port Harcourt area. So that's why you see some of them even bearing foreign names too in Port Harcourt area or Lagos. So many people that even returned maybe Yoruba and they went to settle in Port Harcourt. And many people may not be Yoruba and settled in Lagos. So it's just, that was the thing of the day. So Efunroye, in my opinion, was a hero. You just can't judge her with the slavery because that made her powerful, that made her wealthy, but that was the trade. So are you going to say, okay?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure you can reach that far to call her a hero. You know, maybe you can. You can.
Okay. If Babati was not here,
you just said she drowned people because she couldn't sell them.
Yeah. She couldn't get a good deal and she drowned people. So she was.
She didn't get a good deal, not because she couldn't sell them. They were going pricing them below.
She got a good deal. She said rather than lose money on them, she's going to drown them, and she drowned them. She was ruthless. Yeah, she was ruthless. But look, you have to judge. You can't judge leaders just like that. She was effective. Look at what she did for her people. She saved the whole nation, a bad nation. She saved them from.
She bought them guns, ammunition, everything.
Imagine if Abeokuta was like the K2. You know, we had a town in Benin Republic called K2 that was decently populated. They enslaved everybody in that town and took them to Brazil. Everybody in the town, almost everybody. That was what could have been the fate of Abeokuta, and she saved them. So you have to look at it from, hero, villain.
You mean from the Europeans? She saved them from the Europeans?
No, she saved them from the Abome, the women, the female soldiers. King Gizo and his female soldiers. The Dahomey people.
Yeah, the Amazons.
The Amazons. So history is not straightforward like that. If America will not throw their founding fathers under the bus, why should you throw Efonroyi under the bus?
I'm not sure we can grant her that this absolution that you.
Why not?
Why not?
Because she drowned people because she couldn't sell them. I mean, pause and reflect on that for a moment. Now that's just
situated to that time. No, don't look at it with present day at the eye of today.
Even at that time, it's an unconscionable cruelty. You know.
No. Like I said, okay. What about if she decided to eat them?
Somebody is asking you. Somebody is asking
and
you.
Sell them in a booker.
And sell them in the booker. That person should go and read history. It's not from my mouth. You're gonna hear.
Look at that. We all know who eats people now.
It's history. It's things that people did. People did nasty stuff in the past. It doesn't mean. At least we now know better. But should you start judging your great grandparents on their ignorance? You can't.
Sorry, let me borrow something a little bit. Let me answer that guy's question.
Brian, go ask question. For Ebonyi State, we dey chop human being meat. You never hear him before? Ebonyi, they chop person meat.
Hopefully that answers your question, but I carry on. sorry. I don't be talk now. I don't be you talk now. She talk so.
She talk history is history. Like I said, you can't. What can you do about it? You have to look at it now. Okay, she saved. She helped install 2 kings. She saved the town. She was rich. She was influential. She was a woman. You have to also need to use it to appreciate Yoruba culture. That women had a say. She was not even the most powerful woman. We've not even started talking about Efun Shetan and
Anewura, Yalode Badon.
Yalode Badon. She too. She was a slaver too, but she was very powerful. Very, very powerful. We've been more enlightened than the West.
I think we're going to be dedicating sessions to all of these historical spaces that it's not as straightforward as you just say now that you can condemn it categorically or grant it absolution just generously. But we certainly have to delve into that. But this guy is refusing to leave the landscape. This Gbadebo Rose Vivo. Do you think it'd be wise to run again in of course Sanwo-Olu would have been out of office in 2027, so I think it stands a better chance, but
forget it, one man
who is likely to run. You know, they are saying Sheyi Tinubu. If Sheyi Tinubu gets that ticket, Sheyi Tinubu versus Gbadebo.
No, it's Hamzat. Forget it, woman. It's Hamzat.
No, I don't think Hamzat is a governorship material, you know.
That is the brain of this Sanwo-Olu.
I think it's gonna be this guy Bajamila.
It's too ethnic now. It's too ethnic. If you look at some of his pronouncements, it's too ethnic. It's too Yoruba to be. Yeah.
Who is too Yoruba?
Why not?
What's
wrong with that?
What's wrong with that?
So is Lagos not Yoruba land?
Yeah, no. Lagos is a cost. Well, it's a metropolis.
Don't tell me that garbage.
Slow down, man.
Lagos is Yoruba land.
Kulata, no man's land. No man's land. Lagos is no man's land.
Lagos no who own them. No man be the name of the person who own them. Hamzat is very qualified, though.
I think some of his, if he runs, some of his commentaries may come back and haunt him. That's just what I think.
Like what?
Faith accompli.
If Hamzat run, Hamzat wins. There's no
like this.
Lagos is a Yoruba land, as against assertion of some people that it is no more land. Therefore, part of our legislative agenda is to ensure that the translation of laws passed by this house to Yoruba.
That's not Hamzat now. That's
Obasa.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Obasa. Obasa is too.
The Speaker of the Lagos House.
No,
Obasa can be governor.
No. Yes. Okay, I don't know Hamzat enough. Is this sleek? We need somebody sleek because as someone who has set the bar so high now.
Hamzat was working in JP Morgan or one of these international.
He's the brain behind Sowolu. I tell you that for a fact. And he's being groomed.
Does this admission have any brain? They're just running the template of what the Oga Patapata they put on ground. Lagos can run autopilot by himself, even without someone.
No, that's a mistake. Don't say that.
No. If you're not in that line, groomed already, well practiced, you can't run it too, because a lot of hidden things there.
Yes. I want to see what Gbadebo would look like in 2027. I think it's never going to be the governor because they cannot afford anybody outside the cycle to become governor. One, it will unravel all their deep entrenched corruptions. That's one. But more to it, it will deviate from the master plan, and that master plan seems to work for Lagos. From all that we're seeing,
that's the fact there, one man. So nothing is going to change. He got 200 and something last time, right? 1,000. I think this time around, if he gets above 100,000, thank God for him.
But the question is, will Labour being the party being existent that time? Will he get the ticket? That's the thing you should worry for.
That's a big one.
That's the thing you should worry about. Which party?
It's going to run under PDP. I suspect.
PDP won't get to his hand. PDP have big juggernauts, 100.
They don't
before
now.
him.
They
Who told you?
Look at who they put forward the last time, Jando.
We know that what happened last time. Now you
speak English.
You forget that was the politics of the Lagos mafia to put a weaker position. If PDP really wants to bring out somebody, they will bring out a position that will shake Tinubu. But now Lagos is kind of if you're not in the clique, you won't understand what's going on in Lagos. But everybody is fighting against the system, and which will be very difficult. Both PDP, APC, and the Labour top officials, they're in the same place in Lagos after politics. I think Baba will know what I'm talking about. So you can't.
If you're not in, you are not in.
You cannot in. Because it's a very small family. You see one family like the Kumbos, they're a very small family that control that Lagos. So they are all one. If they are PDP, APC, Labour, they are one. But if you're not in the establishment, you will not get the position. Who will run next? I don't know, but they already know who will run the next 2031. They know themselves. So
you need to see Chief Bode George struggling to explain himself.
Yeah. Lagos know themselves. Lagos mafia is very deep. You have to be very
are you astonished that his U-turn, Chief Bode George? I'm somewhat disappointed. It's 80 something now. It doesn't have to kowtow anymore now. Look at the way he just collapsed, Chief Bode George.
He didn't collapse. It's reality.
He said they sent Bajabe Amila to come and beg him. Bisi Akonde was begging him before the election, so he didn't listen to Bisi Akonde now.
Chief has to say something.
Chief
has to say something.
What if $1 di babaleno? What if $1 di babaleno?
Now you know one man. I beg. The thing with Lagos is, it's always been there. So let's talk about Baba OBJ now, which is a topic for the day.
Yes.
I don't know why Baba.
Can somebody tell him that he's not the president of Nigeria anymore, Baba OBJ, because he doesn't seem to know. So carry on,
honestly, Baba OBJ should just remove his knee on the neck of Nigeria. Enough is enough. At 90, I think he should just go rest. Because this self-righteousness thing is not working for those who know our history. Because, okay, you $12 billion they forgive you. Yes, when you were going 45, 25 there, you left 70 billion. And of course, you were owing also about 3 point something billion as our external debt. Because you were owing. It did not leave zero balance. We have that both debit and credit. It was owing 3.5, but left 40, 50. But it's just like somebody who is bereaved and wants to bury maybe the father and comes to me and say, look, my fixed deposit will mature in 2 months time. I don't want to touch it. Can you give me money so I can do the burial and everything? I'll just look at him like an idiot. Because you have money. So why do you want to go and then borrow money? Go break your fixed deposit and do your business. Do your business, because all that total money he left saving for Nigeria, which he should have used to develop the country. Save it for what? For people who quashed it, who spent it, who finished it, and ended up leaving 10.3 billion as national debt at 2015. Finish everything. So what is the use of saving money? Because the business of government is not to save money, but use it for
Why did he leave $25 billion in excess crude account, an account that's not constitutionally backed? Why didn't he invest it in
That's what I'm saying
infrastructure or something?
That was the criticism being leveled against Peter Obi, wasn't it? When he was saying he left XYZ in a state that had no infrastructure.
And we know the election he conducted. We know the story of Ladoja. Till tomorrow, we know the story of Ladoja. We know the story of Ngige in Anambra. We know his relationship with Irumole of Molete, or what did they call that, Babasef? Adedibu. We know his relationship with the Uba brothers and everything. I mean, I don't know. You conducted the worst election. Even the people you nominated, Yaradua, came out and confessed about that election, and he said he will make amend. What are you talking about?
I think he has a God complex or a president complex, if we call it that.
A God complex, simply put, because you, Babade Dibu, confessed, and you didn't write it in your memoir, because I read those 3 books we put together, and so very expensive then. I can't remember how much I bought it, close to about 22,000. Then 3 books he wrote as memoir. What he did to Adedibu was saying, look, he concurred, he called Ladoja and said Ladoja should give him 25% of the security vote of your state. And Ladoja refused. And OBJ went back and pleaded that he should give him 10% at least. Every month, not every year, every month. As he collects it from Abuja, he hands over to this thing. And also, we talk about Uba brothers you use against Ngige. Well, let's even leave all those ones. What you even did, because you came back from jail, you told us in 1998 or so, or 90, that you had only 12,000 in your bank account. I've not known Baba to do any business since then, or I don't know him as a trader. But today, his network will be in the billions.
Did you see how he strong-armed people for Obasanjo Library?
Do you know what he did to Dr. the Glowman? What he did?
Adenuga, he ran Adenuga.
The chief ran to Ghana. It was Bob D that hosted him in Ghana for a very long time. It was Awujale. Ló gbà lẹ́nu ẹ̀ nígbà tó gbé Dr. Kinil Hainu. Awujale ló gbà lẹ́nu ẹ̀. So, I mean, it was hamstring. They should bring money and everything. And this is the Baba that changed 6, I think, through 8 years. He used 6 Senate presidents. 6 Senate
president.
Honestly, I think one of these Gen Z people should embarrass him in one of these interviews. Like really, really thoroughly embarrass him. Call
But
out his shortcomings.
They won't now because it's aligned with their outlook. You know, they are all wrapped under that obedience banner, and I think
When he was going
it's a
home,
closet obedient as well, isn't it?
Woman, when he was going home in 2027 to Abeokuta, they should ask how many cars he took, brand new cars to Abeokuta. Some of them, the tires got rotten in his compound. Today, in that compound, he has a zoo that just ate the lion inside that zoo, eat up somebody in the zoo.
Yes, the zookeeper. Yes, God.
Now you are going to churches. Those people you condemned before. One word you are not going to Udeku, you are going to this because you don't like who is there now as a president, because he's not listening to you. He should continue. He should rather this interview going to low places to conduct interview. Is it because they've rejected him in high media spaces? I don't know, because I was surprised to see him in Central TV.
No, I think that Central TV is the new hotspot because a lot of they seem to be getting a lot of big names coming there now. So it's the new hotspot. That's where people, that seems to be what people are listening to now.
I mean, I've never seen any man apart from President Jonathan whose grace is below his. Baba OBJ should just be forever grateful. I've never seen any man so blessed. I mean, this was a man, I saw a photograph where they were in Baptist Boys High School. You know, he was a MKO's classmate. MKO was the head prefect. I think they were in class 4 then or so. MKO was sitting down. They were all wearing those funny shoes of that period. OBJ was barefooted. OBJ was barefooted in that photograph because he was an indigent student. Was an indigent student. I mean, he should just be too grateful to God and just he's done his best. I mean, a military governor.
I wasn't especially keen on because he should be one of the people setting the record straight within that Nigeria. I wasn't keen on him on the commentaries he was running on that saying the man came in without a plan. He spoke on the subsidy when they've not studied it and all of that, and I think he knows better. So I don't know. He's playing to the gallery somewhat, I thought.
It's not. Look, is the man that has been voted for. You understand? 2027. You've done everything to undercut him. It's not working because nobody's listening to you anymore. It's high time you retired to your library and start writing more of your memoirs.
He's actually turned himself to a useless elder statesman.
No, so no good extent.
No, I'll say it the way I see it now.
It's turning into that now because sometimes we forget we still have a very good complement of ex-head of states. Gowon is alive. He never says a word. Babangida is there. He never says a word. Babangida is there. Even Buhari doesn't speak. You know, but it's always this guy.
We're talking about someone hugging anybody with a microphone to be saying, "No, I'm the best president." Everybody doesn't know it better. Since he left that place, who hasn't he criticized? He criticized Jonathan, criticized Buhari, criticized. You're not God. You're not de facto president, and nobody listens to you anymore. You're not influential anymore. You're not. I mean, even that ownership gone that they used to give you, you don't have that title anymore. The past two presidents, they got there before without your help.
Yes,
so,
exactly.
Even Jonathan won that. I mean, at that point in time, wasn't he already writing stupid letters all over the place?
No, I think he pushed Jonathan in, but like you rightly said, Buhari got, in spite of him, Buhari got the presidency. In spite of him, Tinubu got the presidency. So he doesn't even have the potency that he thinks.
Have we forgotten what's the name of Yar'Adua now? His first name. Umaru. Can you hear me? They say you are dead. Who will forget that drama of that period? That
Period. That drama.
And I think his biggest hurt or something that's going to follow him to his grave, he was never able to carry his people along. He has betrayed Yoruba people every opportunity given to him. So they will never love him. So that thing is always going to eat him.
There was never a time it was pro-Yoruba, even during the Shagari.
But the Yoruba saved him for second time.
But then what did he do to them? He threw them under the bus.
Yeah, the Yoruba saved him second time. The article, they were going to really eat him up.
Yeah, but the people that saved him, wasn't it just Tinubu that survived it, that Tinubu didn't allow him? All the states, all the governors that helped him through AD, they lost. All of them, apart from Lagos State, they all lost.
About BJ to rest, Abego. If you just rest and thank God. Honestly, what he's doing is upsetting. It's upsetting. Because now going every day one topic, every day one topic, every day one topic. Yes, sir.
You guys didn't talk about the fact that the worst election was conducted under his watch when it was a military.
I said it. Even the beneficiary of the election came out and condemned the election. Condemned that election. God has blessed you beyond measure, even beyond your own dream.
Sir, can we say Obasanjo at his age is chasing a cloud? Because that is what I'm sorry, respect to Obasanjo, but is Baba supposed to go and just temper it down? Yeah, go on, sir.
Look, the thing is, Nigeria's problem didn't start with him. Look, in 1979, I know Shagari won that election. But as an organizer of that election, or during that election, all the candidates, Azikiwe, Alhaji Waziri Ibrahim, Shehu Shagari, Tunji Braithwaite of GNPP, and Nnamdi Azikiwe, and then who again? All of them, Awo stood out. The best candidates. If you love Nigeria so much, you should have done some gerrymandering to make sure that this is the man that can actually protect Nigeria, my legacy, or promote the interest of Nigeria. You didn't do it. As you people arranged it, Shagari won. And he lasted just barely 4.5 years before he was booted out. That's the beginning of the kind of legacy you left us. The beginning. You know, people kind of romance his time. At times I hear people say, oh, they were riding 504 then. They were doing this. Do you know that those 504 you were seeing them, they were armored? All those 504 were not the ordinary 504 we drove on the street. Well, how do I know this? I was inside John Shagaya's 504. And the first thing, nobody told me it was armored. I tried to open the door. The door was super heavy. And they were laughing at me. You remember John Shagaya, Major General Shagaya, Minister for Internal Affairs then. They were armored, so they were not just the 8,000 Naira 504 we're buying then. So a lot of meat.
I remember that 504 well. My mom used to have one. She brought it brand new, actually. It was at Wemaport then. But Baba, what are we making of this clip? Let me bring this clip into the conversation. So apparently, that's the first time they are meeting since the elections. That's Atiku Tinubu, of course. But I was just saying then in the opening phase that I don't think Atiku should have put himself in a place where he needed to, because you have to show some form of respect and contrition towards the president. And he was somewhat contrite. He had to stand up. I don't know if he put his hand behind his back and then shake his hand, his head slightly bowed.
You put your
Do you
hand
think it
behind
should?
his back.
Yeah, do you think he should have been in that gathering even? Because then, of course, he would have had to acknowledge Tinubu and showed respect to the president. So, what did you make of that? First time they are meeting since the elections.
Well, I think when two power meets, one must bow. You understand? It's not a case of iron sharpened iron. Tinubu is a president, so he has to yield no matter what. And besides that, I mean, there is no man that doesn't have needs. I think he wants to see the president. And that was an opportunity, and he grabbed with both hands. So that is my take in that. But I mean, if in the beginning, if you observe, he was always referring to him as Bola, Bola, Bola. But I mean, I sprite up when I hear say Bola, Bola. No, he's no more Bola, yesterday. He is now the president of Federal Republic of Nigeria. So you have to show him some respect. And I think I'm happy to see him taking a bow before the president. And Tinubu's handshake was very firm, very presidential. The hands he offered to him. And I love that.
And sir, he waited for a couple of minutes. They shook each other, like greet each other. He just greeted the rest, just one shake.
They are
but
friends.
I think they even say something to each other on that video. Yeah, go on, sir.
People like me cannot be fooled, because I know there are a lot of handing over, transferring of one business or the other. As you are in the power, you have to give it out and things like that. They're still friends. They have businesses together.
And by the way, it's an open conversation, so nobody wait to be called, because we're not that many.
That's
but
true.
it's just I like it when it's like this, when it's just a gentle little civil conversation with no voice charging in. But if Atiku had the decision to pick the Nigerian president between Peter Obi and Tinubu, who do you think he will pick?
If to pick who? Repeat the question, please.
If Atiku had the decision to pick the Nigerian president between Peter Obi and Tinubu, who do you think he will pick?
He will not blink an eyelid. He will pick Tinubu immediately.
Baba, I disagree. I think he will pick Obi, because if he picks Tinubu, Tinubu is a stronger personality. Obi is like a boy to him. So Obi is a boy to Atiku. So Atiku will be able to have his way more with a boy than with someone that is equally strong, or obviously stronger.
You know why I will not pick him? He's not a fool. Because
who's not a fool?
Atiku. He knows with Tinubu they are business politician. Business politician. But with Obi, once he grabbed that thing, he will do a Fubara, 10 times a Fubara.
He can't do Fubara. He can't do Fubara in the Nigerian context. Now, Nigeria now, it's not
but
state.
His people will envelope him like they envelope President Jonathan.
Which people?
Obi is not in the inner caucus now of the
It's
Nigerian.
not. You know what Northerners can do. What Baba again? They'll give him one small water like this. Look at Jonathan now. The only people he could sideline was Southwest. He couldn't try that with the North.
Baba.
Yeah.
Baba. You know what I learned from that video or that interaction is that politicians are a special breed. They have thick skin. You can imagine somebody who went all the way to the United States to dig out your past in the quest of, acquiring power and to conquer you. And here you are with a firm handshake, smiling and having a chit chat. They are special breed. They have thick skin. That's what I it's just when Walmart played that video, that's like the fourth time I watched that video. I was just like, wow. Yorùbá say tádì ẹ̀ bá dà mí lágbónú, àá fọ́ lẹ́yìn. But they are not like that. They are very calculative and measured.
They are one. I mean, you can see that they can disagree, but when their interest is threatened, they become something else, different animal entirely. When the National Assembly people, when they were talking about buying a car of 160 million, did the obedience take out of it? Didn't the Kwankwasia took out of it? They did. Because they all want it. They need it. They chop and clean out as if nothing happened. Orji came out and told us he received 14 million. Most of them, that's about what they receive. But are the other parties not taking it? They are all complicit. It's people like you that cannot, because you cannot stomach deceit. But they are like, and the only people that can condone or be that kind of thing, they are different animals entirely. Because so truth, like you said, I mean, like we did a meeting tonight, and by tomorrow some of you gang up and change. If I were in the other group, I will go after all of you, and go to the press and start making noise. But the politicians are not like that. And if you are like that, they don't want you in their midst. What do you say of people?
Sir, can I say this, sir? And we will be online causing our generation. Igbos are fighting Yoruba, Yorubas are fighting, but these guys are woman. Sir, these people, they are just 5 and 6. Just imagine that warm welcome, warm greeting they gave each other on that video, and we'll be fighting each other, causing ourselves on the internet. Go on, sir.
Well, man, you didn't even, the one I found funny, as soon as he entered that straight line, the first row, see the way they were standing up one by one. They were all sitting. They stood up one by one, as if they are in a roll call just to get the handshake. That's power. That is power being displayed there.
They had to stand up, man, because protocol demands it. They can't sit down when. But for
if he sits down, what happened? They will slap him.
Yeah, no, I thought he would try and do an Aisha Yesufu. Do you remember that clip of Aisha Yesufu when they were playing the anthem and then she was sitting down and
I remember.
So yes, I thought he would try and do that, but it's too long in the game to, because that would be it won't be disrespecting Tinubu now. He'll be disrespecting because Tinubu is the representation.
But what will happen? Let's say peradventure,
nothing will happen, but he would lose political stock. If he did that, he would lose political stock.
And talking about stock, I love that photograph of that iconic area of Lagos house you showed. If you go in there, the main sitting room, if you see the fountain there, it's a little bit smaller than that of Tinubu Square. Honestly, beautiful edifice. Beautiful edifice. Beautiful edifice. And that is, you talk about 3 generations. No, he is the 1st generation of your Okoyas. They have the name in Lagos, but he made that fortune on his own. He made it mostly, I think, 70s. The fortune started coming in the 70s, and he has retained it ever since. But he is a very patient man. Patient in the sense.
So who is old money in Lagos then? The Daroshas, or is it the Daroshas? Who is old money?
There are many. There are many old money, priceless even. They are real estate holding. Where do we start even counting? There's so many, so many, actually. But he's the 1st generation of his very, 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 very rich man now. Very comfortable. The real estate alone, if you want to start with the Biwak house, which he bought where they were selling Range Rover in those days, when Kufori Julibi was his chairman, I don't know how they sold that place in Apapa to him. There's one there. There is one in my 2 area. There's another one They were scattered here and there, but until you get to the main factory in Oregon, those things are really priceless. And when they started opening up Oniru through Lekki land, I mean, they were the first people after most of the land there he bought from the Deolu estate. You know who the Deolu estate is now? Do you know?
Of course now. Let's move on. Let's move on.
He bought most of this from the Deolu estate.
Hey, bro,
And
Baba
so,
should off the mic, eh?
Off the mic.
Is there some controversy around that?
Off mic. Yeah.
Okay. After hours, yeah. Or behind the scene even. You know that it's a edifice in Oregon. It's actually in front of my house. My father was quite angry when he put it up. They had a bit of a fight over that. Yeah,
because of the noise.
No, because he built this high wall that ran the length of the street, and you know, my dad thought it was quite unsightly, so he went and confronted him somewhat. But I don't know how they settled it. You know, I think what pained my dad was that he didn't know where were for sale. Maybe he wanted it for himself. I think that was, yes, you know. But what are we making of this headline right here, and how believable is it? We did not instruct Tinubu to remove subsidy. So this is the IMF. You know, a lot of people actually telling us that even Kulata may have said it here that Tinubu is being puppeteered by IMF, World Bank, but they've now, to the point now, felt the need to come and debunk that. So do you believe this? And they said they have no reason because they have no programs in Nigeria. So what are you making of this headline? Why they've had to put it out and how believable it is?
Over to you, Kulata.
Sorry, IMF. I heard IMF. I was looking at something on Instagram. I mean that look, IMF can come and deny and all that stuff. We know, like, it's a template. This is what IMF have been recommending this since the 70s. So you can say he got his inspiration from IMF, or I mean, IMF can't tell them that they can't come out directly and say they're puppeteering our president. That would be very rude. So, but I mean, since Tinubu came, have you seen him borrow money from China? I don't think I've heard Nigeria borrow any money, new loan from China, or even Islamic Bank like Buhari was doing. So, I mean, the normal is following the normal IMF template, which I'm not complaining about because it works. If you can see through it, if you guys can go through the pain and your people become more productive, it works. But IMF will obviously come and, I mean, IMF can't say they're directly pushing it because they may not be doing it directly. But from all intents and purposes, we all know that's the direction they want the country to go. And then we know the kind of pressure that they will put. But I don't even think Tinubu needed pressure. He was already subscribed to that belief. Buhari that tried to fight it, what did it cost us? Close to $100 billion in debt to prop this up, prop that up, prop this up, prop that up, prop this up, prop that up. Subsidy, basic. At the end of the day, where do we land us? The 45 billion that grew to 65 billion, the reserves under Jonathan. It's not everything that they stole or anything. I mean, I don't even think they stole most of it. A lot of it was used to defend the Naira. Of course, where did that lead us? So it's just something that had to stop. When you look at what's it called? South Korea, look at their currency. It's ridiculous, like ours now, the one. If you look at but the economy is good. The economy is solid. They have stability, even though the value is very low. If you look at Indonesia too,
the value is low, but the economy is growing. That's where we're going to end up to, I hope, if we start also growing the economy. So, I mean, it's just following the template, and I think it subscribes to it. And if IMF is doing pressure, they're not going to do it directly. So that's my take on that.
Okolata, can I please ask this question, please? Yeah, do other countries, you are very good in this economy. I am an engineer.
I'm not good in economy, but I'm both engineers there, Thomas.
Oh, yeah, but I think you have more knowledge more than me. I don't dispute that. I always give people their kudos. Yeah. Do all countries defend their naira as we does in a couple of years ago before Tinubu came and scatter everything? Thank you.
All countries defend their currency one way or the other, either via trade or via massive reserves. I mean, everybody does it via trade or via exchange rate or via interest rate, or I mean, all the factors that affect the exchange rate. But a lot of them have productive economies. So a lot of, I mean, they sell things, they have a healthy trade relationship, and if the things don't go well, they have reserves to back it up. So when you look at many people's currency regime, then a lot that have like oil and coal, like Saudi, they can fix it. They can fix the rate because they have tons and tons of reserve to defend that fixed rate. The people that are not fixing it, they have, I mean, they can intervene one way or the other. That's the managed float. The people that can free float are the very, very, very advanced economies that know what they're doing, that know fully what they're doing. And nobody kind of like leaves it to the free market just like that. There's still some levers that they pull here and there. So one way or the other, every country intervenes in one way or the other. The tools are just different, but every country intervenes. But we ran out of tools. We don't have money. There was nothing to defend the naira. So what are we going to do? You're going to borrow more money, and then the money you borrow more money to defend. How much money can you borrow to what end? And that's what many Nigerians don't realize. The likes of True Nigeria just making noise. So at this point in time, we have no choice. But you can see now we're building up gradually, but we just can't sustain the tool we're currently using, which is high interest rate. By the time inflation goes down, the interest rate needs to go down. And with the low interest rate, people will not be bringing money to come and park with us anyhow anymore. So that means we have to grow crude export. At this point in time, they need to be frantically trying to export more crude because we can't keep all these high interest rates for long. That's how we're making money outside of you and I, diaspora remittance. The rest is just the portfolio investors bringing in money. And the only thing that attracts them is the huge interest rate that Nigeria is offering right now. But that's not sustainable for the long term. Maybe another couple of years, it will have to go down. Oh, I need to take a call. You guys continue talking.
All right. What, are we making anything of the criticism that Akpabio is getting for going to the mosque to pray alongside Tinubu? They're saying that is taking Oraisa too far. Is that what do you think? Anyone, Baba, or anybody? What is there anything to that? You know, because a lot of people seem to they felt that was sycophancy taken too far.
Woman, before you go to Baba or anybody else, I was thinking as Kulata was talking about, the IMF and their fingers in the decision making. But something comes to my mind. What if the federal government decided to propagate a policy that will allow those funds being, carted away to those Caribbean countries, being plowed back into the Nigeria economy, but government decided to, just allow them to invest it in the country, like more of, nation building, but you are being, give it amnesty to, bring and as many as much as you can bring, because there are a lot of capital flight that has gone to those Caribbean countries, like the OB, what do you call it then? that was fingering all those funds being stuck up in those countries. So what if government decided to do that? Would that not be also turn out to be a positive thing? I was just thinking aloud.
All right. So sorry, but what? No, sorry, I stepped away from my computer for a moment. Sorry, repeat that.
I said that as Colata was talking about the IMF impact and the way their statement. I was thinking in my heart that talking about defending naira. What if government decided to propagate a policy that will allow those kleptomaniac, those who have taken money from the country and now stuck it up in those Caribbean country, allow them to bring it back into the country, like plowing it into the economy, just to build back. Government more or less like government giving amnesty to those people so that they will not be questioned. They would have no question asked.
Ultimately, they have to do that, and I'm with you on that. And I've always thought that should be a position as well. They have to, because they are never going to get. Okay, let's take somebody from like Malami, for instance, the former Attorney General, who a lot of people feel that he took at least about between $3 to $5 billion. That's what people are estimating. How do you get that back? If you want to go through the legal route, it has the means to buy all of the best, at least certainly the best lawyers that the world can offer, and it will bury you in court for decades and decades. So, and you will never get it back. We never really got any, apart from the governmental intervention for Abacha. We never got any real money back. We never even got a penny back from Babangida now. We never got money back from Buhari, who stole under the Obasanjo administration. Who did we get money back from? We never get money back from anybody. So you might as well open that window and appeal to their patriotism and say, look, okay, keep the money, but bring a good chunk of it back into this economy and let's grow it. That's just I'm not far from you on that also. So yes, Dewale.
I'm here. I mean, you spoke my mind. I was just thinking, aloud, like, okay, what if government decided? Because it's to me, I think that would be the beginning of nation building, or and also to encourage, patriotism. I believe there must be some form of reconciliatory means to enable people to bring those funds back. There's nothing. I mean, we can only develop ourselves, or Nigeria can only be the one to develop Nigeria with sincerity. All those foreign investors bringing funds, they are here to, tap into the resources and bring the money and take their money out when they feel like. So I'm just thinking that government could as well do that, but that will now open so many yash. A lot of people might not want to because of the, maybe to protect the generations unborn or their children. Because right now, Caribbean is more or less, is it Caribbean? Yeah. Yeah, Caribbean countries is like a safe haven for a lot of them because of some of their policies. I don't, those policies could also encourage corruption, but I think the government can do that. Just that at least if you have, like let's say 5 billion being mop up and bring back into the country, that would go a long way in defending the naira. Talking about productive. If somebody bring 5 billion now, goes into agriculture, that person will say, as far as Nigeria is concerned right now, talking about productivity, we can't drink or eat our crude. The time will come that those crude will no longer be relevant. That's what I'm just thinking one more.
All right. What are we making of Simon Ekpa's moving the goalpost, telling them that it's going to take them 20 years to get their Biafra? So, I mean, as ludicrous as that guy is, you know what? Actually, what startles me somewhat, as ludicrous as Simon Ekpa is, people that are these are senior people, doctors, lawyers with responsible, long-standing jobs. They follow this guy. So how is this guy able to get away with just these outlandishly ludicrous things that he says and then takes money off these people? I was watching a stream, before I came on. There are 10,000 of them there, just just talking nonsense. I tried to listen, I couldn't bear it. What are you making of that guy? The way he's just nobbling these people.
Olobuku Mbowe, like real Olobuku. Omali Jati Jatili. You know
Ọmọ àlè
that.
pátápátá, ọ̀daràn burúkú, is a criminal to the core.
Do you know that they have Biafra television? I actually have it on I watch it at home here in America. They have a television station dedicated to the cause of that agitation, Biafra. They do, and it has gone beyond just Sama Ekpa's rhetoric. It's just like one of their foot soldiers. In fact, like you said, you'll be disappointed that those that you could call elite, educated, are actually believing in that nonsense. Shifting goalposts is like saying, "Oh, his followers will eat it and sink with it," because not like you and I. You and I would never be deceived or believe that idiot. Never, ever, ever. But did you see the tweet that he put out to undermine
The one against Madam Ngozi?
his own sister? Can you imagine?
I saw it and we had a laugh about it when they put it out. Everybody sent it in actually, so we had a laugh about it here. But what stunned us somewhat is that Madam Ngozi then responded to him. So he's now running around social media now, fighting back against Madam Ngozi and all that. It's just unbelievable. It's like a twilight zone. We seem to be living in some sort of parallel universe with these people.
Yeah,
I think for the first time, I'm finally seeing some public pushback on Simon Ekpa by people from the Southeast. I'm finally seeing on social media, people are actually now attacking him. I've not seen that before. I'm now seeing it.
Is that off the back of Madam Ngozi?
I don't know. Maybe the embarrassment is just too much because you drag someone as like one of the most prestigious human beings that has been produced by the Southeast. She's actually from Delta State. She's married to the Southeast. Dragging her, and she pushed back. So many people are just irritated at this point. Like finally seeing like this guy is of no good.
I don't think it's actually. I think where he crossed that line was putting out that tweet in the first place that he got 57 point something billion from to create Biafra. I think he was pushing it to see how do they cross cut, because it says the most outlandish things and they lap it up. But to say you got Nigeria struggles to get half a 500 million from anybody, and then you some random yam head cross-dressing in Finland, Madam Ngozi got you 57 billion. So I think they knew that no, Simon, he's now said it's fake news that he Photoshop.
He said it was fake news, even though he put it out there. So I'm seeing a lot, especially from the obedience now. They're now abusing him on Twitter. They're pushing back against him now. I'm like, finally, you guys are now realizing that this guy is destroying you people. You're not hurting anybody but yourself.
But Kolata, Simon Ekpa told us by December they are getting their country. So why is he changing to 20 years now?
It's not December anymore. It's 20 years now.
Oh, did I tell you guys one story? Did I tell you one story? You know when you see all these people on the internet doing Biafra, these people, like, they're not real human beings. So one day I went to a client place and I got back. I took a taxi. I didn't want to wait for Uber. Like, I was just in the mood to get home quickly. I took Uber. I took a taxi. So as soon as I entered the car, I look at the guy's face. This is not one of my people now. Then he was watching something on Nnamdi Kanu. I'm like, okay. So I kept quiet, just greet. Hey, hello, how are you? Detect the accent. Oh, I said, oh, and I asked him, are you in Nigeria? And he said, no, I'm a Biafran. I said, hey, these people are real. So these people are real. I quickly formed ignorance, like I didn't know anything about it. I said, okay. He now wanted to be talking to me about EPA and all these things. I said, I mean, I don't watch news. I don't know what's going on. I don't, you know, all this, like, it's like a real internet character turns to real life. I was very uncomfortable.
And Avatar takes a human form.
Exactly. It was
You know,
very, very uncomfortable.
at the height of NMK, he was selling Biafran passports. Do you know that?
Yes, you know this guy is selling cryptocurrencies. Oh God! Why
And
did
people
we
were
have?
buying.
Why did I happen on this sort of game? Why don't I? Where are these muguns? I don't know where they are. You know, these muguns. I need some
I'm
muguns.
sure the guy that drove me will probably be donating money to Simon Ekpa. Like, they
Almost
are
certainly
real.
now.
They are real people, honestly speaking. Yeah.
But I'm not surprised. But if you believe Buhari is a duplicate, or how do I say it, then I mean, you
It's
know,
a
you are not.
clone. It's a clone. It
Yeah,
has
it's a
been
clone.
buried in a shallow grave in
And
Saudi
till
Arabia.
tomorrow, people are still saying it confidently.
How do you turn educated people to that, though? How?
Who's that
It's
guy that used to
amazing.
Kulata? Can you remember his name? He lost his dad once, and he
Professor
told
Dataho.
Professor
Professor
Dataho. Till tomorrow, he's still insisting that Buhari is a clone. It's a PhD studying metallurgy, material science, not a fool.
Can you imagine?
But sorry, you people are surprised. Sorry to say this. Even our eminent pastor was one of the people propagating that time now. Pastor
Which pastor?
Oyedepo. Oyedepo. He was one of the people that were
Buhari was a clone.
Yes. And you remember,
Simba is not 100%. Is he not the one that told us that God told him he would be the 57th the president?
No, that's a different pastor.
No, that's Bakari. That's Bakari. Then the other one, what is the one that divorced his wife? What is his name? Yakilome was the one that was saying that 5G is COVID. In Nigeria, you know, for me, education, anything in Nigeria, anybody that says anything, I just take it with a pinch of salt. It depends on what everybody has an agenda that they are propagating, and they can say anything, believe anything. Hypocrisy is at its highest peak in Nigeria. Just forget about all those things that you hear on the social media. People can believe anything.
Don't people have control of their sense anymore? Isn't there something called common sense anymore?
They have, okay, is it not in the same Nigeria that you see a professor that a one man that does not even go to school will be saying something and they will believe it in the name of whatever ethnicity, religion, or whatever? Just forget about it.
Yeah, I actually knew a professor that was following Guru Maharaj.
Guru Maharaj, is it not the living God, or what's his title?
Sat Guru Maharaj with his hibiscus flower.
Yeah. My God. But you know. So sometimes I wonder if we don't appreciate just how deeply felt the need for the want for Biafra is, because if you look at it from the prism of a Southeasterner, the way that Nigeria is structured is always structured against them. There is absolutely categorically nothing they can do that will push them to the top tier. Or they can be as rich as they like, but they will never elevate to that decision making.
No, I totally disagree with you.
It's a self-inflicted wound, one man. It's
I totally disagree with you.
Why?
We've had executive vice president. We've had the first president. We've had like 6 Senate presidents. We've had presidential candidates. There's nothing that says anybody from the Southeast cannot be whatever they want to be.
CBN governors. Even CBN governors.
Yes,
CBN governors.
There's only one position that matters in Nigeria, and that's the president.
They've been president before.
Yeah, during independence, I'll be agreeing.
But they've been military head of state, they've been ceremonial president, and they've been executive vice president.
Yeah,
and
but they've never been the decision maker. This is what it is.
They've been the decision maker twice.
Everybody else has had it.
Okay, they even before independence, the top dog in the government outside of the British was Azikwe.
Yeah,
so
yes,
don't say that, one man. Don't say that. The fact that you're not playing your cards right doesn't mean you can't get there. Because
I think the system may be skewed against.
No. There's nothing about the system.
Kulata, let him explain that. Which system? How is the system skewed against them? You should explain now.
No. There's a what if I was a Southeasterner, I will buy into the theory that there's a conspiracy of exclusion that is punitive off the back of the Biafran.
Explain one man. Just a belief.
Yeah,
that's an ideology.
But that is what embeds with people that go with when we're saying lawyers, doctors, senior people cleverer than you and I probably following somebody like Simon Ekpa. It's that sort of mindset now, and the system, the Nigerian landscape plays to that. You know, there doesn't seem to be a window of opportunity for the Southeast to be the decision maker in that country. And if you project to the future, that window of opportunity does not open. Tinubu gets
that is simply not true.
Well, it is somewhat.
It's not.
Okay. It is so, but we can pretend it's not.
It's not. There's no pretense about this. I don't even like.
There's a conspiracy of exclusion against the Southeast.
Goma is just speaking English. As we say, you should explain now. You couldn't explain anything. We were just speaking English. Just tell us how.
Okay, let me tell you how. Since the Biafran War, you can say they've had Senate president. The Senate president is not the
vice president, the executive vice president.
The vice president is not the decision. The decision maker in the Nigeria, the trajectory of
is a heartbeat away from presidency.
Yeah, but it's not the presidency. But there is no opportunity that opens when power needed to transit to the south. Even under the Abiola one, they didn't get a window. Under the Obasanjo one, they didn't get a window.
What do you mean they didn't get a window? Under Obasanjo,
are they offering it free? Are they offering it free? Or what do you mean?
Under Obasanjo, wait. One man, wait. Under Obasanjo in PDP, who are the last two people standing?
It doesn't matter. We all knew.
It matters. Who are the last? It's a competition. You got to the last. So it was exactly. It was a Kwame. Is either only one?
But that space was being ring fenced for the southwest.
No, only one.
It was a compensation for Abiola. So it wasn't
only one person could make it, and you were number two. So don't say that. In this last election, Obi was number 3, a close 3 to number 2. So why are you saying it? You just need
to be honest with you, Kulata, if I was a Southeasterner, I will buy into that conspiracy of exclusion.
Because you want to buy into it. Most people that I know that are my friends from the Southeast, they don't buy into that at all.
And even if you want to extend it, Kulata, if you look at the military, they will be the mouth speaker of all. They are the mouth speaker of all the military regime that we have. If you remember, during Babangida regime, during the Abacha regime, they will be the one championing all those things. If you remember what happened during
but they never put them in charge of the guns, though.
Yeah. Well, so why? Earlier, I think
under Jonathan, the head, the military, whatever. Or Southeast under another person.
They now quickly drop him by helicopter. That guy.
No. That's someone else. That's an Ijon man. That's Owoye Azazi. That's Owoye Azazi. That's from Azazi is from Bayelsa.
Niger Delta.
It's from Bayelsa. So that's not down.
If you were a Southeasterner, be honest, would you not feel that there's a grand
I won't
conspiracy
feel
against
like that unless I've been indoctrinated to feel like that.
all right, but no. But
You know, Warmer,
Hmm.
in the game of power, you don't settle. You bid your time. Because when you settle, you're selling yourself short. Now, when you decided to take those second position places, you are settling because that would not allow you to have a stronger point to prove when that time comes. So, for the region that have produced numerous Senate presidents, vice president, even let her put it, head of government at one time in that country, whether ceremonial or through khaki. So they can't come down and say, oh, the system was skewed against them because they've always been participating in an election, but they've always been backing the wrong tree as well because they chose to back the wrong party, thinking that they will be able to have, be able to play at the center. And they were shooting themselves in the foot. So no, nothing was skewed against them.
You know what I think, Dewale? I think after 2027, the Southeast are en masse, not all of them, but en masse, they will mentally exclude themselves from Nigeria. They will mentally exit Nigeria after 2027.
I know for a fact a state like Embo, you would not do that. Enugu will not do that. You know, those states like Anambra and Abia will be the one to be doing that. But those states that I mentioned, they were not even considered, original Igbo states. They see them as inferior. And that is why Ebonyi is always, they are more liberal in Ebonyi state, even Enugu included. That's what I would say.
Wama, let me ask you this question, please. Since the Biafra, or since we started this fourth what do you call it, regime, or the dispensation, is there any election in Nigeria and Igbo man is not on the ballot?
Okay, they say not to answer a question with a question, but has there been an election that an Igbo man stood a realistic chance of becoming president?
Yes.
Yes.
Which one?
The last election we had.
Come on now. I said realistic.
A new Nigeria.
Realistic. Because the word that just the wrong
A new Nigeria could have been led by a guy from Anambra. What do you mean, one man?
I just feel for them. So because they're a powerful stock of people.
See,
by their
look,
own right.
let's get one thing clear. The mistake we make, we think Nigeria has triplets. That the Taiwo Kendi and whatever we call the third one. No. Anidowu, Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, we're not triplets. We're not words and opposites. So let's stop doing that. We need to stop it. That's not Nigeria. Please face reality.
Sorry, how do you mean? I don't
Do you think there's there's a what do you call that thing now? Like a highway tripod. Yeah, exactly, like a tripod. No, we don't. Hausa is much bigger than Yoruba. Yoruba is much bigger than Igbo. That is how things play out.
Yeah, but in the broad strokes of that country, that's how we see it now.
It's not how we see it. It's the natural.
We call it Wazobia.
The same argument that Tunaja was putting.
It's the same thing that maybe one man heard us. Maybe he heard that argument and is bringing it here. There's no tripod. One man coexist. Let's stop it. It doesn't exist.
So are we saying the Southeasterners fall within the Ijaw minority?
No, I'm not saying they fall within the Ijaw. They fall within what they are. We fall again. I fall within where I am. The other people fall within where they are. That's just the way it is. There's nothing special. Like I said, as long as everybody comes from a state, you are represented. You have a state. That's enough.
If we can find a balanced sort of Southeasterner, I wouldn't mind the Southeast. if somebody like Dave Umahi, I wouldn't
Kingsley
object.
Mongalu is my
Just
favorite. Is one of my favorite guys.
Just to get that
Mongalu.
noise out of the way, you know.
It's not about look. It's this thing is not turn by turn, right? We have two political parties amongst themselves. They tell us who we're going to vote for. That's the formula. So you and I can scream from here till tomorrow. If those two political parties don't pick someone, then that's the end. So why are we disturbing ourselves?
It's because we have bad governor, and that's why. Of what benefit is having a president in your region to that region?
To me,
just tell me.
The Tinubu from Lagos State. What has he done to? What has he done for
Obasanjo
Elisha?
from Ogun State. What has he
Obasanjo
done?
from Ogun
Even
State.
Jonathan to Bayelsa. What was the benefit?
You can't say what has Tinubu done for Lagos State. Or Tinubu is ring.
What did he do for Osun State? Is what I'm saying. Am I from Lagos State?
Oh yeah. Okay, that's fair.
I'm not from Lagos State now. So what's my business with Lagos State? I'm from Osun.
Because Tinubu is special project in Lagos State. We cannot even Dave Umahi.
Hey, but okay, that's what I said. As long as you come from a state, you are fine. If Tinubu is representing his state, yes. But me that I'm from Osun State, I'm not benefiting anything from Tinubu. Nothing. So
one man, do you think that if Nigeria is like a country like America, people will worried about where some president or whoever comes from?
Donald Trump is from New York or Kamala Harris from California. Who cares?
Okay. Don't let this out. They're going to flog you for that.
We have to stop this mentality. We need to stop it.
It's a corruption mentality. It's a corruption mentality. That okay, if my brother is there or if my man is there, he can use his influence. It's a corruption mentality.
So, okay, a governor. Let's say they pick someone from Anambra. How does that person benefit the person from Ebonyi State or Abia State? Apart from now my person did there. What sort of upside down mentality is that? Now my person. Who's your person?
You see that's your favorite.
I don't want to go first. Yeah,
that's your favorite. You mentioned. It's a what do you call them? iPod sympathizer. After that election, his wife was, tweeting nonsensical stuff, and he too was kind of like hiding at first, but later on he started saying stuff too. So I would not even consider him for 1 second. If you are not, he may be good academically, but it's not the type of person with a temperament that will govern that country. I mean, there's somebody who will pretend to be, bring everybody under one umbrella. Not somebody that at a slight provocation will be saying things that could easily put a dagger in the throat of that country. No, we don't need that. That's why
you see for me. The window does not open for a southeastern president, at least within our life cycle, or probably I don't say it within our life cycle, and I think that's the frustration right there, because the next I think the next 8+4 the next 16 years is accounted for. So I mean, where's the window? So if they see Tinubu win again, and then they see if Tinubu wins again, that shuts 12 years out, because there is absolutely nothing that stops that. Who will come and be president in 2031 if it's not from the north? It's not possible. So after 2027, I think they will mentally check out of Nigeria.
One man, let me ask Kulata and you guys going. Are you guys not seeing what one man is saying? I think that Biafran war has created some, I don't know how to put it, to create some vacuum that we can't trust these people. Are you not seeing that?
No, I'm not saying that, because
the reason I'm not saying that, or what they are doing, even post Biafra.
The reason
I have a colleague here.
Simba, let me just make this quick point. We made more strife at unity immediately post Biafra than just because you don't have anybody that's become president since the Fourth Republic. In 9 years, the second in command of the country came from the former Biafra, a heartbeat away from the president. So what are we talking about? Remove sentiment. 83, Ojukwu himself contested for Senate. We made a lot of progress from 1970 to 1979. Now, because the politics hasn't favored you since 2000 and whatever, then we're now going back to 1966 again. What are we doing? We need to stop this. We need to stop this.
Well,
let my people breed.
Kulanta,
Let the Igbos breed. Let the Igbos breed. They have to be president and determine. Maybe we turn this platform into an Igbo campaign. Yeah. Sorry.
One man.
Yeah.
The first tenor of Buhari, Tinubu had a chance to be his deputy, but it was killed out of that administration because what was the concern or their worries was that number one, Muslim, and they knew that this is a clever politician. So having him in that administration would be less like Buhari looking over his shoulder. And his ambition was, look, if I could just sneak into this is the only one that I could get as a vice president in my lifetime, I would take it. But it was beating his time. And he decided to put his resources, his time and energy, and everything he's got politically behind that man. Even the second time of Buhari was shaking. But it chose to support him, knowing fully well that it will pay off, in the years to come. Now, to say that they were skewed out, they could as well put their resources behind the party or the candidate that they believe was more appealing to the generality of the country rather than just an individual. So, to me, they didn't play their card right. Like Letta was trying to say, they might be a minority. Let's just put it that way, that they don't have the number like the northern or the southwest. But look, there's a way you position yourself. Look at Tinubu himself. He's a short man. Who would have thought a short man like that would be more powerful? So it's the way you position yourself, it's the way you play your game, it's the way you play your card. You can't be proven to be a righteous person all the time. Look, there's no righteous person in politics. All their political representatives in politics, they are just after their pocket and they're dons. They don't know what they're doing. Earlier today, I was reading something on newspaper where former NEC chairman, Professor Humphrey was being referred as an hero of democracy, and I laughed. Who makes him hero? That the families were, saying that the federal government did not immortalize or remember him when it comes to the discussion of democracy. I said that is not true. We should look at the history. Well, this man was called to serve his country, and he served meritoriously in that capacity. But would that make him an hero of democracy? No, because even when a court injunction was thrown on his face, people have best said, you know what, to hell with everybody, I'm going to announce anyway, and then decided to get out of the country.
No, what did he even do? What did he do that made him an hero?
He kept quiet. It was his own kinsman that went to court to seek for an injunction and then threw it at his face. So yeah. So whichever way we look at it, I mean, all those scheming, all those things that we have done in the past. Look at Afon Zeribe. This was a man that was used by the military to put a sword in the June 12 result. So if you look at it, they were never, ever been schemed that it was their own self-inflicted wound that is affecting them. If they are choosing, I mean, they were everywhere, and this social media is not going to help them. It's actually going to dig the grave further for the generations to come, because you cannot continue to alienate yourself politically. It's never going to work. If they're really damn serious, those who have Lakaya among them will come together and say, look, they need to back the right tree instead of just keep chasing this shadow all these years.
Let me play you guys a clip as we're waiting for Gas Them Up to come into the conversation. Gas Them Up, we're not calling people up, by the way, we're just free flowing. So we free flow. But you know, this stunned me. So 2000.
And one man, I don't want to hear one thing or the other. That I don't want to talk to this thing. I'm not playing that at all.
No.
Yeah, well, one man, I won't do that as long as it's fair across the board. If they're interrupting and I can interrupt,
if anybody
I have any
complaints, feminine like this.
So as long as you don't do favorites, one man, we're clear. Don't let Kulata dominate, and I won't complain.
No. I'm not sure how much you've been listening. I think you were on Kaizo's stream, but I think everybody has just been easy flowing with each other. So let's just easy flow. So you speak a little bit, you pass it on, and then we're just moving it around and just having a laugh. But let me play you guys this clip. So this clip is from 2002. Anyway, let me play. This is Lekki in 2002. So have the image of Lekki as you know it now, and then look at that time span. I think that'll be 2.5 decades thereabout, but the transformation.
This Lagos where we there, so this streets where you the see, so all the people where we see, we love them, and the music that we play, we do it in our own silent, silent, silent. We do it in our own silent, silent, silent. We do it in our own silent, silent, silent. We do it in our own silent, silent. I remember well the beginning of the struggle, when we used to hang around the block doing acapellas and just staying out of trouble. It seems like yesterday when we started the game, hoping for some fame and some fortune. Now what's the gain if no pain? That explains all the hustle and the bustle. Like when we enter bus GameStop because we don't get money. Getting to the treasure, it was not very funny.
Isn't that astonishing? That's just as early as 2002. That was Lekki. And think of Lekki now, one of the most sought after real estates in the world.
One man, that was how I left Nigeria.
God.
Yeah. So imagine going back there and then seeing the change. And people say Nigeria has not improved.
Yeah, so one man, that's beautiful. That hasn't helped the average Nigerian one iota. And this is the problem I have. You can't keep pointing to a minority of the people enjoying benefits and then saying, "Ha, look, right? We're all enjoying," and it's like, this is silly. But I think let me just quickly comment on.
Is it not the trickle down effect though? Gas them up that wealth cascades from the top down.
It's so interesting you say that because the proof or the history has not shown that to bear any fruits. But I don't want to split hairs because we'll argue all day. Some people are from the Austrian school of economics, some are from the Keynesian school. So we'll just go back and forth wasting time. I'm not going to do that. I just want to quickly comment on the arguments against an Igbo presidency. And I keep telling people, unfortunately, when you lack empathy, this is what's going to happen. Nnamdi Kanu is only a beginning of what will continuously, spring forth from our brothers in the East. I've said this many times. If the, Yoruba Ronu crowd, if the Arawa crowd, if the Fulani crowd, if they're smart, you just get simply an Igbo Manchurian candidate. You get an Igbo guy that you have all control over him. You give him an Awusa wife. You have all control over the guy. If he makes one misstep, you get rid of him. And he knows this, and you have him by the balls, and you just put him in office, and you shut the Igbo people up for good, for at least a good 15 years, literally. But when you live in a country where we all just treat each other like dirt, we brag about Lekki, where people, are trekking in Computer Village, or in Oshodi, you can't walk without being accosted by some of the young boys. The road, when on Oshodi, that back road towards Mushi, is still dilapidated.
When
I just left Nigeria in September. September to Nigeria. One man. Listen, the difference. I told you already. Hold on. Let me respond.
There's gentrification going on. I can bring the clips now.
Okay, I'm not worried about your clips. Listen. No, that's a lie. See, the difference between me and you, like I told you, you live in clips. You hide there in the UK. I'm on the ground in Nigeria. I'm taking the buses from freaking Oshodi to Mile 2. I'm getting on the bus from Oshodi to Yanokbaja. I'm getting from Yanokbaja all the way to Igondo. I'm on the buses. I'm on the ground. So I'm not hiding in some estate in Lekki like a lot of other people are. I'm on the streets. So when I tell you, if I'm walking through Oshodi and the young boys is running up on me and say, "Oh boy, show love, show love, show love." They're jobless men who are accosting people. When I'm going to under bridge Abu Legba, I know what I'm talking about. So I'm not just some guy who comes back and forth, some Yankee guy. No, I'm in the streets. I get it out the mud. And the difference is I'm trying to tell you, like, listen, man, that's not how you run an economy. This trickle down stuff doesn't make sense. And even if it does make sense, can't we do something better? Can't we uplift our people better? Just because the Oyibo do trickle down economy doesn't mean we have to. But that's a whole nother conversation. My point is this. When we live in a country where we are used to abusing people, oppressing people, big boys and big men, steal your babe, do this sick mentality, the slave trade mentality, no wonder we treat our
That's
brothers
also
from the
on your
East.
screen, by the way.
Okay, great. I know they built the bridge. I know that, one man. I know that. Now show the part. Show the part where show the part in Computer Village because the gas price. No, show the part in Computer Village that the people are walking from Computer Village over that same bridge because nobody wants to pay for the amount of the gas has increased so much. The petrol price has increased so much. People are walking over that bridge that they just built. Show that part in your clips, but that's a whole nother conversation. My point is that the Igbo thing can easily be addressed if we really are saying Nigeria is for Nigerians. Then we can have a situation in which the Igbo candidacy can literally be handpicked by a Manchurian candidate, an Igbo guy who is literally at the behest of the establishment, and you can quench their noise for a long time. But if you keep on pushing them away, you're going to keep having more Nnamdi Kanus rise up with more crazy theories about them being from Israel and other nonsense. Address the issue. And it's not just the Igbo side. You have the herdsmen, you have Boko Haram, you have the militants in the Delta. Let's fix Nigeria for Nigeria's sake. Let's stop deceiving ourselves because, one man is showing me pictures of an Oshodi that he doesn't even go to. It don't show you that he doesn't even walk through. I just left there in September. You don't walk the streets of Oshodi. So, I'll stop talking.
The Lekki. So you see that area.
Yeah.
That area you were showing, isn't that before Lekki, the first roundabout? The old Lekki picture the old Lekki video you were showing. One man. Can you hear me?
It's not there. It's probably went to raid the fridge.
It's gone to the fridge. You see that area, the amount of billions of dollars.
My sister
You're actually
seems to be
cutting
playing
upset.
up. I'm not sure if you can hear me. Can anyone hear me?
We're struggling. Looks like you have
Yeah,
bandwidth
we can hear
problems.
you.
Yeah, I can hear you, but you're going in and out. Yeah, you're going in and out. Maybe it's your microphone. Check your microphone, one man.
Kolata, go on. I think the system did out. Yeah.
I said that Lekki, when you think about the amount of development just even think about the cement concept that's been used in that place from 2002 to now. Like, it's mind-boggling. Sometimes development happens around that space and we just don't recognize. Like me going back to my boarding school that I went to in Nigeria, an area that we used to go and eat fufu in one village. The entire place now is like luxury estates surrounded the place. I'm like, wow. So while the population keeps growing and growing, a lot of things Nigerians can pull off now were things that were unimaginable back then, back 20, 30 years ago. So if you just focus on, oh, woe is me, woe is us, woe is this all the time, because there's never been a time that there's no woe. There's never been a time that there's no Molwell.
Kolata, sorry. From that time till now, I can say that development that happened in Lagos, it doesn't happen in Australia. I can tell you for fact.
Yeah, that's possible because Australia has been developed for a while. We are still developing. We're still a developing country. So sometimes when you just want to kind of like
But Kulata,
sticking,
Wait,
Kulata,
is Nigeria not the poverty capital of the world right
let me ask
now?
you, guys, them
Simba,
up, please.
yeah.
Yeah, but
Let me ask
gentlemen,
Kulata
is
this question.
Nigeria okay? Go ahead, go ahead.
What we term development, me, I don't see it as development. People building houses without a corresponding infrastructural development. Can you consider that one as a development?
Well, I get what you're saying. The infrastructure is not catching up. That's what I'm going to say with
Exactly.
the population growth.
Exactly. It's just an expansion. You understand? And the old infrastructure are being dilapidated. It's not matching up. So to me, it's just an expansion. I don't consider people building houses,
But
destroying the forest, and
yeah,
all
but
those things
Simba,
as
let me
development.
compare something to you since I think we're both old enough. Remember in the 80s, even in our own state, in the 80s, not just our state, everywhere where people will build house, will they do? They'll first do foundation, then put the brick. There won't be any fence. That thing will stay for years, sometimes over decades. Then they will now maybe put the fence and do this, do that.
And
Do you
complete
see
one or two room, complete
a
one or
complete
two
one
room
or
and
two
start
rooms?
living
Do you still
there.
what's the frequency that you see that compared to back in the
No,
80s?
that one has reduced significantly. I can say that.
Exactly. So when you compare that and you're like, okay, things are a bit different. I mean, of course, if there are many more mouths to feed, yeah, or you'll have the numeric number of people that are suffering is going to be much, but the ratio is probably constant. But you see some sort of development, some of them with modern technology, some of them with modernization. Yeah, you have to count. I mean,
Is
your wins.
Nigeria
Is a
is
glass.
Nigeria not
Hold
the
on. It is a glass half full, glass half empty. If the
okay?
population
I get
increase,
that,
the
but I need to
numbers will
ask a quick
increase.
question: is Nigeria not the poverty capital of the world today?
Not anymore. It's India.
All right. So where's Nigeria's poverty level at right now?
It's not the poverty capital. That's what
Okay,
I can
great,
tell you.
sure. Okay, fine. Whatever. I'm not even going to split hairs. Nigeria today, the poverty level compared to 2002, compared to 1980, what is Nigeria's poverty level? Has it decreased or increased?
The
Anyone can
ratio is
quickly
probably
Google that.
constant. The ratio is
No,
probably
no, no,
constant.
that's not true. That's not true. You can quickly
They
check it
take
out.
the way they measured
Sir,
it.
oh man, now you want to go to the World Bank will clearly tell us that Nigeria's poverty has actually increased. But now you're going to say, okay, well they've changed the way they measure
They
poverty.
changed the
So,
way they measure. The methodology is
all right,
different now from the way they used to measure it before.
sir,
So it's not
sir,
you can't compare
sir,
it. It's not a straight
poverty,
comparison.
but poverty is poverty. Yes or no?
No, poverty is not poverty because one is multidimensional poverty. One is
Okay.
what's it called? The
So
dollar
then, if
index.
that's the case, Nigeria is working fine. We shouldn't complain, ladies and gentlemen.
Nigeria is where
Nigeria
it's
is
supposed
great.
to be. Is where it's been
Nigeria
for
is
a long
working
time.
great. Let's not complain. Nigeria is good. Everything's great. We'll make Nigeria great again. I guess that's what it is.
Guys, them up. Have you been to Congo? Have
Why
you
would I
been
be in the
to?
Congo? Why would I go to the Congo?
No, you're calling Nigeria poverty,
No,
capital of the
don't do
world.
that. Don't do that. No, I hate when
That's
you guys do
no,
that.
no,
I'm
no,
not
no. Really,
attacking Nigeria.
calm down.
No,
Don't
I'm
get
calm. I'm
agitated.
calm. No, I'm not agitated. But you see what you guys do. You guys do these semantic switching of the
Oh, but we
goalposts.
were having a
I'm not
conversation
calling.
here before.
I'm not
You
calling
just quote.
Nigeria.
Calm
No,
down.
listen,
You
my brother.
just
Wait.
quoted a
No,
statistics. You
yes, but
said
slow
Nigeria
down.
is the capital of the world,
I get.
and I asked you an innocent
No,
question. I said,
no,
"Have you
wait.
been to
I'm
Congo?"
responding. Okay, listen. Your question was loaded. At the end of the day, I am a proud person who comes from the place we call Nigeria. The colonists call Nigeria. I'm not in any way downplaying our people. I'm not in any way attacking our people. I'm saying we can do better. So please don't mention Congo. Just take it as brotherly love. If I see you
No,
doing something, if I
you
see,
just broaden it
listen,
now by saying we can do better.
listen,
When you say we
if
can
I
do
see,
better, accept
listen, my
that.
brother, if I see your son or your daughter doing something wrong, I will tell them, you come from a good father, you come from a good family, don't do something wrong. That's all it is. We don't need to go so defensive. If the road is bad, the road is bad. We don't need to get defensive. Oh, this guy, you're talking bad about Nigeria. Don't defend it. That's what
No,
encourages
no,
this
it's
our
no,
establishment to continue
no,
their
no. Except
nonsense.
No, except you are not putting your perspective right. In the context of what you've just said now, then it's wrong for you to wholesale say Nigeria is the capital of the world. There are over 190 countries in the world. So how did you arrive at that? That's why I asked you, have you been to Congo?
Baba,
But you've
sorry.
adjusted it now. So I agree with you.
Baba, can I just come in quickly?
Yeah, please go ahead. I just
Yeah.
interjected. Sorry.
Good morning, everyone. It's still early here, but when you look at Nigeria since 1999 to 2024, you might say we have a slow development. Look around all the state capitals of Nigeria, the 36 states in Abuja. Can you tell me that is what you see 24 years ago compared to now? I remember when I was even in the secondary school or something like that, you can say poverty in Nigeria, it has been there for a long time. But nowadays, you are also seeing people with creative mind coming up with new set of thinking, new set of skills that even they can even make money easily like that. During our time, people don't make money easily like that. And when you see the Nigeria as a country itself, it has evolved. Although you might be right that we still have a long way to go, but you cannot tell me that is what Nigeria was 24 years ago. Things have totally changed. Look at
But
this.
Remy,
Let me finish.
let me say this. Let me say this.
Okay.
I think maybe what guys them off is talking about is those days that you are referring to is very easy. Let me give you, for example, let me give education. Those days, you can be a son of a poor man in the village. You write your WAHEC, you write your JAMB, and you get your admission by not influencing anything. You understand? Wait. I enter university. I did not even know the university. I've never been there. I didn't know any professor. I wrote my exam, wrote my JAMB, and my admission letter was posted to me through what's it called? What's this post office? NIPOST. You
Okay, now,
understand? No, let me finish. Let me finish. Just wait. Because what you people are referring, development in terms of expansion is total. To me, I don't consider all those things as a development. It's very difficult now for people to survive. You can survive those days even without having money. You understand? You will still eat.
Okay, so that we don't take too
You
much
understand?
time.
But all those things now are more difficult for people, and the only reason I can add this to that maybe because the population is growing at
No,
astronomical rates,
apart from
and
the
the development is not matching, and the infrastructure is not matching the population, and so
okay,
it's becoming more difficult for
listen,
people to survive.
I understand you, but what I want to tell you is that nothing remains constant in life. Even the so-called developed country that all of us we are today, there has been a lot of changes over the years. There's been a lot of parameter shift. I mean, how people choose their leader. Even the so-called democracy of America and the West. There have been a lot of ways that they use a lot of different ways, technology, media, and so many to propagate their candidate. Things have changed all over the
We
world.
are talking about
So
people
what
now.
I
We are
want
not
to
talking
tell you, what
about
I want to say,
how they choose their
in a
leaders. We are
nutshell,
talking about
in a nutshell,
we
what
are
I want
talking
to
about
tell you,
poverty. We are talking about people.
I understand you, but
Don't
you
change
also have to
the discussion.
you have to look at Nigeria as a country itself. Look at from the as Nigeria increased their productivity over the years, and where still we still continue to have babies, we still continue to churn out
Hey,
babies.
Remy, don't mix things up. If we can start now and start identifying the problem that led us to where we are today. But that does not still take the fact away for the fact that it's very difficult now to survive in our country than before. It does not take it away.
I I'm not saying it's easy, but at the same time, I am not a guy that will complain. I will look at opportunity from this difficult.
No.
No,
Identify a problem.
what I'm trying to tell you is this: everybody knows everywhere in the world, even in it's called Nigeria, it's not easy to make money. But if you sit down and you continue to complain day in, day out, then you never move an inch. So what I see is that in difficulty,
I will agree with Remy that Nigeria is better off now than it ever was. The Nigerians have never had it as good as they have it now.
Yes.
Says
What are you
who?
talking about?
Says
What
who?
are
This
you
is what I'm
talking
saying.
about?
You guys are living in your
No,
bubbles,
gas
in
them
your
up.
estates.
Calm down.
Where
Gas
are
them
you
up.
getting this
Calm
from?
down.
Hold on, forget all
Gas
that
them up.
now.
Calm down. Let him
Sorry,
expatiate now.
let me just say this. Nigeria is wealthier than it has ever been any time in its history. Nigeria is more developed than it has ever been any time in its history. Nigeria is more recognized globally than it's ever been anywhere in its history.
One man.
The opportunities available to Nigerians are more abundantly so than ever at any point in their history.
One man.
Hold on. Nigeria is so opportune that people from all over the world are running into Nigeria to avail themselves of that opportunity. So Nigerians have never had it so good.
So
Yeah.
thank you for your sloganeering. That sounds great. I keep telling you, you're no matter how much y'all kiss ass, Tinubu and them will never give you guys contracts. But listen, when Goodluck was the president, and I'm not a fan of Goodluck, Nigeria had a $500 billion U.S. economy. As of today, Nigeria is a $250 million U.S. economy.
That's a
I don't.
result of
Hold on. You see, you didn't want me to interrupt you.
No, wait,
Okay, go ahead.
gas them. Sorry. I'm in line with you, gas them up. What? That's $500 billion economy that Goodluck was projecting that time. Do you know how they did it?
They rebased it now.
It was a rebate. As at the time he came, it was less than half of that. Okonjo-Iweala was when I said, okay, we are rebasing our economy, and they just came up with that figure.
No, not necessarily, because what happened, the reason why they had to rebase, remember, they were not adding other figures into the GDP and GNP, such as Nollywood.
If we rebase, let me tell you, if we rebase the present economy, let me tell you, Nigeria economy, it won't be giving this same data that we are giving. I hope you understand that also.
So hold on.
When we rebase the economy, which we will by the second quarter of next year, it'll be twice the South African economy.
Okay, so
hold
you
on.
guys
Can I respond? Wait, can I
respond?
No, wait. Let me
make a 10-second point. You guys that are shouting, "Woe is me!" I looked at infant mortality. It's been going down gradually from 1964. If you look at the graph, so steep a curve. We've not had it better than 2022. The curve gets to 2022. So pick whatever metric. I'll be researching. Nigerians are having
here's the problem.
They're having the best
problem.
time of their lives right now.
Okay, thank you. They're having. Hold on. So let me respond. No, wait. Well, hold on. Come on, you guys.
Hold on. Let's do it this way. Let BT come in, and then you have the floor to respond to all of it. Gas them up.
No,
so yeah.
I'm saying that Kay raised the point about infant mortality. We should let the pediatrician respond to that comment.
I think he's here.
Simba is the response to
what Simba is not the statistician now, but go ahead.
Hey, no, but if you have an idea of what you're talking about in terms of healthcare is better in Nigeria. I know people want to move the goalposts, but they're more healthy than they've ever been in the history of the country. People used to die like fowls in the 80s. We forget so easily. We've made progress in that area. So in some areas we've made progress.
No, I'll say across the spectrum, there's no metric there's no metric that you want to bring up that we've not made.
So once again, you see, this is the selective politics and the selective nonsense that we do. Just a few seconds ago, when I stated that the World Bank has actually shown that Nigeria has actually been increasing in poverty, the first thing out of a panelist's mouth was, "Oh, they've changed the definition of poverty. It's no longer defined and it's no longer calculated."
They've changed the methodology, haven't they changed it?
Okay, I'm not. Holy smokes! Slow down, brother. So again, this is proof that this is the selectiveness. Can I respond? God damn, Chief. Let me respond. All right. Now,
No, but
I
answer
didn't
the
debate.
question. Did they change it or
I'm
not?
not debating. Listen, I'm not answering your question because I'm not debating you. I didn't disagree. Slow down and listen. You got 2 ears for a reason, so you listen more and you talk less. All right.
No.
So
You can't be going on with that.
now,
No. If you're
man.
gonna talk.
All
You
right.
don't have to be telling me I have 2 years to listen. What the fuck is that?
Okay, so like I was saying, the next thing that I hear is when we now tell everyone that, hey, listen, the Nigerian GDP actually shrank, and they're now telling me, oh, they're going to rebase it. Well, if they rebase it based on the new way of calculating poverty, are you so certain that the rebasing of the Nigerian economy with the fall in the value of the naira, a country that's not export driven, that's an import dependent country as of today, that's actually running a budget deficit, are you willing to tell me that you can bet your life that after they rebase this economy in the next quarter, that Nigeria is going to somehow springboard and catapult itself to another $500 million economy? Mind you, you have companies like MTN, you have other companies that have left Nigeria because of their inability to actually do proper business in the country. I want to ask you guys, are you so certain that this new rebasement in next quarter, as the unofficial spokesperson for Tinubu, the Yoruba new crowd, one man is shouting, are you guys so certain that Nigeria's GDP is now going to be rebased to a new $500 million or close to what it was during the time of Jonathan?
But I must also tell you, during the time of Jonathan, we are not totally export driven also. What happened was that the price of crude was selling above $100 and we are making a killing. That is one. And the second,
Remy,
Obasanjo also left a lot of money for those guys. So it's not that we're export driven at that time.
No,
So
Remy, I would have supported.
our
I would have even supported the gas them more per argument, but for him to even be citing good Lord Jonathan as if he has
I
done well
didn't
for the
cite him.
country.
I did not do that. That's a lie. Don't mischaracterize me. I said I don't
No, that's
support
what you are
Jonathan.
just doing now.
No, I said I don't support him. I just simply pointed out that according to the World Bank,
we are not
we are going. Yes, but fuel sales are an export. Selling your fuel is an export, sir. But at the end of the day, I only mentioned Jonathan. I just want to clear, just for the record, I only mentioned Jonathan, and I don't like Jonathan because he didn't do anything for his people. And if any job person catches him, they're gonna bust his head open. But my point is, I only mentioned Jonathan. Sir, listen quickly. I only mentioned Jonathan to show that the World Bank is saying that Nigeria's economy has actually been on the decrease. That's the only reason why I mentioned Jonathan, not that I support him. So talk about what I'm saying.
I have another statistics. Mortality rate in Nigeria is at the best right now. It's been going down.
Kulata, I just fact check what you just said. If you look at under 5, because that one is the standard. Infant is just under 1 year. Under 5 is what you use to the metric you use to measure the economy.
What's the standard for infant mortality?
In fact, the under 5 mortality rate from 1964 to date, as at 1964, it was 350 to 1,000 live births. As it is today, it is about less than 100. So we have improved significantly.
That's what
I
said. I said it's improved now, so I'm not.
Yes. Then when I check life expectancy, it has improved from 53 point something to 64 point something.
We're saying the same thing.
What about the malaria something?
I said it's improved. I'm saying Nigeria
so
is having the
look at
best
all
time
those
of our life.
indices. If you look, check all those indices.
So we all agreed then that Nigerians have never had it good as they have it under the.
They've never had this good.
Wait, but you guys are still ignoring the poverty, right? I'm still addressing. No one wants to address the poverty. So because more people can have access to antibiotics, no one wants to address the poverty.
What definition of poverty do you want to use?
Listen, I'm not you. You're the smart guy. I mentioned the World Bank.
I asked you a question so we can research. What definition?
No, sir. I already told you the World Bank. I already mentioned the World Bank, and you said don't use them because the calculation is different.
Definition of poverty. Do you want to use $1 a day, or you want to use
you determine, sir. You do it. You determine it.
Pick one.
Can we one man? Can we do this way? Let's all agree on one thing.
I really want to ask guys.
Let me hold on. Just give me 1 second. Are we where we're supposed to be? No. Have we made progress? Yes. Fast enough? No. That's it. That's simple. Now we're not
Yeah,
supposed
I
to.
want to ask a light question.
How are we making it down all this complicated?
Ask them up. You said you are a man in the
Oh,
street,
God.
you've been on the bus in Ajao, Shuja, and the rest. Can you tell me when you converse with these people, how do you converse with them in Yoruba, in English? And when you converse with them in English, do you use this your American accent to talk to them, or do you use the street language?
Ibo tún
Because
ni Rẹ̀mí ń gbé bọ́ọ̀lù lọ báyìí o.
kò yé mi o
light
ojú
one,
wo rẹ
light
rè
one,
ojú wo rẹ rè
light
ó fẹ́ mọ bó
one.
ṣe ń converse pẹ̀lú wọn on the street ni.
So one man, I just want to put it out for the record, right? He asked me a question. Now, if I respond, and not to insult him, but if I respond my usual retort, you guys will get offended. And my retort is always, I'm not. I didn't say you insulted me. I didn't say you did. I know I'll answer your question, but I'll say more importantly than worrying about how I converse with people, you should always worry about where your dentist has his finger before he puts it in your mouth. That's more important. Now, to answer your question, of course, if I'm in the streets of Nigeria, I'm not going to speak with my quote unquote American accent. I'll sound like a regular Nigerian guy. But that has nothing to do with the fact that we're addressing poverty. So smart people, strong people debate the ideas and not the individual. Don't worry about me as an individual. Let's focus on what I'm saying. So we're talking about poverty in Nigeria.
I came here. I'm just trying to ask you a light question, but your response also show me that you are still fighting unnecessarily. I'm just being kidding. I'm just playing with you. But when you respond, my advice or suggestion to you, sometimes chill out, please. Just take it easy. We are not here to fight one another. We're just talking freely. But sometimes the way you do it, I don't know.
Okay, I have poverty now for those that are poverty fiends. So poverty in 1993 it was 92 point something percent. In 2003 poverty was 94%. It dropped.
Say the source.
Okay,
Can you say the source?
hey, let me land.
I know, but the source. Tell me the source first.
Now, let me
What's
just
your
finish
source
what
first?
I'm going to say.
I know, but what source? Just say
After
the source.
I talk, then I'll say the source. Then it dropped to 89% or so. And 2015, that was under Jonathan. Then it started going back up again. And from this source, it doesn't have the latest year, but from this source, as of 2019 or something again, is back to 91%. And is quoting data macro Nigeria poverty rate, macro trends, poverty head count at $550 a day. I hate this poverty stuff. This one is using $5.50.
That's why I said use the World
called
Bank.
macro trends. That's why I want to use what definition of poverty, because they keep changing
macro
that
trends is a great source. It's not bad, but that's why I preferred the World Bank, right? But you
But
didn't want to use the World Bank.
using dollar as a, and then you compare, you can't use the same yardstick for the whole world now.
So poverty has gone down, but it's under Buhari that it started going back up.
Okay, but
what
according to the World Bank,
what $1 can do in Nigeria, it cannot do it in US.
Of course.
So if you are basing that you now use one yardstick,
let's do. Okay, I know what I'm going to do. Let's do purchasing power parity.
Exactly.
No, let's use the World Bank. They're the best source. Why are you guys afraid of the World Bank? Is the World Bank evil now? Because when they want to,
let's look for World Bank.
And then you use your own. It's easy. Let him use his own, and you use your own. And then
I think things have improved. The only thing that happened, that things improved so much, then we regressed under Buhari, and that's what's creating all the noise. We made a lot of improvement during Obasanjo and Jonathan, and then we started going back. Trending back up. But when you look at all these indices, it's still relatively better than the 90s and the 80s.
Well, I was talking about poverty. I never said, and globally you've seen a decrease in terms of infant mortality deaths, and that's because of the technology and the ability for technology to be shared and transferred across the globe. So what we're seeing is not necessarily because there hasn't been any real innovations from the Nigerian medical space. All that's happened is that Nigerian medical practitioners have access to the latest innovations in which they're seeing the real innovators in the West transfer that information over to them. So it's not like, Nigeria innovated their way out of
World Bank Extreme poverty, 2009 Nigeria, 53.5%. Extreme poverty, whatever they mean by extreme poverty, I still need to
40
find
is
out.
about 40 now. It's about 40 now.
And in 2018, 2019, 39.1. So that's a decrease.
And that's what I said. That is about
in
40.
2023, 38.9%. So, and their definition of extreme poverty is $1.90 per person per day. So it's gone. Even World Bank is even gone down.
No, wait. You said from 2018 to 2023. Hold on.
This is from 2009 to 2023.
Negative statistics, you quickly believe. But when somebody gives
I
you
didn't
positive
say
one,
that.
you tend
Slow
to just
down.
discard it.
No, that's not what I'm doing.
Well,
I'm
tired,
asking
Joe.
for
I'm not checking
clarification.
anything again.
You just no. Hold on. You just said extreme poverty. I wanted to make sure we had the numbers right. You said in 2019 it was at
extreme poverty 2009 53.
Okay, was 53%, and in 2019 was what?
2018,
30 something.
2019, 39.1.
And 2023.
2023, 38.9.
Okay, perfect.
So it's gone down.
Yeah, in extreme poverty. I have no arguments with you. Sure, no problem.
Extreme poverty. That's why this poverty, they define poverty in 1 million different ways that we need to kind of like say which one are we using. So World Bank extreme poverty is going, the trends are going down. So look, Nigeria is not so, Babati already said that. So you know what?
It got them up. What you just said, and he said you don't discard. When he talk about mortality, and he said that mortality has reduced, he said no, it's not because of the Nigerian technology, it's because of the technology that we borrow. What do you mean by that? It has reduced, it has reduced. So what is your problem
what I
with
mean
that?
by that, I see once again, I love you proud Nigerians. I have nothing against you guys in Nigeria. I'm just a person who says Nigeria can be at a much better level, and I don't celebrate mediocrity.
Nobody
So my
disputing
point
that.
is,
We need to do
my
better.
point is you said what do I have?
But
I don't have a problem with
negativity
that.
is not something that will lead to
That's not.
development. So
But sir,
stop being negative
oh my God,
every
sir,
time.
that's no, sir. It's not, sir.
Simba,
It's not
can we say,
negativity, sir.
Simba and everybody on this platform, can we say from 1999 to today, the living standard of Nigeria has improved, not at a very high rate, but at least.
Me, I can say, let me tell you this. I can say this for a fact. I'm a medical doctor. I practice in Nigeria. The kind of malnutrition that we used to see in the late 80s, 90s, even to early 2000s, we don't see them any longer. Yes. That time you see kwashiorkor, you see marasmus. These days, you rarely see such things.
Polio all over the north. What about the polio eradication that Nigeria?
You understand? I think most of the things that there's no doubt that we need to do better in the country. Things are getting.
You're right, Dr. Simba. Measles and smallpox, chickenpox, they are almost non-existent for the children anymore.
No, even in Nigeria, polio has been eradicated.
That's what I'm trying to say. All these things are common in those days.
Yes, but again, how much of that is as a result of actual government investment in medical infrastructure, or as a result of the sharing? Hold on, gentlemen. Wait, let me ask. How much of that is as a result of an improvement in government medical infrastructure, or as a result of access to Western medicines that were given to them by people like the World Health Organization?
Gazdam, let me give you my own state, for example. In the 90s, the only teaching hospital that we had in Osun State was OAU teaching hospitals. As I'm talking to you now, we have almost 3 or 4 teaching hospitals in Osun. That shows you that people have more access to first class healthcare.
Sorry, I think Gastemop may be right. I don't think it may especially be as a result of government intervention. I think Nigeria just wished polio away. They just
First of all, that's a false argument. Nobody said it's government intervention. We said Nigeria has improved. We didn't say Nigeria has improved because of government.
Why are you moving the goalposts, guys?
No, but I think one man is being sarcastic. Government, no.
government intervention.
No, one man is using his usual silly
Is
British
this
sarcasm.
sarcastic?
It's
Man
not
is not
deep,
sarcastic. Don't mind
you
woman.
and that's why the French
guys are not.
philosophers,
Guys
and
are not.
that's why.
Hold on.
Hold on, let
Hold
me
on.
just let one man know. That's why the French philosophers notoriously look down upon the British, because they're not as intelligent as their accent presents itself. But that's neither here nor there. My point is that you see.
Yet they rule the world. What carry on?
Wow,
Sorry,
you're proud.
You know what they used to say? They said the sun never sets on the British Empire. Do you know why they say
One
that?
man, forget all this 1804 story,
The
dog.
sun never sets.
There's no
on the
British Empire anymore. You just
Isn't
have-
it shameful that you claim to be a proud Yoruba man, but here you are butt kissing the British Empire that subjugated your people? I mean, it's I don't know. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. That's how it pretty much is.
So Nigerians be proud.
What
We're
you
making
just said
progress.
now. No, what you said about say the Nigerian is not government intervention that led to polio eradication. Are you? Do you really mean it, or you are just joking?
No, I didn't say no. Once again, no. You see, I think you guys are not hearing what I'm saying. I'm saying that how much of that is as a result, like I said, when I look at, for example, the current Nigerian budget that's at a deficit, right? So obviously they don't have enough money to do what? To provide certain things for the people. So now when you look at Gavi, for example, the vaccine, and I'm not a fan of any of these organizations, but when you look at Gavi, look at the World Health Organization, they are purposely making policies, in many ways subsidizing costs for the Nigerian government to provide the polio vaccine, to provide measles, and to provide these things. If Nigeria didn't have access to those organizations, how would they have been able to eradicate it themselves? And that's what I'm saying, is that as a result of the actual
It has
Nigerian
been done.
medical...
It has been done
Point
because
of
all these things
correction,
are done by
Gazemo. We've
collaborations.
never had a balanced budget. Ever. We've never had a balance. It's always in deficit. So it's not the first time.
Even
Or it's not a
developed
new financial
economy, even US,
phenomenon.
they normally have budget surplus.
For where?
No, but you see, gentlemen, why do you guys do that, right? It's like if I say, for example, I was on the platform, I said, we need to
No,
invest in
you
high
cannot
speed.
be using budget deficit and then
Wait,
be shouting about it now. It's
slow. Oh my
not a
God.
yardstick to measure economy.
Simba, please.
Sir, why
please.
you? Why?
No,
Sir.
please hold on, please. It's very important. We might criticize government for everything, but we cannot, and Simba can testify to that, we cannot dismiss the role of government and what they did in primary health care from 82 to 94.
No, that's what I'm saying. That is a collaboration. You can't just
that saved millions of lives. Millions of Nigerians' lives were saved from vaccination, from Wole Wole initiative.
Even this malnutrition that we are talking about,
BT, they used to take those immunizations to the interiors.
Everywhere was it?
So you can't say the government did not.
Because it was important.
But you gentlemen, I think you guys are missing the point. I'm not telling you that they weren't supposed to collaborate and get those things done. What I'm saying is, for example, when we look at other nations, but you see, my problem with it is this. Nigerians will say, we know they carry last, But then when I mention a metric to say, look, man, we're carrying last, let's fix this. You guys say, well, those other countries, they've been developed for 90 years. Those other countries, you can't compare. Which one is it? Are we going to compare ourselves and say we don't carry last? Or are we going to say, we can't have it both ways? We can't have it both ways. No,
this
so
is
I'm not against
glass half full. This is a glass half full, half empty crowd.
Yes. I think the word is about collaboration and cooperation.
I'm not against that. But sir, I'm not.
What is the
what
big
I'm
deal?
saying?
No, listen,
sir.
What is
sir,
the big deal?
I'll tell you the big deal.
Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
What is the big deal for Nigeria to collaborate with United Nations, World, WHO, all other donor organizations all around the world to help its citizens in their country? America
Nothing. No, sir. Sir.
I don't understand.
No, you see,
and they have to
I want you. Okay, sir. Sir.
Let's give it to them, okay?
Okay, sir. Listen, hold on, sir. We can't do that. Listen, okay, so, sir. Listen, I'm very respectful. Unfortunately, a lot of people on the panel are not. But the problem is this, sir. No, serious. If you've been in a collegiate setting, this is how you negotiate. This is how you have a debate, right? So, sir, listen. What I'm saying to you is this: is that again, when I'm looking at the United States, or I look at other, like a Japan, or if I look at other countries, I'm not really seeing them. Yes, they do collaborate on the international circuit for medical advances, but you would never see, for example, on a large scale, the World Health Organization come into the United States and help them vaccinate their children, because the United States would see that as an affront and say, no, we need to handle our children's vaccination for themselves. And they would do the needful on a federal and state level to make sure their children are being vaccinated. That's why you see programs in the United States like WIC, which provides for women, infant, and children. They provide them food and other things. They provide them food stamps or SNAP benefits or other things of that nature, right? What I'm saying is that, yes, Nigeria collaborated. I'm happy for it. But there's a problem. Why did Nigeria have to collaborate? Because if the elites were not stealing money, that money that they were stealing to build those mansions that you guys are bragging about in Lekki could have been used to vaccinate the people and create our own homegrown vaccination system and process where we don't have to collaborate, because that's a matter of national security. Wait, let me land quickly. That's a matter of national security. And if we don't see it as a matter of national security, that's a problem. But go ahead. I want to hear your question.
Now, from that, do you know when the COVID happened? Do you know that a lot of countries, they get those vaccine? I know that China was producing a lot, American was producing a lot, and some other European countries, and they do get vaccine from one another. So, and I know that some developed country, they don't have maybe they don't have the capability, or because of what happened, they were unable to produce those vaccine, and they have to get from China, they have to get from all over the rest of the world. Can we now say, because, oh, I am a developed country where I don't have this vaccine, and the country that have it, I cannot collaborate with them, I cannot get it from them?
No, but that's not what I'm saying. I think you're confusing what I'm saying, sir.
What you are saying is that
that's not what I'm saying. No, what you just said is not what I said.
What you are trying to say is that because Nigeria, we are stealing the money, we're supposed to produce the vaccine in-house, we're supposed to do a lot of things in-house.
Yes, as a matter of national security and public policy.
The country cannot be a monopoly of everything.
No, but that's not.
You use your cost advantage.
Okay, can other people speak? Let other people.
Okay, well, let me say my last sentence, please, to respond quickly. Can I have my last sentence, one man?
Yes,
I'd appreciate that.
Yes, after that last sentence, I'll just
yes, I'll stop talking.
I'll just take a small window to promote something that Nicolata comes in. So make that last sentence here.
Yes, my last sentence. So again, I am not saying that Nigerians should live in this walled-off cave where they don't engage in global trade with anybody. That's not what I'm saying. Once again, let's be specific and be clear. I'm pointing out that obviously COVID was a global disaster, and ironically, the two countries that were in collaboration in Wuhan, which were the United States and China, were the ones who had the access to the vaccine and the chemical makeup for them to do it. But ironically, you see a country like Cuba made their own vaccines. Russia made their own vaccines. Now, other countries were not able to do it in a timely manner, so they did collaborate. That's not what I'm saying. That was a global pandemic that everybody had to collaborate. But what I'm saying is you would never see those other countries that collaborated just willy-nilly accept that, oh, we can't produce a measles vaccine. We can't produce basic vaccines to keep our children safe as a matter of national security. So please don't use COVID, a one-off example, as an excuse for our elites who are stealing money. They're never going to give you a contract. So don't give them an excuse. Don't give them an out. Hold them to task to say, yes, we're glad you collaborated with Gavi. We're glad you collaborated with the World Health Organization. But do better. Stop stealing money and create a system where we can create our own vaccines locally for our people as a matter of national security and public policy. And I'll stop talking.
Okay,
all right,
thank you.
All right. Just 1 second. Let me just quickly flash up Doopsy show coming up on the 2nd of November. There it is right there on your screen. It's a gala night. It's a special event night. It's a cameras on session. So everybody will have their cameras on. So you get to meet all some of these voices that you have been hearing. The show is going to be hosted by Doopsy Baby, of course. And then she'll be supported by Dr. J, who you have met on this platform before. And then you get to meet Choma in the fullness of her being on that day as well. And whoever else turns up, we're lining up even more women to come join us. So I'll send the link into the comment section now. Click on that link, go bookmark it. You might as well give it a like as well. It's the 2nd of November. It's an ode towards the Kamala Harris journey as she hurtles forward to seize charge and become the first female ruler of the world. So because of course the American president is the world president, but so it goes to that question then. Women in power, the Kamala Harris example. So that's going to be hosted by Dupsy Baby. Epic session, 2nd of November. So sorry.
One man advice, because Kamala Harris may lose. So what if she lose? Then what are you going to call this?
No,
women not in power.
No, it doesn't matter if she wins or loses. It's just the journey to the possibility of her becoming the. So it's not really going to be.
So we can turn it to women trying to crack the.
The date is before the election now. The date is
Eh?
before the election now. The
Yes,
date is before the election.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, I didn't realize.
Yeah, the 2nd of November. So it's going to be the women trying to crack that final glass.
The glass ceiling.
The final one.
I hope they can crack it with their heels.
Later, you're a
The last
pessimist.
hurdle. Oh,
I
all
like
right.
that. Bro.
Sorry, back to the conversation.
No be my fault. Anybody can win at this point.
Kulata, I just checked the Nigeria literacy rate also from 2010 to between 2010 and 2021 grew by 13.7%. 13.7%. That is the growth. I mean, the literacy rate.
Simba. Like I said earlier, we have improved in some areas. And some areas we need to do more. That is where we are. But today that we need to make any progress. Why would anybody even say that? We're moving in the right direction, not just fast enough.
See, the thing is, Nigerians, I don't think we have a very, very negative mentality, especially us that are abroad, about our country. Well, are we at our potential? Of course not. We're not even close. But if everybody kind of like recognizes some of this improvement and then support it, not just badmouthing it all the time. Because when you badmouth it, all you do is just lecture from 1,000 miles away and not whatever. What are all of us here? I mean, there are many people that are maybe even millionaires on this show. That what are you doing to actually
exactly?
Improve
That's
things?
what I want to say. People just talk negatively without contributing nothing to the yes, they are doing nothing, and they just come here and just be blowing English.
Yes,
nothing.
It's true.
You've not built a borehole in your village, or if
They
you come
did
from
not
a
even
village,
invest anything
you've not
to
fixed,
even employ
you've not fixed your
one
old
or two
school.
people.
You've not put. You've not done nothing.
Are the citizens of Nigeria supposed to build boreholes, or is the government of Nigeria supposed to build a borehole?
It's all of the above. When I went back to Nigeria in January, our sick bay. I remember the story when I was cooking bucket of rice back in a boarding school. I burnt my leg. I saw the sick bay. They were rebuilding the sick bay, and I donated all the ACs in the sick bay. That since I slept there, I know how it felt. I don't want any kid to feel like that anymore. And I bought them 5 ACs. I know. I mean, that one I know is there. And amongst other things that we did, my friends and I.
Okay.
And that's just one school I went to. The other schools we contribute to.
Can I say something real quick before you go ahead? Because Gassama was quick to just poke holes in what you just said. But I'm sure the school you went to in America, the alumni of that school contribute too, right? Don't they? It's not just government.
Oh, yeah. Of course. I'm not against. I contribute. I contribute.
No,
of course.
No, hold on. But you did not bring up the collaborative effort of everybody. You think the government should just be the ones to champion it? No, everybody has to put something in, regardless of if you're abroad, if you're at home, if you have something. Everybody contributes. Government has a role too, obviously.
Yeah, but I don't need to come on the platform and address what I'm doing individually. We're talking about our government. We're not talking about individual efforts.
No.
But they're trying to make it clearer to you that government should not do everything. Private citizen or individual, they are the one that build nation. And if you want to use America as a good example, America is a capitalist society where private individuals are able to build businesses. And when you look at Nigeria, that we tend to copy this Western country. Look at what some of our billionaires are doing. So no matter what you say against people like Dangote or Tedola, the Okoyas, and the rest, this captain, I always held them in high esteem. These are people that we should praise more. They build industry around.
Remy.
No, Remy. You see, the problem here is even that do we pay taxes? Even those who pay, do we pay appropriate taxes?
Baba, I don't even want to get there. It's us that sermonize from abroad. A lot of what China became today and India is because of I mean, a lot of it.
I
I'm not
can
saying all of
testify
it.
to that of India because I'm
It's
a
because
living
of their
witness. I
diaspora
witnessed
population.
it.
China, because I lived there
Exactly.
for many years. So
The diaspora population, but Nigerian diaspora population is just to come and run the country down
India
and just
S sector. Kulata, India S sector. It was developed by the diaspora Indians.
Yeah, but Simba, on what the point K raised, you then have to hold the Nigerian government responsible because what the Chinese government did and because they passed laws. Do you remember years ago when the former deputy House of Rep speaker under Femi said on TV that should they pass any law to favor diasporans? Do you remember that video? That Femi had to come and apologize to Nigerian diaspora. So your government are not even deliberate enough or as assets until you see your people abroad as assets. That is the only way. I know you want them to do something on their own, but your government has to see diasporans as assets to the country first. That is what they have to do on their part. So if you want to, that's why to be very effective to help the economy.
But you have a very good point. But at the same time, what about the general?
But if I ask every Nigerian, you're the ATM, Lori now, you're like an ATM abroad living there. Oh yeah, you bang alone now.
No, I want to talk about the attitude of us living in diaspora. Why are we so like promote negativity?
No,
we promote negativity.
I know. People listen to what I'm saying. Let me be calm here. Some of us will be that way regardless. We can't help that. Okay, they will be that way. That's just the way it is. But I'm saying that for all that I want to do something, the government is not doing enough to get them in a room together. That is
Baba T. Yeah, I think we need to, for us or for people that are interested in building whatever, you have to act in spite of the government. It will be good for the government to do something to make it easier, but
I know.
What I'm trying to say is we don't use that as an excuse.
I know, but it's because you brought up India and China, and their own government had a role in what they became together. So I'm saying that if you use them as example, we cannot then dismiss the role of government in harnessing the potential of diaspora in growing the country because you brought up China and India. Okay.
No, BT. For Indian, let me please. BT for Indian is just the diaspora that drove the economy. It has nothing to do with the government. I'm telling you, because they are all over the place.
The government has no. Okay, so we should just go the part. Okay, I get you.
Or how do I put it?
Government did some policy to help the IT sector.
It's not
exactly
like
my point. Yeah. But you don't have their House of Rep head saying that they don't care about that.
But that one just thought the rubbish and forget about it. It's not a policy now.
But see, I also want to talk about the patriotic level of the citizens of India and China. You will never see them backmatching their country that we as Nigeria backmatch our country. And they are so disciplined that they follow government policies and directions. And when we're not just opposed with Nigerians, it's totally different.
Remy, I have a colleague here that he said it 3 days, just 3 days ago. And you know where the guy come from. He said the only thing that will promote in Nigeria is the thing that would destroy that country. That is the only thing you can promote.
He said an average Indian or average Chinese.
He's a doctor, and he said he will only promote something that will destabilize that country. That is what he will be promoting.
Can you imagine? Where is the okay? Let me.
Okay. By the way, there's this famous Nigerian economist on Twitter. This idiot. One man find that Twitter. We need to talk about this tweet. This guy said because they said there's this company from Singapore that wants to come and invest in Nigeria. In refineries, right?
No, I know what you're talking about. First of all, the guy's not an economist.
What is he?
He calls himself that on Twitter. He's not.
But okay, what the hell was that? Who does that to their own country? That was just crazy. Like, how can you say, don't come to Nigeria? It's bad.
Sorry. What did they say? Sorry. Maybe find it.
Some South Koreans want to come and invest in refineries in Nigeria. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. I don't know because it may be Lamba.
It's allegedly, but it's true.
But the guy now posted that do not come to Nigeria to invest,
and it went viral.
Because
hold on, but gentlemen, didn't Dangote say the same thing, that if he knew what he knew, he wouldn't have invested? Hold on, wait. Let me ask.
Let me ask you. Hold on. Let me finish that. Hold on. Because some of these people that are following him also went further to start emailing those companies. It went beyond just Twitter.
Yeah, but you know the setup
now. So who does that to their own country?
Hold on, but wait. Let me ask the question again. When Dangote was on BBC and other news outlets, he expressly said his friends, his Nigerian friends, warned him, laughed at him, that he should not invest in Nigeria, that he should have just bought Arsenal instead. They told him, do not invest in the Nigeria project. And if he knew, he wouldn't take on the oil cartel because they're more dangerous than the drug cartel.
No,
and then he kind of regrets. Is that not what he said?
That's not what he said.
Can I speak? He said, he talked about my friend said, I should not put the refinery in Nigeria. It's not about his other businesses. It's about the refinery.
That's my point. So his friend told him.
But you say now, if they said from beginning, he should.
No, I didn't. That's what you heard. That's what you heard. I'm talking about the refinery.
It was even asked for that.
Hold on.
Now will we buy Arsenal? He said no. That will have.
No, listen. That's not. So I know what he said. What I'm saying is that you guys didn't criticize Dangote for calling out. You didn't. Let me land. Let me land.
You can't use that one. It's not. The content is not the same.
Okay, I get it. It's not the same. But my point is,
it's not the same. Don't just bring that one.
Okay. Listen.
The content is not the same. It's not the same.
Sir, in my country, we have what we call freedom of speech, right? As long as I don't go to a crowded building and yell fire, I don't yell fire in a crowded building. I have freedom of speech. So now listen, sir. What I'm saying is that Dangote also expressed his frustrations with investing in the Nigerian market. He talked about how the EFCC just accosted his workers at their office. So all I'm saying is that if almighty Dangote is going through this, how do you expect people in the diaspora or anywhere to say, hey, I want to come and invest in Nigeria? Well, we have
point taken. The same Dangote doubled his wealth overnight by investing in Nigeria. How about that? Are you supposed to listen to a guy that was in the thick and things of negotiation, and after the negotiation, he literally doubled his wealth overnight?
No, I'm a fan of Dangote. Listen, I'm heavily.
So I should listen to what he says, or I should look at his wealth.
No, listen. I'm a Dangote fan. As a matter of fact, I only invest in the Nigerian equity space, and I'm heavily invested in the Dangote equity market, his stocks. My point is that it's on one hand, right? We're shouting at the guy who wrongly told the South Koreans or whoever not to build the refinery. That was wrong. They shouldn't do that. But at the same time,
like
not an investor.
The guy that is talking is not an investor. Why is he discouraging other people?
Gentlemen, listen. Just listen. All I'm saying is that you guys are medical doctors on the panel. It's one thing to address the symptom. It's another thing to address the root cause. We have to address the root cause of unpatriotic behavior in Nigeria. It's not just because people are crazy and they want to sit down there and say, I'm Arawa, I'm Yoruba Ronu, and that guy Sunday Boho going to England doing his bullshit, and the guy in the Deltas. It's not just that. Their behavior, there's things that are happening on the ground that need to be addressed. So all I'm saying is, once again, when we focus on policies that address the unpatriotic behavior of Nigerians, then we'll see a different level. Like BT was telling us, let's have a diasporic policy that focuses on us. That's all.
Yes, gas them up. I think we are speaking to parallel spaces. Nobody's disagreeing with what you're saying, but what they're saying is what this guy posted here it's more of a political leaning than anything to do with ease of doing business or opportunities or Nigerians. What it says that there are Korean investors coming to Nigeria to build for refineries. I do not come to you by chance. I have a piece of advice. Don't. So that is more of a political inflection than cautioning them that Nigeria is a difficult
It's
environment.
beyond that, one man.
Yeah, it's on
this is the same.
yeah.
This is the same guy that because he saw Julius Berger sign in Abia State, he started jubilating all over the internet. Just sign. No, it's not like project. It's not like they've started doing it because they just put sign. He said, no, Alex Oti is performing wonders. So you should know where it's coming from. And Babati, this is the same guy that said debt is equal to revenue. Debt is equal to revenue. Like anybody gone that's not an accountant, no, that's.
I never said that. I never said that is equal.
You now.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you said me. No,
guy, calm
my
down
apologies.
now. I'm talking about the guy here.
On his page. Let's see. I'm gonna maybe follow this guy. I know he has a large follower. One man.
The guy is a dumbass.
I'll have to find him. I only just found him on Naira. Naira.
I know he has like a large
but gentlemen,
I found him on Naira Land.
But gentlemen, once again, this is why I say the conversation of empathy. We all understand he's probably of an Eastern origin, and yes, are they saying some crazy things? Agreed. But let's be empathetic. Sunday Boho was just in England doing his bullshit. I didn't hear you guys complain about that. So all I'm saying is,
we did.
Hold on, let me land. Let me land real quick. Let me land quickly. All I'm saying is that again, as medical professionals, you address the root cause and not the symptom. So let's address the root cause on a policy level as to how we can get Nigerians to stop sabotaging themselves and their country publicly. How do we address that as opposed to mocking them, as opposed to insulting and looking down on them? That's what I'm saying. Let's have some empathy. It ain't going to kill us if we're empathetic to us, to our fellow Nigerians.
What does empathy mean?
It does have quite a following.
No, he has a following. The guy has a following, but he's a dumbass. What does empathy mean? The empathy is making someone president because of where that person comes from in Nigeria. Is that the definition of empathy? Is that what would make people stop saying bullshit like attacking your country?
Once again, we live in a country where when I was growing up, we would hear the pledge, as at that time people would say, to serve Nigeria is not by force, right? Right now, the young children of Nigeria will tell you, school, not scam. So these are things that are the cause of large root issues. And all I'm saying is, let's have empathy to build a strong Nigerian populace, a patriotic Nigerian populace. How do we do that?
That in nation building. Nation building is not about empathy. You have to look at reality on ground and then have a very good plan. How do you talk about empathy for what? When you talk about empathy, a lot of people lose their life during the Civil War. A lot of people from the South, they do lose a lot of people. The Yoruba lost a lot of people.
The BBOs, and the FX.
Why are you coming and talking about you?
I don't understand the empathy. Like, is it? Let's cut the bullshit. Let's cut the bullshit. Is it by making Igbo president that will make people stop attacking their own country? How many countries do we have?
I don't understand these people.
Once again, my point is very simple. Because Jonathan was president, has that stopped the boys in the Delta? Oh, sorry, the men in the Delta. I'm not calling anybody a boy. Has that stopped the men from the Delta
Well, we have
from
a relative
carrying?
peace in that region at that time.
Sir, I'm from that. Sir,
It stopped them. That's debatable.
Sir,
It stopped them.
Sir,
It
as of
stopped
right
them.
now, as of right now, we just saw what happened in Okwama. I'm from that region. I'm there consistently.
What
I'm in the
happened in
Delta.
Okwama? Not
So,
everybody knows.
well, to this day, we still don't know, but a lot of soldiers, patriotic Nigerian soldiers, unfortunately lost their lives. But my point is this, is that the fact that Goodluck Jonathan was able to become president, that has actually quenched, in many instances, from a political standpoint, the agitation of the Delta people. So all I'm saying is, let's think of Nigeria. Let me land, if you don't mind, quickly. If we look at Nigeria as an establishment, right, and we say, you know what, all of us are contributing to this nation. So these people are agitating for this. How can we best give them this without the Nigerian establishment being destabilized. We can literally, like I said, create a Manchurian Igbo candidate
I
that
think
is
this is not a
beholden.
good pitch.
We're
That's
having a
beholden.
ridiculous conversation. Honestly speaking, we have two political parties, two main political parties. There's competition for what to bring the party, what do you call that, front, whatever, the runner. English fails me tonight. Whatever, whoever is going to run for each party. And then we're now saying we need to just somehow subdue the party process
No,
and
that's
force
not
the
what I'm. You
party
see,
to do something.
Kulata,
Like,
this
how
is what
does
I
that
said.
happen?
You asked the question.
Let me give a very
Let
good
me answer
narrative.
Kulata. Hold on. Kulata asked the
1999.
question.
Sorry,
Kulata
Gazemo.
said, "Oh,
Sorry,
okay,"
just
because
a minute.
he asked what is
Let
empathy,
me
and
ask
his
one
response.
question more before
Just a
you
minute.
answer Kulata.
Just a minute.
If I
From
were to be an
1999.
Igbo man, wouldn't it be an insult to be
Yeah.
gifted the
Yeah.
presidency
From
because I'm weak?
1999. From
Guys,
1999
them up.
to
I'm asking.
2015. From 1999 to 2015. Go and write it down. We have a lot of people from the southeastern part of Nigeria. They have been Senate president. They have been House of Representative leader. They have held a lot of important position. And during Jonathan 5 or 6 year stint, they are very prominent in his regime. The Yoruba people did not complain. We did not burn down the country. We did not this ritual of hatred or if they didn't give us, the country must burn down. We did not go there and be negativity stories all around the world. Come on, man. You have to play your politics right.
Okay, I can.
You are there. You have to. It's not about empathy. Play your politics
Hold on,
right.
gentlemen. Listen, you see, wait, gentlemen. Let me. You see.
Let me conclude. One second.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Sorry, sir.
The last 2023 election, I was hoping the Southie would fought, nay, and everything to get that PDP ticket. They didn't. They taken out, and some of them even supported Atiku. I was mad because that is the right place. That particular presidential something from PDP supposed to be there. They're supposed to get it, but they didn't get it. If they got that thing and they present somebody that a lot of Nigerians will like, look at Yoruba people. We don't like Obasanjo, but the rest of Nigerians picking ahead of us. Did we die? We fought ahead. In politics, you fought. Politics is not about empathy. It's not about sympathy. It's about crying.
Okay, so let me quickly respond to all three of you because it just. So once again, the thing I'm trying to show you guys is we as Black people, as Africans, we have to see the bigger picture. We can't keep this silly infighting going on because that's why the West is able to destabilize us because they know that the first thing is let me land.
Come
I want
on
to
now.
respond. Come on, let me respond.
AI wants to comment.
Now we're discussing Nigeria for God's sake. Why is it
Can I respond? Can I respond? Can I respond if you don't mind? Thank you. So you don't have to do that. I didn't do that to you. Thank you. So my point is that the West already sees that.
Sorry,
come on, woman. I want to respond to them.
No, Gas. You still have the floor. I just want to say to Zeta, coming after Gas them up, but we're free flowing, so you just have to slot yourself in. Carry on, Gas.
Okay, very quickly. So my point is that when you look at, for example, the way Wike is fighting Fubara in Rivers, if I were to talk to both of them, I say, look, figure out your problem because at the end of the day, we have bigger fish to fry. My point is this: we have to look at Nigeria the same way the communist, the Chinese Communist Party looks at China. They look at it as a whole. So are you trying to tell me that the people in Mosul, for example, don't have issues with one person in the northern region? Of course, they have their regional issues. You read some of the articles, you see this politician who was locked up because he was corrupt. They're regional, but at the end of the day, they understand the bigger picture and they all told the line. So what I'm saying is this: let's look at each other as a regional bloc. Let's stop looking at each other from that divisive lens. In terms of empathy, I'm not Yoruba, but I understand the sensitivity of the June 12th loss of Abiola when he was, he lost his election. They robbed him of the election, and then the man was killed. So I understand the sensitivity if I'm talking to Yoruba people about that loss. That was a big loss to them. So I have to be empathetic. Even if I don't necessarily agree with everything Abiola did, I have to be empathetic for what he represented. So all I'm saying is these things matter. And if we're looking at the bigger picture, let's stop with this antagonistic. It's childish. And that's why we don't go anywhere as a group, because we're still caught up in this childish thing. And it literally is the same thing that caused the slave trade. That's why the largest sellers of slaves or Yoruba selling their own people. The largest sellers of Igbo slaves were Igbo selling their own, the Arochukwus and the fall of the Oyo. So this is the mentality. We have to address that. So we don't need to look as, oh, those Igbo guys, they need to fix it. No, listen, man, if we're all Nigerians, let's address it. Okay, how do we get here? So this and this and this can happen so we can all move together on one accord. But if we keep up with this, oh, there's not room for sympathy, then what's going to happen is you're always going to have saboteurs. You're always going to have somebody who wants to sabotage. That's not how you build a patriotic effort. That's all I'm saying.
To me, it's all about the pitch. Is all about
Zita, are you
AI,
ready
can
to
you come
speak?
in? Can you come in, AI?
Okay. I just came in. I don't really understand what the topic is, but from what the questions that are being asked and from what the last speaker is saying, I believe he's talking about presidency being given or being, will I say, mapped to the southeast, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yes. He
That's
wants
them
to
I'm
use it
talking
to
about
placate.
empathy.
He wants to use it to placate you and the
you,
Southeasterners.
You know, when we say what we want, we should be able to have a solution at hand for it. It is very nice for everybody to be sympathetic, speak nicely of a situation and how bad it is and how terrible it is and how it should be better. But one thing I respect people with or for is when they come that way, they should be handy with a solution. That is one. Two, the problem in the southeast is different from the problem that is in the Niger Delta. I will keep saying this. Love me, hate me, I don't care. I will continue saying it because that's where I come from. For somebody that said, I heard somebody saying he was angry or he was angry when they did not, PDP did not map it to the Igbos or to the southeast. Let me use that word. Why should you? I don't understand that. Southeast is made of 5 states. They have their own party agents that is supposed to represent them in the primaries, right? What did they do on that day? That is number one question. Number two, I know most of you must have heard what is called a protest vote. I believe that in life, when you want something, you put your mind to it. If you walk towards it, I'm telling you, you're going to walk into it. Every year, an election is counted. An election is done in Nigeria, more especially the presidential election. The rhetoric you hear from the southeast is not the same. It's not the same. When you get people who talk that way and behave that way, what do they actually want? Jonathan came out, is their brother. They voted for him. He claimed to be an Igbo man. He became the president. The next moment you jump out and say you have not been president before. The next moment you pack your vote, you give one party without negotiation. The next moment you say you want to leave Nigeria. So what I'm saying is that anybody who feels he's sympathetic with the Igbos because they have not been the president, I don't know how the heck somebody will be saying that in a country that have almost 800 tribes. And all those tribes has not been president except the Igbos. But I know that most times when I look at what happened in the Nigerian Biafran War, most times Nigerians talk the Igbos into doing things that destroy them.
But the joke is on you people now because they have people like me. I will not let anybody push Igbo man to go into what they pushed him to do 50 or 50 years ago. That's not going to happen. I promise you that. So if you are sympathetic and you are kind, you can as well campaign for an Igbo president. There is nothing wrong in that. Do the campaign, gather the people, do the campaign, go to the interiors, look and crannies of Nigeria, campaign for an Igbo man, let him win. But coming to make it feel like somebody in Nigeria or some particular tribe in Nigeria or some group of humans in Nigeria doesn't want an Igbo man to be the president, that's a no-no to me. That is a total no-no. I will not tolerate that from anybody. An Igbo man is a bona fide citizen of Nigeria, and he has the right to come out and contest for any election, irrespective of the party he belongs to. He win, he lose, he lose. But trying to make it that there is a harm being perpetuated an Igbo man to cite their sentiment and their whoop up their sentiment and their emotions to start acting. That's a no-no for me. It's a total no. Politics is a game. Go play the game. Win, lose, that's fine. But whenever I hear people say this, I don't really feel good about it. Please. These are the games that were played 50 years ago. I know what it cost my tribe. I don't want anybody to play it with us again. Igbo people vote for other candidates except their president, their person. How many times has an Igbo man come out to contest for president? Can anybody tell me? Did he even get
we've had Alex Ekweme. We've had Alex Ekweme now. What did he not
what
run
about
a ticket?
Rochas Okorocha? Did they get vote from Igbo people, or is it because of this noise that was done in 2023 that people start the same sentiment that happened 50 years ago?
The country needs an Igbo president just for the balance. You know, we need one. But
hold on.
No, we do need one.
We need a Benin president too.
No, we don't need a Benin president.
Hold on.
because they're not. We're a Wazobia country now, not a Wazobia now.
Jonathan is not a Zobia. He doesn't belong there.
But Jonathan represented the oil. So the oil, sorry, carry on. But we need an Igbo president.
Please, one man, let me speak. Please. Because these are my people. I know how much we have lost, more especially our productive age. Even when I say some of my people don't like me, but I don't care. But I have to be very honest with you people today. If you want to do it by rank, according to tribe, Jonathan will not be a president before an Igbo man. That's the truth. If you want to do it according to, you said Wazobia.
Yeah, but Jonathan was fortuitous now. Jonathan wasn't by choice now. It was by happenstance.
Hold on.
It happened upon
Somebody picked him. Somebody picked him as a vice president. Even when he knew the president's gonna go, he keep denying it today. But let me leave that to him and God. He picked him. And at the same time he picked him was the same time Peter Obi was crying about his mandate. He was not a governor then. He was struggling to be one. He was crying about his mandate. And the guy doesn't seem it fit to pick him. But that's okay. That's why I tell you people, I don't like such sentiment. Don't whoop up our sentiment to start reacting. Keep your pity. The only thing I have to say...
It's not pity, it's balance. It's not pity, it's balance. It's balance now.
If there should be a balance in Nigeria, as per balancing in tribe, that is not constitutional, that when a tribe rule, another tribe should rule, then another tribe to rule. Then
I support you.
Then I will tell you that after a while, then it should be Bia, not Jonathan. I repeat, not Jonathan. So don't tell us that we have been. And when Jonathan came, my people did not fight it. I was the only one that was fighting it. My people in my office, they remember me today. I was so mad. I said, why not pick an Igbo man? That was the word I used. Why was
you mean to be vice president to Yar'Adua?
Right.
Yes, now. Why not?
Said, why did
because hold on, because Zita is saying it should have been that Jonathan's slot should have been an Igbo slot, but Jonathan was a fortuitous president. It was a president of circumstance. It was the death of Yar'Adua that placed him there.
Okay,
not the choice of the people. And when it was there already, you couldn't then tell him to hand it over to an Igbo person. Let me ask
you a question, one man.
No, you don't understand. Zita is saying that the vice president to Yar'Adua should have been an Igbo man.
Obasanjo should have picked an Igbo vice president.
I said Yar'Adua, then the vice president should have been an Igbo man. And some people, including one man, is saying that because that Jonathan stumbled into the presidency, because Obasanjo has come out severally and told Nigerians that he is not aware that Yar'Adua was sick. But I know he was lying. Let me tell you why I know Obasanjo. Hold on. Can I finish, please, before I lose my thoughts? Let me tell you why, because I don't like this whooping of emotions people do with my tribe. I don't like it because I know my tribe people are very emotional people. I don't like it. It has made us go into an unnecessary war. And I wouldn't want anybody to do it to us again. I wouldn't. Not when I'm alive. But let me say this. If you were watching the campaign when Obasanjo was taking Yar'Adua around the country to campaign, he said, number one, he said it's a do or die affair. At that point, Yar'Adua could not even shout PDP. That was how weak he was. Obasanjo on several occasions snatches the microphone from him. The videos are there today. And that same man come out to tell the whole Nigerians, look straight in their face and say he is not aware that he was sick. I, for one, I will repeat, leave the Igbos alone. Anytime an Igbo man come out to contest for election, for those of you who think it's our turn, go out in mass and vote for him. Let him be the president. But you see all these things, people come to the global platform, say what they want, try to say that it's Wazobia. And I will bring a situation for you. I will put it to you that it was never a Wazobia stuff. It was a tribe something. And any tribe can be pushed to become. And a German, Jonathan is not even an German in the first place. His tribe in Bayelsa State is the least, not even known in Nigeria in the first place. That was why I was very angry when Obasanjo picked him. Somebody from unknown tribe, from nowhere. And then people, the same Obasanjo today is talking about how an Igbo man will be president. Muna, leave us alone, no. I beg on that. Thank you.
All right. There's one more clip that I want to respond to Zita. But before I play that clip, I want to bring the comment section into the conversation. And the comment section has been especially pushing for a request. They are all waiting for it. So the budding relationship that is all right. I think this is for the comment section. So Ja and Zola, don't say I don't do anything for you. So this is for you. So Chioma, I hope you're sitting comfortably.
love no for the one thing. DJ Mona love no for the one thing.
All right. So that's for you, Jan Zola. So that should do the trick. So that was an intermission for the comment section who are going wild in their own way. But Zita, I'm not sure if you came across this this particular clip, but this is the #1 clip that's been trending around the Nigerian cycle all the way through today. It's a moment in time. So this is the first incident of this encounter since the elections, and this is how it played out. So watch this and then let us know what you're making of it. So
is that not Ganduje between Atiku and Bala Mohammed?
Yeah, that was I think that was Bala Mohammed, Ganduje, and then Atiku Abubakar, and then Tinubu strolls in, and then
Bad combination.
and then they all stand up one by one to greet Daddy. So I was saying, Zita, before you came in that since he's still putting up very much the good or not so good fight, that Atiku should never have put himself in a position where he had to kowtow to Tinubu, because he necessarily has to kowtow Tinubu, the president. So what are you making of that moment in time that Atiku's stood up like a dutiful little schoolboy and bowed his head to the president? What did you make of that moment? Have you seen it? Yeah.
One man.
Yes.
We shouldn't be discussing a thing like this.
It's because the #1 trending something all over the.
Hold on. It's when people don't understand the dynamism and the structure and the profile of leadership, then they show this kind of a thing. You might not like Tinubu. You contested an election with him. He won. They are not standing up for the man called Tinubu. They are standing up for the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. How else can this sink in to some human beings? I am somebody who comes from a dynasty where they said Ibamweze, but my dynasty have a king. From the origin, Bobo, go and ask. You don't mess with it. It's a quiet dynasty, silent. Even Aton Zeribe could not. So I understand that you do not. I come from a town that have extremely very wealthy people. When I mean wealthy, they are rich, silent billionaires. But you see that little dynasty, nobody even knows their name. But you dare not. They're not respecting the poor lad that is sitting on that stool. They are respecting the stool. Tell Nigerians and those people circulating those things, were they expecting Atiku to mock a seat that he has been begging all his life to sit on?
No, they're saying he should. They say he should not have been there so that he would not have had to acknowledge it.
Why wouldn't he be there? What kind of nonsense is that?
Because that's a surrender moment now. What we just saw there, that's a surrender moment.
Surrender to what?
To its ongoing battle with Tinubu.
That's why Africa will never grow. One man, please, another topic.
All right. I think a lot of people feel that he surrendered at that moment, but you disagree. All right, let me take you to this one. We did not instruct Tinubu to remove subsidy policy in Nigeria's interest. So a lot of people, I'm sure you've come across the commentaries as well, that the IMF, World Bank have been puppet mastering Tinubu, pulling his strings and remotely somewhat deciding policies for Nigeria. So they felt the need to come out and debunk that. But it will satisfy the naysayers.
Okay, let me make a mockery of that topic now. The way I'm going to make a mockery of it, before I say what I want to say. They did not instruct, truly they are right. They never instructed Tinubu to remove the subsidy. They instructed Buhari to remove the subsidy. So because it wasn't Tinubu that removed the subsidy. So don't you think they're right? They never instructed Tinubu to remove the subsidy because Tinubu did not remove the subsidy. It was Buhari that did. So Nigerians would have been saying they instructed Buhari to remove the subsidy. Don't you think that would have made a lot of sense? If they are out there defending that they did not instruct Buhari, then it will be making sense to somebody like me.
Sorry, Zita, I didn't want to break your flow, but Obasanjo also came out today doing his usual peacocking that is the best president that Nigeria has ever had, and nobody has been able to. But in the course of saying that, he said something that was quite he said when he came in 1999, that Nigeria was carrying a heavy burden of debt, and the quantum of that debt was such that when they were servicing it, that there was no way it was reducing. It wasn't reducing because the debt was so heavy. So he went to the international space to negotiate debt relief. And he said in the course of that debt relief, they recommended reforms to how Nigeria was being run. And he was saying that those reforms that were being recommended, that there were reforms even outside of those negotiations that necessarily Nigeria had to carry out anyway, with or without being told. So is that not the same narrative with what is going on here? Whether it's what the IMF and World Bank want or not, these reforms necessarily was what Nigeria had to undergo in order to evolve, because it's not a space that we could stay in for any much longer, whether the World Bank put it upon us or they did not.
That's why I said, first of all, I have to make a mockery of it before I say what I want to say. Honestly, sincerely speaking, I will keep saying this for those who want to listen. There is nothing wrong in subsidy. Honestly, sincerely speaking, there is nothing wrong, more especially in a country where they don't have welfare and they don't have NGOs that package some things.
Zita.
Let me finish.
You go finish, but clarify. Productive subsidy is better than consumption subsidy. If there was something good in subsidy, where did it get us?
Subsidy. I didn't say petroleum subsidy. Calm down.
Okay. Let me calm down.
Be calming down. I said that, when they use this word subsidy, people just feel subsidy is only on petroleum. There are a lot of things that can be subsidized. But what I am saying is that even the petrol can be subsidized. But the thing is that the way it is being run in Nigeria, no country can sustain that. It just has to go. No country on this planet, I don't even know how Nigeria survived doing that shenanigan. So that's what I'm talking about. Subsidy is good, more especially for a country that doesn't have, as I said before, some things like this. They are there to alleviate the pain of economic turnaround or economic down wherever, because it must always come. Economy goes up and down. It's like a roller coaster. It must always come. It's not always rosy. There will be a time a country will be down. There will be a time a country will be up. It's a normal thing. But some countries don't have something to cushion the pain of that hardship on their citizens. So for those countries like Nigeria that cannot control how much anybody takes, the best thing to do is from the top, you do a subsidy. But that petroleum subsidy in Nigeria, man, I don't even know what that is because we can't call it subsidy. I think some people were just sharing money, honestly, sincerely speaking. I can't call that subsidy. I don't know what it is. So it just have to go. They have to stop it. They have to stop it. Unless they will decide to stay one place in Nigeria and be printing dollars, they will be giving to those people. They just have to stop. And that was what happened. And that's it. Chicken.
One man. Did you see Farouk coming out of Kuji on Tuesday?
I saw it, you know. It looked
Can you
lean.
imagine the display of opulence? He entered a brand new Range Rover and put fire, and off he went.
Did it not look lean?
He was like thumbing his nose at Nigeria. That Shokbari,
no.
5 years is gone. I'm still who I am.
No, now he paid his dues now. 5 years in you know.
No, but he didn't need to thumb his nose at Nigeria by packing a brand new Range Rover and firing it and showing it to the world.
No, that would have been his family and his supporters. Now he had to.
He was in the driver's seat.
Yeah, but he had to come out and show that I'm unbroken now. He has to posture like that now, that I'm unbroken by the experience.
Well,
I think, but I did see it though. It looked lean and contrite somewhat. It looked like, you know, it looked like he'd been through it a little bit. So, and so that was our Otedola that sent him to prison, wasn't it?
And to they run your Loseon, Kumasan Supara.
You see, I thought that, you know, when I saw him coming out, that there will be round 2, you know, there will be round 2. But Otedola seems all powerful now, though. You know, did you see the clip of him doing dancing with his daughters? Otedola.
I saw it a few weeks back, actually,
Yes.
or more than that even.
I think he may well be my favorite Nigerian billionaire, you know, Otedola, only because he still tries to, he still comes out playing silly. He plays silly with his children, and I like to see that. I like people that they are not too lost in their importance, not to be human.
Praise him. Continue.
Yes, but Odajo Nima anyway, because I thought I heard he took down a few people on his way up, you know. You know, is he not the son of that guy that won the Lagos State election but never got to govern?
No, he did govern us for some few months.
Yes, that was his father, was he?
Yeah, that was his father.
All right, okay. So that's old talk still, isn't it? You know,
old stock.
The old stock always controls Lagos. Let me play you another clip, Zita, and then I may bail out after that. I hand over to Thomas. Let me play you this clip. This is Obasanjo still telling us that that since he left Aso Rock, we've never had yet another president.
What do you say of a Nigerian president who came to office without a plan? Who came to office without a plan. And then he woke up and just said, 3-point plan. What are the 3 points? What are they going to achieve? Who are the people who have worked on it? Oh, you come and you just open your mouth and make a pronouncement on something that has not been studied. Let me again give you an example. When I was military head of state, we decided to really be part of the frontline states to fight the last vestiges of colonialism and apartheid. And we were determined. So as a result of our policy, our pronouncement, our determination, then we became known as member of the frontline state, even though we were thousands of kilometers from the front line. And we decided that we will do what needs to be done. And then we worked with the frontline states. And where it was necessary that we go the whole hog with them, we did. And at the end of the day, we succeeded. But it cost us something. But what it cost us could have been wasted, even on anything. But our commitment make African countries and the international community to take us seriously and respect us, and they respected us for it. And that's leadership.
Did you notice the guy in sunglasses, double-breasted suits by his side? That was Umar Bongo of Gabon.
All right. You mean that? So that's Obasanjo still insisting that anybody and everybody that came after him is a counterfeit. So that's Obasanjo.
So what's wrong with what he said?
Well, is this a record of open letters to whoever is in situation that he feels that he has to run criticisms on them? And there was a lot wrong with what he said, by the way. He's saying that the person that came in without a plan, and we all know that Tinubu has a plan. Whether it's the right or wrong plan, that's where the debate is. But certainly not. We've seen the raft of reforms as it has virtually reshaped the country, either for good or bad, within 18 months. So he certainly has a plan. Whether it's the right one or the wrong one is immaterial. And then he was saying that the guy just spoke without first planning what will happen, the oil subsidy, that without studying it. The oil subsidy was not even, so it was just speaking out of paste, just to continue this Dabaru, I am better than all of them narrative that it seems to be propelling.
Okay, I'm sure you want me to respond, right?
Yes, if you could.
Yeah, he's extremely right. Tinubu will have to finish 8 years, and then probably we compare him with Obasanjo. But as we speak, he is still the best. As we speak, Obasanjo is still the best, because there are a lot of reforms he did. You might not like. I don't like the way he talks sometimes. I don't like the things he do. I don't like him being so domineering sometimes. Sometimes I want him to just go and sit down in his sitting room and watch television, but he's not gonna do that. That's okay. That's fine. But there are things Obasanjo did. When you look back, number one, you will think of the gods, maybe because he's a military man. The gods for him to get those things done. So let's wait. Let Tinubu finish his own. Then we can compare. We are not talking about policies now. Of course, I don't believe anybody will be contesting a position unless that person is Kamala Harris, that doesn't have a policy. You will have your policies. You'll be able to tell people what you want to do and what you don't want to do. Okay? Everybody did. So, Tinubu has his own policy. Obasanjo has his own. We are talking about deeds now. And I believe that's what he's standing on to say what he is saying. Yes. So far, after him, who else? It was Yaradua imposed to Nigerians. After Yaradua, the drunkard. After the drunkard, Alhaji came. After Alhaji Nko, is it not Buhari? is it not Tinubu? So what strong policies that will check a foundation that any of them have done? But I can tell you the one Obasanjo did. He did at least 3. I know that shook the foundation of institutions
You
and
mean
the way Nigerians do
EFCC,
things.
Abi? EFCC, Abi?
Huh?
Is it EFCC? That's the
It's
only
not
thing
even
it
the
is.
FCC. Let me tell you one thing Obasanjo did. I've said it before in this platform, but such things most times don't really make sense to Nigerians. But it makes sense to people like me. In oil and gas companies, before Obasanjo become president, and you know, in oil and gas, they do what they call JV partners. The government is part of the JV. They are the JV, you know. So it's a joint venture that they do. And you take my oil, you give me the money, I sponsor some certain things. That's how it runs. And what do this oil company do before now? The whole world is hearing me. They import expatriates for every little job. A job as small as conception, a job as small as front-end engineering, a job as small as detailed design. I wouldn't go into construction and fabrication because somebody will say, how much do we know to fabricate and construct? But let me start with conception. What do I want? It's my land, it's my oil. What would I want to build there? This oil company import expatriates to come and do this. Now, you know how much it costs to import an expatriate? They will come in Nigeria, stay 4, 5, 8 years. Sometimes they don't really get that thing done. But huge sums of money come out from the coffers of the federal government, approving for those people to be in the country. And now, when they come, they don't actually relate. They do their things and they pass instructions and all those things. How that get to Obasanjo, I don't know. That's why I will always tell Nigerians and people all over the world who cares to hear my voice this morning that Obasanjo is the only well-informed president Nigeria has ever had. I know why he's blushing. I will tolerate his blushing. I know why he's blushing. Because I've been in a meeting where he took decisions. I know why he's blushing. He has so much guts and he got things done. Let me continue with what, it's not EFCC. Obasanjo wake up one morning and said that should no longer be done. That they're going to take fresh graduates from the universities. Thank God the world is hearing my voice this morning. Fresh graduate from the universities. When I mean fresh graduate, in the technical line, in the tech line, and in the engineering and the environment. Because a Nigerian, we know our environment more than a foreigner. He said, fresh graduate from the university, not more than 2 years experience. They asked him 2 years experience. Is that the person must have worked in oil? Like I said, what he means by 2 years of experience is that, or 2 years, not more than 3 years of graduation. That was the word he used. And they thought he was joking. With them and our fellow Nigerians, they run around it, dance around it, come up with all manner of reasons why it is not possible for those people to come. What are they thinking? What do they know? They agree. Obasanjo now said, okay, fine. You bring these people, they come in for 6 months. They train them for 6 months. They tell them what to do within 6 months and they go back. I will not pay more than 6 months. I will not approve more than 6 months. Let me tell people who care to hear, it was war. It was war because I was among the first graduates that were picked. Bezolo Minyi, the first black man to be an oil company share, begged us in the hall. He said, your president has stick out his neck. Please prove yourself. We worked day and night to prove ourselves. We delivered that farm. We, my king, delivered that farm. From conception to front-end engineering to detailed engineering to fabrication. When it came to fabrication, they came again. And Obasanjo said, in fact, in the first place, they tried after the conceptual engineering. Obasanjo told them one thing that shocked them. He said, if you do not do what I have said, there will be no more Val 4 for Shell Petroleum Development Company in Nigeria. For the mere fact that he used that word Val 4, settled the matter. Because they know down deep in their heart, wow, who told him Val 4? So I know why he's blushing. And I respect his blush. But till then, I have never seen anybody that beat him. I don't know about you.
But Zita, so just because you
sorry,
work in
Simba.
that sector, that was
Yeah.
why you got to know about what you are talking about. It's not
Hold on, Zita. Let Simba put that position so that I wanted to bring Simba in, and then Remy has not spoken. Babati is there, so we want to bring them in. But put that position to Zita. Simba, but let me use the window to leave, and then you can carry on. So Ja Nzola, the first super chatter, Ayo, of course, then came in after that. Then Ja Nzola reels off a series in pursuit of Chioma right there. So that's Ja Nzola super chatting to spell Chioma's name letter by letter. So that's Ja Nzola that's still Ja Nzola, and that is still Ja Nzola. Spellcaster comes by just to say hello. So that's Spellcaster right there. Ja Nzola still on the pursuit of on the pursuit of something that his heart desires. So that's Ja Nzola still insisting then that I must put some music to his pursuit.
I hope you give Chuma some percentage here.
That's Janzola still. So it's Gioma that should be giving me percentages. I'm taking out the single status. So that's Janzola still in pursuit still. So that's Janzola still in pursuit still. I'm also in pursuit, but what I'll be chasing is sleep. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. I'll hand over to Thomas. Simba, sorry, carry on. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Okay. Zita, do you understand my question? Because what you are talking about,
in that sector, right?
Exactly.
Okay,
yeah.
Fine. That sector is one. You had one man said EFCC. That is another. And you had.
But if you look at EFCC, let us be taking them one by one. Okay. The EFCC, during his own regime, what did he achieve with that EFCC? He did not even give that EFCC a strong backing for it to be a strong institution.
You see, Simba. I don't make this kind of argument. He established an institution.
To do what? To achieve what? Because he was talking about a plant. So what did he achieve?
Some people said he used it to attack his detractors. I agree with you. The question I asked, if he's using it to attack his detractor, was his detractor find one thing? But because when you want to deal with somebody, you have to hang something on his neck. If that thing doesn't have anything to do with him, cannot stick, it will fall off. Actually, that EFCC made me to understand that I don't want to use the word criminal, because they are worse than criminals. But let me leave it at that. Let me tell you something. In 2023, after the Nigerian presidential election, a president was declared. It became so chaotic in my country. I was watching from far. It was as if all hell was let loose, even to the extent that Atiku stand in front to do demonstration. They didn't end it there. They went to the defense house. You know, we are people who don't understand the significance or the consequences of our actions sometimes. And when the consequences come, we begin to think that the consequences are too much. Why do we feel that way? Because we never in the first place understand our actions. People went in front of the defense house, headquarters for that matter. They knelt down. They were begging the military to take over the country. I will be bold enough to tell you today, maybe probably Obasanjo will be regretting it now, that thing could not happen was the reform Obasanjo did in our military when he became president. I know most Nigerians do not watch what happens in their government or in their country. Maybe because they don't like the president. Maybe because they don't care. Or maybe because they want to demean their country to make sure that they believe in their brain, let their brain function, that wherever they are in the world is better than their country. But I am, for one, is somebody that monitor everything that happens where I have interest, not alone where I am. If not for the reform Obasanjo did in the military when he was a president, there would have been a coup in Nigeria. Not one, not two, not three. Maybe we would have been handling the third one by now. But he did a fantastic job in reforming the military. So that's another thing. Will you ask me another question? You still want to hear?
Oh, that's Nigerians, Madam Sita, it's there's nothing we can do. They say there's freedom of expression, so maybe that's the kind. That's how they expressing themselves. Um, Simba, do we have
Yes,
Simba?
yes.
Yeah. Do you want free flow? Yeah, we are just free flowing. So yeah, I think it's your turn.
I think, to me, Obasanjo, to be frank, is the luckiest Nigeria, but I do not see him as the best or is better than the rest of them. He has a great opportunity to make that country to be a better country. But what
he had a great opportunity to make the country a better country.
Mm-hmm.
And according to you, he did not get to the finish line. Why didn't others take from
I
where
did
he
not
started?
say what transpired when I was in Nigeria at that time, and I know what happened. Because the only thing I can attribute something that he did to me, that he did is just the telecommunication. When he get about $247 million.
So you've counted number 4.
Let me finish, Madam Zita. The 200.
But even that one now, you cannot. It was a global thing. Now. It was not only Nigeria. Now. So what do you
I don't know
mean?
why
That
he's
when he
giving
ruled for
him
8
that.
years is El Dorado. His 8 years was full of chaos. It's full of wahala, and he's so
A
arrogant.
lot of political
When
assassinations and so
he
on.
cannot articulate himself.
Can I
overload.
address
He
that?
just remove governors, put whatever he likes. He just do whatever. He just marshal everybody.
Can I address
Let
that?
me conclude. To not make it worse, when he want to go away, he fostered a sick man on us. He knew what he was doing. He wanted to have a third term. He didn't get it. He wanted to continue to rule us. He gave us two dummies. One was extremely sick. The other was a complete gentleman who want to go back to his university to continue lecturing. That's
you call the drunkard a complete gentleman, right?
I said he gave us a sickly one.
No, it was just be modest.
You said
He
that the other one
wanted
is
to be
a complete
modest.
gentleman, right?
No, Zita, it was just be modest. Just leave him. He doesn't want to use that word. That was why he said a complete gentleman.
I said to me, I see Jonathan as a gentleman who wants to continue to be a lecturer in the university. He's just an accidental politician. He never wanted to join the fray. He was picked from the university to become a deputy governor.
Everybody was surprised at his choice as even as vice president that time.
Yes.
We were
And
surprised. Everybody was surprised.
Peter Odili
yes.
at that particular moment. Even if you don't want to give it to Atiku, there is other northern politicians that are better than Gerard. Gerard was too sick. He was too dozer. He was not ready to be president of that country. So
No, even if you want to by extension, you can even say that it was one that actually put us in this mess now.
Yes, of course. Is he not the one? He's the one now, because if he had give us a very good candidate, who knows? Maybe Buhari will not be there. Maybe we would have electricity.
The kind of support Obasanjo enjoyed, the kind of power that he has, no other civilian president has ever had it.
Let me tell
you.
you.
Can do and undo, and he can. Yes.
Okay. You see, when I speak, I like people to listen carefully. When I came in here, I wanted to talk of Obasanjo. One of the things I said about him is the guts. And I made mention, I don't know whether because he's a military man. But now that you have said that his administration was chaotic, I didn't want to use the word chaotic, because chaotic, when you ascribe something with that word, it means negative. That's why I use the word gods. Gods can go either way. It was chaotic because he was putting something that has never happened in Nigeria before. That was why it was chaotic. You ascribe the communication to him. The GSM, as the word GSM, should not go to him. But what he did in the industry, that's what should go to him. That's why I still call him my best president up to
What did
I don't
he do
like
in the
him.
industry?
I'm not a fan.
I don't know. I think
Zita, what did he do in the industry?
Can I finish? What he
did he do in the industry?
What he did in that sector, what I will give to him. But
what
for somebody to say Obasanjo brought GSM, actually that's wrong. Because
it's wrong.
whether
Yes.
you want it or not,
What did he do? What did he do? What did he do? Tell us. What did he do in that sector?
I said I gave him the opportunity.
Hold on now.
Go on, Madam Sita.
I have said here before, when you people and under Tinubu's administration, they were chasing Dangote, abusing him. People call him crook, this, that. I made a comment here because I always remember what I said. I said when Obasanjo came, including Salami Abubakar, they have cartons of Nigerian money with them they stole. Obasanjo did not go about chasing them. He even called a peace accord. He created his own billionaires, which Glowman is among, to mention but a few. So that was what he did in the sector that should go to him.
Okay, you created billionaire. 1 billionaire.
When a president.
Can I respond to you on that?
Madam Zita, sorry.
Well, okay, because if I want to ascribe any this thing to him for his regime. That time we had Nitel, and they had their own global GSM also, which is MTEL.
Mm-hmm.
And it was during his own regime that MTEL collapsed.
Who owns the Nitel?
Then and then
Hold on, who is
you
the
are
owner of
praising
Nitel?
somebody. Oh, hold on, for killing the state-owned institution, company, and then made one billionaire and said, okay, that was what you are giving the kudos to him for doing that. Creating one private, one billionaire.
Can I respond before I go? You said he killed Nitel. Who is the owner of Nitel?
Nigeria now.
Good. I have said here, you just reminded me another thing Obasanjo did. It was privatization, which is good for a country. Although Atiku Abubakar made a mess
Even
of
that
people. Hold
privatization,
on
you
now.
tell me one company that privatized that is still functioning. You tell me.
So when they talk about privatization, you think privatization is when you privatize a company. How bad that one? Which kind of talk we they talk this morning now?
Okay, so what are you talking about now? You said privatize. So what did he privatize that you
Privatization is
think was
that
of benefit to Nigerians?
most of the things
That of
government
benefit to
wait
Nigerians.
now, Abba. Most of the things government most times do wrong. You allow a private company to run it. It must not be a company owned by the government, then you sell it to a private
Just
company.
those talking
Something,
after.
hold
Give
on
us
now.
examples.
Hold on.
Give us
Hold on.
examples.
Let me
Examples.
give you a typical example.
Mm.
Something like okay, let me give you an example of the one that you know before. I think before now, Nigerian government used to get involved in the issuance of visas. That thing is being done by private company.
How was Nigeria getting involved in visas of another
Don't worry,
country?
we'll go into that another day. Don't worry about that.
I
Let
don't
me give
believe
you
that.
another example.
Mm.
Little what is this thing called? I cannot remember because we are talking about telecommunication. Telecommunication keep coming to my mind. I'm
You can
trying
see how you
to
are struggling to give examples.
be.
I said you can see how you are struggling to find an example of
It's not that
what.
I'm finding an example. He did privatization. Most of the things
And I asked
Nigerian
you
government
to give
used
us
to
one
do before,
example.
they are no longer
Just give us
doing it.
example.
He
Give us
handed
one
it over
example.
to private sectors. That's what I mean
Give
by
example.
privatization.
I know.
Government
Give us example.
All
handing
the privatization, where are they today? They are all in comatose. They just share everything among themselves.
That was why I was asking
Give
to
the
give an
easy one,
example of the
the
one that
transport and
he
the rest.
can give.
Oh my God. You see, God, man, it's just unfortunate for that country. You came here, glorify the guy.
Excuse me.
Oh no.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Okay, let me reverse the statement. Let me reverse your statement. You said that all the companies they sold, everything Yapatu, right?
Yes.
Is that what you are saying?
Yes.
Okay, since I told you that privatization is not all about selling an existing company, but on hold on now.
We say you should give example now. Why are you ignoring? Give us an example.
I said privatization is not all about selling
We heard you.
Hold on.
What?
Wait
Okay.
now. Wait. Selling an existing good and services. Okay? It can be a good and services that somebody wanted, should have been handling. it will be given to a private sector to do. Now, let me reverse the question. Since you are telling me to give you an example, can you tell me any part of the institution in Nigeria, anyone that was privatized that is not functioning?
No, you give us an example of the one that
I'm giving you
privatized that is
communication
functioning.
now. I gave you
Which one?
communication. Communication in Nigeria is privatized. Is everybody?
No,
Are we
no,
not
I
talking to
don't
people in
think that
Nigeria?
was what happened. No, it was not privatized like that.
So how was it privatized?
Okay,
Is
if
running
you talk about privatization, okay, why is MTEL or NITEL not privatized and we see it working? Because that is the
Which
only
one
government
is? Hey,
institution
God
in
of
that
mercy.
sector.
See, okay, let me explain because this is my area. It's
So if
capitalism.
you
Just hold on.
give
Calm down.
we want to pretend us giving
Calm down.
private
Hold on
license
now.
for
Before
people
I
to
lose my
operate is a
thoughts.
privatization.
Hold on. Before I lose my thoughts, please calm down. Be calming down before I lose my thoughts. When a service is being privatized, that doesn't mean it becomes a competition among the private owners that own it. So anyone that survives. It doesn't necessarily mean that the one Nigerian government was holding before that it privatized will be the one that will be alive. Definitely it's gonna die anyway. Because it's half dead before they privatized it. So which one is your problem?
Madam Tisa, before you go on, let me ask you this quick question. NITEL was sold to them among themselves. They sold NITEL to themselves at a cheaper rate, of course, at the end of the day. So they got it very cheap. And sometimes they also get some soft loan from the federal government. And at the end of the day, they kill it themselves, allowing the other player to thrive. And we all know what happened to Globacom. We all know what Obasanjo did before eventually allowing him to compete with MTN and Econet. Econet is not EFL. So what I'm trying to say is this. At the end of the day, they shortchanged Nigeria.
How?
The MTL you privatize, you got it at cheaper price, you got loan to make it better. At the end of the day, you now collapse it. So what can happen?
Excuse me, I don't understand you. What question are you asking me?
My question is this. You talk about privatization and also allowing other players to come into it. And remember, when we are also talking about allowing other players, in other clients, those MTL and the red, they do not pay a licensing fee. But in Nigeria, they pay $247 million, each of them. That is why initially, the cost of SIM is very expensive. What I'm trying to say is that MTEL, that they privatize, that they sold among themselves, among Atiku, Obasanjo, whatever they do with it. The same thing they do with electricity and also. At the end of the day, they collapse it among themselves. That means they shortchange Nigeria.
How did they subsidize Nigerians? If I may ask.
This MTEL belong to Nigerian government, belong to us. And they now bought it from us at a cheaper price. But that's the true value. And at the same time, they also get a soft loan from Nigerian government to make it better.
How did they? You've not answered my question.
I told you.
You use the word they subchanged Nigeria.
So I'm telling you why they shortchanged Nigeria. At the end of the day, they deliberately collapse it and eat all the money. That's it.
So what you are saying is that before they sold NITEL or whatever you called it, number one, how many Nigerians even before GSM came was using NITEL? That is number one question.
Can I answer you?
Hold on now, let me finish. I'm still asking the question. And at what rate? What was the dilapidated stage of NITEL before they sold it? That is number two. Then the current question I want to ask you. As at the time, very few Nigerians were using NITEL and the government owned it. And it's not making enough money for either Nigerians or for the government. And some Nigerians were not even paying for their services to use it. Did you feel changed?
Okay, now let me respond to you. Let me respond to you. This is an asset that belongs to the Nigerian government. And privatizing it means buying it or selling it off is to make it better. It's not to collapse.
That's a lie. Where did you get that one from?
Okay, so what you are trying to tell me is that if government privatize or maybe commercialize some of their institutions,
some of them, they don't really need
let
to.
me finish.
Hold on. Let me tell you how capitalism works. Let me tell you, maybe you didn't understand the privatization, how it works. Some of them.
You won't allow people to finish, but you
I
want
got your point.
I don't
Okay,
understand the way you argue.
Finish.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is that the intention might be to make it better, right? We privatize because they are more, they are not working very well. So, no, let me finish. The intention is to make it better, to make it work more better, efficiently and effectively. So, but at the end of the day, they are the ones that even bought it. It's not that they sold it to average Nigeria out there. They know the system. They know the what. They bought it at a cheaper price. And they even make it better. They also get more money from Nigerian government, a kind of soft loan. And at the end of the day, we do not see that efficient in it. There are so many people that work in NITEL or MTEL. A lot of them lost their job.
Good. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they lose their job?
Because they were unable to retain them. And
nobody can retain such an incompetent idiot. So why would anybody employ such a person who run that company?
You cannot talk that way because there are these
who can employ somebody who run that company? That's the question I'm asking you this morning.
Okay, I will answer your question. What I'm trying to tell you is very simple. These people that bought this NITEL, the major aim is to make it better.
That's not true. That is not true.
So why did they buy it then?
Okay.
If they know that
if you will allow me to speak, I will speak. Oh. I understand the angle you are saying. You are going to. You said the company belongs to Nigeria and Nigeria sold it. Your understanding of privatization is that when they sell it, whosoever they sold it to must make it better. For Nigerian consumption.
Do you know? Let me make this point.
Hold on now. Is that not what you are asking for?
You can go ahead. So when they bought it, the Nigerian government also pumping money for them to even make it more better. They get a lot of loan, a lot of grant from the federal government. And at the end of the day, I don't know why you already sold it to them. Why are you not giving them soft loan again? Why are you helping them? At the end of the day, that money, that asset, everything lost, collapsed.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, fine. And what did you do about it? Nothing. Because the company has always. Okay, wait now. Wait. Let me answer you. I don't know about pumping money into it. I don't know when Nigerian government sold something and they are pumping money into it.
That is the same thing they are doing.
Okay, wait. Now let me finish. I tell you how countries privatize their services, goods and services. Sometimes they don't necessarily need to sell it. They just abandon it. I hope that's making sense to you. So your understanding of they are selling it for people to buy it and make it better. Because as I'm screaming now, I keep telling people that Port Harcourt refinery can never work. Kaduna refinery, they don't believe me until private, expensive, well-built refinery starts springing up in Nigeria. That's when some people will understand what I'm talking about. So that Port Harcourt refinery is here now. It's owned by Nigerian government. They've been pumping billions into it to get it to work. How are you feeling about it?
Okay,
you don't feel this. Hold on. Let me finish now. You've been speaking. Do you feel subchanged?
Can I respond?
Do you know? Yes or no? Do you feel subchanged?
Of course, I know that some people are doing.
And what did you do about it?
Now they want to sell it off.
So soon, at least I know they do round and round argument.
No, I'm not doing
privatization. It's not that the government must sell that thing for you to get a refund on your. They can abandon it. The important thing is that goods and services has been privatized. That is the important thing. If it's an institution, they can privatize it. It doesn't necessarily mean that the building the government own and the infrastructure, whatever they are using to run that institution, they must sell it to somebody and the person must work it for it to work. That's not privatization. They can decide to abandon it.
I think
Just say the goods and services.
you do not
And
understand.
Madam Zita, so we can summarize that Obasanjo's privatization is just to abandon things that are not
Yes,
profitable to
just to
government. It's
abandon
not for
them, right?
it's
And
not
don't
for
care
the
about
hold on. I
for it
wouldn't use that
to.
word, but if that's the only way
No,
I
that
can
was
make
what
it clear,
that's what you imply now.
That's what
That
I'm
is
no,
trying
I
just
to
to
wouldn't
abandon.
use
Since it's
that
not
word.
profitable to government, government
Hold
just
on now.
abandon them. That's all.
and don't
I
care
beg,
about the
you
people that
come
work
out
there.
to.
They
I
should go and
wouldn't use
die.
that word, but that's the only way I can make it clearer to you. Yes.
No, we understand what you are trying to say. But
If
what
you think I'm saying he abandoned it, he did it consciously and everything. If that is the only way to make you understand what privatization is all about, that's fine.
You cannot tell me about
No,
privatization. I know about it very well.
privatization. If everybody, if you aim, your aim should be to make things better. It's not to abandon. So, but if you say your own man know that you are praising this money,
All
his
the
own is just to
privatization
abandon.
under Obasanjo and
We
Nigeria,
are okay with it. No
they are
problem.
all shambles. They are
Mm.
shambles. They just change Nigeria very well. They share it among themselves. And even the discos, the distribution company that they share among themselves. What happened? Is it not the government also continue to pump more money for them? They are all of them, Abu Salam, Obasanjo, Atiku, they all hold this distribution electricity come all over the country. The government has to give them a lot of grant to make them better. We don't have this, we don't have that. At the end of the day, what do we get? So all this priority under Obasanjo, it was a rules. At the end of the day, that is not how to do it. And that's not how to go about it. The intention is not pure enough. The intention is to shortchange Nigerian people, and we were shortchanged very well. If you must tell the truth, if at least you have lived in probably you have been to several countries all around the world, is that the way they are doing it? So because oh God, what I just hope that things will turn around. That is the only prayer we can. But about the telecommunication, because they are private and along the line they continue to evolve. After collecting about 1 point something billion dollar from 2 or 3 or 4 out of them, but they didn't do a very good job about it at all. That is not the way. Just a calamity.
Obasanjo is the hero.
Hero, it's not my own hero.
Euro code, dollar.
Why I listen to you guys just criticizing Obasanjo without giving him his credit? What did the man do?
When the old man will never stop talking, he's supposed to go and be watching television and be taking care of his grandchildren.
The money nítorí gbígbó pajá náà, nítorí kíkan pàgbò. We know that.
Remy, I was even surprised like it took him a year. Usually it doesn't wait that long. I'm like, I'm like, this guy didn't say anything. This guy is kind of quiet, but he can't help himself now.
Babati, the next thing is expect letter as soon as possible. He will write another letter.
What's wrong in him talking now? What's wrong in him talking?
Ola, not tonight. And we need an OBJ apologist. We don't want
No.
Ola, one thing.
You know, if you want to make Ola to be angry now, just mention Buhari.
No, Ola, one thing. To me, Obasanjo is the luckiest Nigeria. And he got there by chance and by luck as head of state. And then during that time of 1999, that he became the civilian president. It's not that the Yoruba people really want him. It's just an opportunist.
It's not even. Let me tell you, it's not even issue of Yoruba or Hausa. It was just used him. He was used. It was a reward for what he did for them in 1979. They just rewarded him again. So we all knew what happened now.
That's why I say the guy was it was a puppet, but people don't believe it when I say it was a puppet.
Forget about whether it was a puppet.
It was
but
a
look
puppet
at
for
what that guy did between 1999 and
no,
2007.
What did he do? What did he do? We just asked Zita now, and she could not mention one thing.
Okay.
Carlo
Okay, I will tell you what he did if Zita could not tell you. Now, this guy, we know, he formalized full deregulation of telecommunication. Then he went ahead to reform banking system.
No. Let's stop. No. Let's stop doing that. That was coming regardless since the Abubakar days. That was going to come from Nigeria regardless.
Baba, NEPA electricity was coming since Abubakar
stop
days.
doing that, man. Let's stop.
Electricity was coming since Abubakar days.
No, because that was across Africa. It was just not Nigeria. It was coming regardless of who we did.
Ghana even started their own 1 year or 2 years before Nigeria. So what is
that, man?
Let me tell you, there was a time of cellular. There was a time that Turaya.
Forget that one.
See, sometimes when we
one voice, please.
Hold on. I remember Gizim date was already there even by when this guy was alive. Abacha was alive. It was coming to Nigeria, so it wasn't like OBJ did anything special. It was going to come. So don't tell him because it was because of
you don't get it. You see
wait now. The same way they said good luck brought Facebook to Nigeria. That's what we are doing now.
Hey, Baba T, no, don't even compare that. The thing is this: I ask you, I've heard people say that GSM will have come to Nigeria irrespective. I hear you. Good. When telecommunication, the normal night was working everywhere, it never worked in Nigeria for more than 30 years. Now, electricity, it's everywhere. It will have come to Nigeria. Electricity is not working in Nigeria today. So it's very easy for us that when we don't like someone, we just wave everything away. I'm not saying Obasanjo. When you compare Obasanjo to all these people we want to defend, you cannot defend.
You cannot talk that
Obasanjo. Let me wait now.
You cannot talk that.
Then you ask the question. Okay. See, you can't still say that this is what Absalam, this guy Tinubu has done better than Obasanjo.
We are not comparing Tinubu. What we are saying, nobody is what we are saying. We are talking about Obasanjo. Don't bring Tinubu. He came out and started making himself. How can somebody, a reasonable person, even be saying that they've never had any president apart from him in Nigeria? How can he be talking that kind of rubbish?
That
was what he said now.
Go one outperform him more than 100 times.
That was what he said.
No, anyway, that I don't know for that, but
what do you
I can see what Kulata is saying that GSM. Kulata, I know that IBB deregulated telecommunication, so that's not the issue. Because I said Obasanjo formalized. So Obasanjo sent NCC.
I don't even know why do you like to be lying and be painting lies as truth for us? Well, you have to be saying this to small kids that are not in existence that time. It's not somebody like us that you have to be telling this now.
What lie? I want to tell you. No, Remy, wait now. What lie did I tell you, Simba? What lie?
Okay. I'll be saying it was not the one that regulated the telecommunication sector. It wasn't. So what did he do that made it
clearly, Simba,
that I are giving the credit to him? What did he do in that sector? What did he do in that sector? Mention what a particular that he did in that sector that are giving kudos to him.
Simba, you are the one line now with due respect. I say we know clearly that IBB deregulated telecommunication is a fact. I mentioned it here. I said Obasanjo formalized it by sending NCC Act to the National Assembly, and it followed through.
Formalized? What do you mean?
I don't even know. I don't know.
formalize what?
Forget about forget. Who
sent
NCC Act now? Who sent NCC Act? Who set up NCC? Who sent NCC Act? I will follow through. So the thing is this: I'm still telling you that you don't have to like someone before you give him credit for what he did. Whether you like it or not, our banking system.
NCC Act is 1992. I don't want to wake people up here. Stop lying. It's 1992.
I said Obasanjo formalized NCC
Formalized
Act.
it.
He signed it to the National Assembly now, and they passed the NCC Act. There's a difference between act and a decree. When I say NCC Act, when I say act, is an act of National Assembly. There's a difference.
But how can you now be giving that one as a credit?
I said
It was the one that came in immediately after the military. So they has to do that. So why are you giving credit for that?
It's not the see. You know one thing we do here is this. You know one thing we do. See, even Adolf Hitler, where it's necessary, can have some credit. So that someone is evil, that you don't like someone, it doesn't mean that the person is absolutely.
It's the same thing that you used to do to Buhari. So we don't come here and be preaching what you are also guilty of.
Me and Buhari na personal issue. Forget story. So you can't. Don't even go there. Me and Buhari na personal issue.
What I want to tell you is very simple. Climate Obasanjo operating by, he was lucky that apart from the price of crude oil continue to increase after about
stop this idea of saying it's lucky. I see.
Let me tell you the reason why I said so. Master reason. Now compare your Obasanjo with Buhari. Buhari low price in oil. COVID-19 also happened.
Remy, Obasanjo said it over and over that Buhari is not good when it comes to economy.
What you show? Wait
now, is it not a fact?
He's also a good person.
Is it not a fact? Is it not a fact? He destroyed our economy between 1983 and 1985. And he came back in 2015 and destroyed it again. And you are saying,
in terms of infrastructural development, Buhari outperformed Obasanjo. Do something. In terms of that you can see physically, told you everybody.
My own issue with my own issue with OBJ side, he had the opportunity for major adjustments. I mean, like when it comes to the structure, but he had the opportunity and the power to do it at that time because he could do anything.
That one I agree with.
BT, not only in 1999, even when he was a military, even between 1976 and 1979, he had that opportunity also.
And I want to even ask you a simple
Babasi's argument now is a cogent one.
I want to ask you a simple question.
You cannot go against that, but all we say is sentiment.
Listen to this question.
Remy was even telling me that Buhari was better than Obasanjo economically.
Really? Look at 6 to 8 months of Murtala Mohammed. Compare it with your 2.5 years of Obasanjo. Which one is better?
You were telling me as if I knew what was happening under you think everybody's of your age?
It's not about it. Are you not telling me you are not in this
No, when they want to claim ignorance, when they want to claim ignorance, that's how they behave. Just leave your life. Do you need to be alive? Do you need to be alive to know what happened? Do you need to be alive to witness it? But you know what happened.
And even know when you even organized the confab, and they came up with very good ideas to implement because of your own agenda of thought time. And now you say, hey, I did not do anything, me, today, is he lying? Till today.
No, Simba, Remy now. This is a cogent argument now. You understand? You wasted time on confab. Even if you were not planning thought time, you were supposed to have debunked it immediately and crunch all those rumors. You didn't crunch the rumor. I agree with that.
Even what about the peace and reconciliation? This thing that he did. What did he, what was the aftermath?
Okay, that's the point.
It's not a talk show.
So this is what we should be saying. Rather than saying Obasanjo didn't do it, these are the point that
Baba, I will give him negative instead of positive. I will give him negative. The guy,
negative.
See, Simba, I'm not saying you should not give Obasanjo negative when you have your point. Your point is your point. But when you are not trying to diminish what he did, just like whether we like it or not, you cannot diminish what Buhari did in infrastructure.
Well, you are diminishing every
no. Even I don't want to listen. You know, I've never discredited Buhari when it comes to all those infrastructure. It's only that I just want to focus on how it destroyed the economy. That's just the point. But you will not see me now and say, "Oh,
let me give you one more. Look at what transpired between. Forget the Tinubu for a second. Between OBJ and Lagos State when it comes to power generation, the thing that we're complaining of today, which is frustrated effort to want to.
Aaron.
Look at how we frustrated them. How we betrayed Ogun Oshoba in 03. Yeah, I mean, this guy is not a hero of anybody.
He sees himself alone. He's too arrogant. You understand? The guy is also arrogant. He doesn't see any other person, any good in any other person apart from himself. That is the kind of person Obasanjo is.
So, of course, the hand the boy in Leko. Now we are still paying for that till now. Imagine he let Lagos do that back then.
Even the people that he put there, the people that he installed, he rubbished them also. And you are the one that was not the one that, if let's say Yaradua had died. What about Jonathan? He will single-handedly and pick Jonathan as the vice president. So what are we talking about?
So he's been in one now. He's been the
he was that's all of the whole problem that we have now. You want to talk about our election during his own tenure? You want to compare that one and what we have now? The guy was just ruling with recklessness, abandon recklessness.
In my state, OBD was getting more numbers than people that are even registered for to vote in Ogun State. More people are now.
Exactly. No, I agree. Because the man said it's a do or die affair. We know. So that's what I'm saying, that when we want to, this is the time I be saying it, where you want to talk about Obasanjo now, you say what nobody can argue against. Nobody can argue against that because Obasanjo said do or die affairs. We know how Obasanjo was backing this Benin man, and even despite the man investing our fund, not doing the right thing.
The then minister for works.
Exactly. We know how he was supporting Adedibu. We know. So all those things are fact that nobody can just go again. But someone is telling me that Obasanjo didn't help Nigeria pay off his debt now. Immediately we know that that's not correct. Obasanjo did a lot of evil. Nobody is saying Obasanjo was a saint. He was never. But the only thing is, when you start seeing the good thing that he's doing now, and we are rubbishing it now.
Ola, what he should have done, at least let's say he was the founding father of this Fourth Republic. He's supposed he has that opportunity of giving us the best election. I mean, to reform our electoral system, everything, put in a good foundation. All this electricity and whatever, all those things will just come on their own. But all these small things that you are just giving him as the strong foundation that is supposed to give this democracy, he didn't give it.
Baba.
And that's why we are seeing this mess.
See, the problem I have with the country is this. Since 1999, Obasanjo has been the best. He's telling you how
the bar is low now. The bar is no low. That's what the bar is low. In fact,
exactly, that's what I'm saying. The country is so terrible. That's it. You understand? We are not even saying, we are not even talking of the like of Awolowo now. We are saying since 1999 now Obasanjo is the best. Whereas we should have someone in the mode of Awolowo that has turned the country around. So, but if you want to diminish Obasanjo just for
let me. I don't even know the basis. We are comparing bad things together, Abi.
Exactly.
We are comparing bad things.
You are comparing worse against bad.
Simba, let me ask you. Of all sectors, if he even failed in everything, agriculture of all things is not something that we should be lacking in right now with his background in that sector. So I mean, yeah, which the kind of there's no way we should be where we are right now if he had done the right thing back then. Power, we should have moved forward. But we're failing now.
The problem I had with Obasanjo that time is he should have known, because that restructuring that he should have done, because I know it is military like him, at least Obasanjo is part of class of 1966, even though
so far now. That's why he kind of abandoned the whole thing now. Once that thing failed, he just got angry and he started being using EFCC against
it's terrible. So he had his own flaw, but that should not even be an excuse for.
There's no but there, Seth. There's no but there. The vital things that is supposed to do, he didn't do it. All those other small things that you are talking about, they are just jara.
No, well, you may see as small thing, it's not small thing. You know, this is thing that affected me personally. So you can't. Well, it's a small thing.
That is the problem. That is the problem. You know, we are just being selfish. The earlier one, when even West Vita was talking, she was talking about something that affected, that made her to get job in maybe one of these oil company, that because of his structure. Why are we not looking at it as a global thing and look at it holistically? There's something that benefited you, so because it benefited you, every other person can go and die.
See, Simba. You sometimes you use yourself to measure the economy. AB power we are talking about today now is definitely not you and myself. AB power we are talking about, they are the one affected. Even those people, they don't even want to know the reason behind the deregulation, removal of subsidy from naira for dollars. So they don't want to know. AB power, because they are measuring it from their own side. They are not even looking at the future. But whether we like it or not, as terrible, let's just agree that Nigeria has been terrible since 1999. Now, when Obasanjo has been the best since 1999, you can really know that that country is terrible. If there's another word to use after terrible, then we use that word. But not just because Obasanjo talk. All of a sudden now we are now seeing the Tinubu as an agent, or we are now seeing Buhari as
no, we are not comparing. We are not talking about. Nobody mentioned Tinubu in this matter. But what is his problem?
No,
what is his problem? Why can't he just keep short?
No, but that about you not keep short.
No. Ola, listen, you're missing the point. The point I'm making here, or I'm listening by making here, is that if you whenever the president and you're being critical of the government on ABC and the Manokio, yeah, but you are there now. Even the security vote on Banisi, who approved it, it was him now. Have we forgotten? It was a bribe for the governor.
Who destroyed the local government? Was it not the same Obasanjo?
Man, come on, man. This guy.
The local government problem that we're having today, it was one that destroyed it. And Ola will now come and say he did well. Oh, major structures. He destroyed everything.
Well, something I will not argue though.
She was function between 9 and 2003. They were okay now. Until that that 03 whatever that he was doing. I don't know what happened to him in 03, just messing up the whole thing because of personal ambition. And
you know, in an article, they were dragging things for themselves now. So, but Obasanjo didn't do well in that time because he should have just come out and say, no, I don't have agenda for that, and just quench the thing. So, you know, a person like me, I'm still trying to give him some benefit of that, but I think he should have said, I'm not interested in thought time. Say it once and for all and finish article there. But the guy didn't talk. So probably he was looking at, okay, let them do it. So if it comes to me, then maybe I will take it. Right?
I think he was 100%.
Ola, let me ask you, if yeah, let's say he didn't bring somebody like Yar'Adua, or maybe if Yar'Adua survived and spent 8 years, do you understand? Do you think that our political landscape maybe will have developed more than this? If not, what happened between Yar'Adua and Jonathan?
See, Jonathan.
Even that means somebody like Buhari wouldn't have come in as our president.
Jonathan did more damages. You understand? Maybe you want to give a blame to Obasanjo for bringing Yar'Adua. Okay, probably.
It was coming in of Jonathan was also his fault.
I know.
You understand? You can even say coming in of Buhari is his fault.
See,
by extension.
For that of Buhari, I don't even want to go to that of Buhari.
You know why I'm saying this? Let me give you this. If he didn't bring somebody like Yar'Adua that died, maybe it's another Northerner that came that time, and that time it couldn't have been Buhari. It would have been another person.
Atiku will finish whoever he wanted to bring that time. You know, there was a gang up to bring Atiku. The reason Obasanjo brought Yar'Adua is not because he loved Nigeria, in my opinion, in my own opinion. It was just because he wanted to stop Atiku. Atiku was using what was this, Yar'Adua, the movement that he formed that time. Please remind me. That is senior Yar'Adua movement. I mean the PDM. It was that PDM that Atiku relied upon, that was using against Obasanjo. So that was why this guy went to that caucus. That okay, at least the senior Yar'Adua was the one that formed it. Okay, let me bring his Aburo now. That was what that guy did. Because at that time, when they were even saying this guy, what do we, hello?
Go ahead, we can hear you.
Hey.
So when they were even saying Yar'Adua was saving money, the question we were asking was that saving money, and so what? So it simply means that Yar'Adua has no brain, has nothing to do. Because if you are so smart, you won't be keeping money, you will be doing some developmental projects instead of keeping money in the bank. So
why did you pick
in the bank where people are suffering? To what benefits?
Why did the OBJ pick Yar'Adua?
OBJ pick Yar'Adua just to stop Atiku. That's just my own belief.
So could that mean healthy? So could that mean healthy?
Oh, Yar'Adua just to compensate Egben.
No, see. So about move Donald Duck Singba Yar'Adua man Atiku. Anybody Atiku about
it could have pick another person from the north now.
Is it not the same thing?
Atiku the bribe governors store. Atiku the bribe governors store. Okay, when they wanted to bring Jonathan, for example, in 2011, what did they do? When Atiku was bribing everybody, this allegedly, anyway, $5,000. So what did Atiku and what did Obasanjo complete? They said they book all lieutenant in Abuja so that they won't allow the Atiku's delegates. You see the politics now.
Obasanjo is the current president, that is the one ruling that time. They will checkmate him. Even this last election, is it Northern people, they vote for Atiku now. But still, some people still vote for Tinubu. The way that country is structured, whether you like it or not, it will continue to be that power rotation from the north to the south. What we are
So
trying to tell
the delegate that couldn't get to tell that time, the delegate that couldn't get to tell that time, did not participated in voting during the primary.
Yes. If Obasanjo presented even you Ola at that particular time, you will win because he's going to rig it as he rigged it for Yaradua. So what's the big deal?
No, they were using the state money now. They were using the state money to run elections.
And that's what they're saying. Anybody that he brought forward at that particular moment, that person would have won.
No,
it was let me tell you. You remember that the senior Yaradua and Danjuma were the one that they used to police him between 1976 and 1979 when they put him as the head of state kangaroo that time. As you said, Jeremy, he just used that one to compensate senior Yaradua. That was what he did. He could have brought another person now, and then he will use his power. Was there any election during the Obasanjo regime? Everything was being
why can't you put like people like Rufai forward that time? No matter what, Sheko will win. That guy would have won. A young.
And
it's still compensate already. Baba, you need Kokofuna, you confess Mozuka. Actually,
you know why Obasanjo was moving Senate president? Because Atiku was infiltrating the National Assembly.
How many times did he remove them? He was just removing them like.
Once they heard more that they wanted to impeach the president, the first thing Obasanjo will do is to remove the Senate president immediately.
Is it the only Senate president? See the way he's removing the governors.
You know what it meant? You know what it meant for Obasanjo to prostrate for Atiku in 2003? You know what it meant? It simply means that Atiku was
I understand that one because generally Obasanjo was not good in politics that time. All the governors, they don't really like Obasanjo.
Obasanjo was not good in politics. It's not as if he was not good in politics. Because already he had the support of IBB.
No. Let me tell you what happened. Actually, most of the governors under PDP that time, they don't like Obasanjo because Obasanjo is too arrogant. Still thinking is that military guy to control them. So all of them run to Atiku. Okay? And they were like, okay, propelling Atiku to contest against Obasanjo. Actually, to be frank with you, if Atiku contested against Obasanjo that time, Obasanjo would have lost. So he has to choose Yoruba logic.
Immediately Obasanjo established ICPC, or what did they call it? And he established EFCC. Automatically, and he scapegoated Alamese and scapegoated Tafa. So they could not trust him. So and they could trust Atiku better. Because Atiku was one of them, they were spending together. Atiku ti palemo ngba yen gan. So doesn't mean that Obasanjo no palemo later, but onikaluku kan ni bon se palẹ ti won mo ni.
Today, she be under no say no fi pa Bola Ige. Why that?
No. If you want to go to political assassination, don't even talk about Obasanjo regime. You can count hundreds of people killed.
He's not really a good person at the end of the day.
You really discuss here publicly online, to be honest. The question we are still asking today is that why did Obasanjo, why did Fayose call Obasanjo Baba Omoali? You understand? And we know that Obasanjo, you don't try nonsense with Obasanjo. How come that Fayose easily called him Baba Omoali and nothing happened? How many will go away with that?
Ola, look at what is transpiring in Lagos State now. They are building that coastal highway for them. At least this Tinubu prioritize that state first. I'm from Ogun. Babati is also from Ogun. So King Baba Ogun. Nothing. Even the road that leads to his daughter farm is not motorable.
Okay, Ola. Even military, to back to Gembe, everybody knows you fix the road in your. Look at me now. That's just Nigerian the way of doing things. Once you become
If you know what PTF done in Mina, they use that PTF to do PTF fund to do in the northern states. That time all the hospital you see PTF mattress, PTF drug, PTF this, PTF road, PTF education, PTF lab, PTF everywhere in the north. Then so, but I beg, you should just go and sleep and just spend the remaining part of his
You are
life to
deceiving
keep
yourself.
quiet.
You are deceiving yourself. We have been talking and we still keep talking. See, people like Obasanjo, people like Wole Soyinka, they will never stop talking, forget story, no matter what you do. So even if you are an agent today, the day you have your negative side, then go talk. So that's the start.
But
To
it
me,
just confirm what you have been saying about him by saying it. Now, before he used to just write letter and be talking, but now for him to even come publicly and say I'm the best, how can you see? How can you be saying such a thing?
Ola will say this. Actually, I will give him credit for bringing EFCC, ICPC, and also facilitating that telecommunication, like what we call it, global GSM, MTN, and the rest.
But EFCC, ICPC, let me ask you, what use of those two institutions to Nigerian? Of what benefit has it been to Nigeria?
At least they do some checks and balances. Osha, maybe they are not working optimally, but at least
let me tell you something. Let me tell you Simba something. You see, when he scapegoated the Alames here, this is what used to happen that time. Whenever they just share fact, federal allocation, right? The next thing is this: you see dollars start going up. People don't carry money, and all those governors, they will be going on a medical tourism. All of them, they wanted to go and see the doctor overseas. Immediately they carry, you know what they were doing? They were carrying the money out of the country. Immediately they cut Alames here. Oh my goodness. That's foreign medical tourism. Stop immediately.
It didn't stop because the other Alemesia was actually fall into the wrong this thing of Obasanjo. That was he was using it as a witch hunting. He was using it to witch hunt people.
And others got the gist now, and the others got the gist, and they stop it. Ibori that was still doing Agiri, Ibori, like what we heard that he was asked to sponsor the Yadra election. Remi Toko.
Okay. So that was his own sin.
Ibori. That Ibori and Alias I want to jolly. It's just too much. Okay.
You know, you hear what Tola just said that the reason why he was actually dealing with Ibori because he refused to use Delta State money to sponsor Yaradua for election.
It's part of it. And also, Ibori is also close to Atiku. Is number one supporter of Atiku. He's the one that made that really say, okay, this Obasanjo must go. So it's like it's fighting back bitterly, okay? Bitterly.
Remy, have we forgotten? Remember when he forced all the PDP governors to contribute to his library? Have you forgotten?
6 billion. It was they raised 6 billion that day now. It was government money. Is that same like you know he has a university now. What is the name of this institution?
Bell University. Yeah.
Is that library that is now using for the university? Is now belongs to that university? That library now belongs to the university.
Apart from that, you know, when I was in Shandong province, I met some professors. They are agricultural professors. I was literally with them for 2 months, telling them about Nigeria, telling them how unstable Nigeria is. They are going to enjoy Nigeria. By the time all these guys, they are 20 in number. When they got to Nigeria, I was thinking that, okay, they are going to be working big federal government, agricultural farmland. Obasanjo farm. Yeah, farm. Private farm, and it's on government. It's Nigerian government that sponsored them. When they got to Nigeria, they went straight ahead to Obasanjo farm. And this Obasanjo farm we are talking about, before 1999, moribund. Why today Obasanjo farm nearly all the state of Nigeria? Where did he get the money?
Obasanjo that is a billionaire now. As at 1999, when they released him from the prison, how much did he have?
I don't know. If he had kept quiet, just enjoying this loot, we all know that everybody looted. Okay, who looted more? We don't know. You loot, tire.
Don't even let us go to the Remy. Don't even let us go to the personal issue. Kó má lè control nǹkan abẹ́ ọmọ sáìdì yẹn náà. Gbogbo ẹ̀ ló kì mọ́lẹ̀. Gbogbo ẹ̀ yẹn tí ò ní tí
wọ́n kúrọ́ mọ́ ni ọlá tí àwọn kúrọ́ mọ́ nìyẹn ni kò ṣe yẹn o. Kò ṣe yẹn bàbá tí wọ́n kúrọ́ mọ́ ni.
Lóòótọ́.
Àmọ́ bàbá yẹn ò bàjẹ́ tó yẹn náà. Nǹkan tí ó wà yé mi ni pé ṣé o mọ̀ kọ́ mọ́ tó mínísítà kan tó sábà tó dàbí ọ́gí lè ṣàṣà yẹn ṣé tó ń bá yẹn náà fà á ni o ti mọ orúkọ ẹ̀ mi ìfẹ́ dárúkọ ẹ̀.
Owó nìyẹn. Ọmọ ará bí àbí.
Mo mọ̀.
Don't even know why.
Simba show me any yẹn. Simba, do you know that person?
No. I didn't have a clue.
Ọmọbìnrin yẹn tó jẹ Minister for Education gbà kan níṣẹ́ ń lẹ́nu gbogbo.
Mo mọ̀ tó ń sọ tó máa wọ gíláàsì.
Mo ní òní tẹ́sítì ni. Ọlájọsí wà ń bẹ̀.
Ola is not here.
Remi ó ti fẹnu lè jẹ́ Kọ́lá lè sọ̀rọ̀.
I was even going to Simba. I was even going to ask Thomas. Thomas, so how do you feel about when he...
No, Simba, hold
on, Thomas, when he passed the second reading, when first saw Ibadan, the state it here. So how do you feel?
He's not from Thomas is not from Ibadan now. He's from Okeogun now.
Okay, what's the difference? What is the difference? Now we are.
I think at the end of the Ibadan we have a state with about 12 local government or more than that because it's saying
to me they should not create any state in that country again. It's just to bring more chaos. That is not our problem. Creating more state local government is not our problem. It will just bring more fight, more disharmony. To me, what is the essence? What does it translate to? Does it translate to development? Nothing.
Equity and fairness.
Forget about bringing the government closer to the people.
What we should focus on is to increase our productivity. That's all. All these things is just rubbish.
No. It sounds good. It sounds good. Everyone is happy, but I think this is not what we need. One fee, one it is just wasting of time. Sadly, this is not what we need. This is not what anybody clamoring for state. Is it going to solve our problem?
Okay.
No.
Okay. Thomas, you have to pick one out of the three. The first one is creating of more state. The second one was going back to regional government, and the third one is total resource control for the state.
Let me tell you this. Forget about creating more state. Forget about regional. There's nothing. Nigeria we don't have a region again in Nigeria. So regional government is null and void. The only thing you can say is okay. Every state should control their resources. Fine. So and the reason why I will support it is probably because let me tell you the way our mentality now. If you don't change our mentality, nothing will change in that country. Nothing will change in that country. So probably it might improve our productivity. That is why I can support it. But the major thing that we need in that country is the mentality. that our
Simba,
mentality.
I want to say something. Unfortunately, evil generation of past, Lamina one thing, the Gen Z, I'm sorry to say it, is it evil generation children. Shawn Elu Magbon, you-
These
Okay.
Gen Z, they are the worst. They are the worst ever. Worst.
Even gonna be by going manage you until I continue good institution for a long time. I get it. One about it down.
Come and see, come and see my resident here, Babati. You want to have a morning meeting? Is the consultant that will be waiting for the resident to come? I don't. You understand? Is the teacher that will be waiting for the students?
For the students.
Understand you. Share your well rest of my pay come and share. Got on sorry.
Simba, èmi dẹ̀ ń complain mọ́. Gbàkámú. Like survive. What? I mean, you need them. They don't have enough of them, so you have to find a way to, it's just the way nature of the. I've said it before now. To them,
You just
doing
have to manage them.
doing 6
Ani,
hours
can
too
you
much.
can you imagine? Ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ eléyìí ní Yorùbá. A fi doctor sí duty. Ó sì wá sí duty just because pé wọ́n pín méjì. Ó fi eléyìí tó ń ṣe ọmọ ìlú sílẹ̀. Ọmọ ìlú òun ò ní choice, òun ṣàgbọ́dọ̀ ṣiṣẹ́ ni. Ìwọ tó jẹ́ ọmọ ìlú, o kàn lọ jókòó sínú ilé. O dẹ̀ gbóbìnrin sọ́dọ̀.
That is too far. That is just laziness. That one should. But Simba, within your residency, 60 hours a week is nothing now. Abi, that's just
60 hours, what do you mean by 60 hours in a week? Kí ni tó ń sọ? If you are, let me tell you, the way we normally do our own duty, the day you will do 24 hours, you understand? You start your 24 hours, let's say you're on Tuesday morning, you resume work at 8 o'clock. Then you will not close until 4 p.m. the following day. Because you understand what I'm saying? They just give you 2 hours break to go to just freshen up. That's all.
Yeah, like okay.
So
now,
there's nothing like off. There's nothing like off because we don't even in Nigeria, we don't even run shift.
Because to them, sleeping in a doctor's bay or hospital bed is a very strange concept. They want to go home and do their makeup and this. Let's just yeah, that's just that's the way of the world now.
Yeah, this is we are in a new world now. Everything is just Simba, go on. New world. New world.
Well, I will still I can't blame them. We are the ones shifting the goalposts for them. You understand? In the name of things have changed and all this. And whoever is saying the way we are talking, some people can even say we are very wicked and with that we want to maintain the whole status that is so stressful, that is this, that is that. Let me tell you, ìyà ò jẹ́ olóògbọ́n, ta ni teacher.
No. You ask the same person that is saying that. Who would you prefer to treat you? The one that went through the rigor of school, or the one that is doing makeup and TikTok on you? You ask the same person. Could you make? He's not going to pick them.
Wàá máa ṣe word round, wàá dẹ̀ rí doctor tó jẹ́ pé kò tiẹ̀ ní focus lórí nǹkan tó ń ṣe, orí fóònù náà máa wà tán máa tún ṣe nǹkan míì. They are so addicted to phone that I don't think they can leave their phone for 1 second.
That I did it, like I was very strict. You only use the hospital phone. It was the Apple phone that the hospital provided. That's it. Benekwe, they are surely go for compare 2 hours ago last time. Simba. Benekwe one knee withdrawal symptoms in. I want to like just farabalẹ̀, just within 2-3 hours. I'm not even with you already, but we just use the hospital phone enough. But one need withdrawal symptoms from not using their phone. I don't know, it's like crack cocaine to them for some reason. They just like
that phone addiction. I don't even know. The thing is so serious that some people cannot do without their phone for 1 second, just 1 second like this, and I don't know what they do on it. The thing is like a problem to me, because before we rest better, we feel better, but with this phone of a thing, you can't even rest. People,
Simba, a family of 7, they will be in the sitting room, they will put on the television, and everybody will be on the phone. They will just leave them looking down. Yeah, there's no interaction, no, you know.
More car to go New York Times. Only the modern day family time. Oh, I show what to say. It's family time. Family time. They put the TV
Family
on.
time, yes. Everybody, the
they had
children will
their
be
own
on their iPad. The
tablet.
family, the mother and the father will be on their phone. It's phone.
There was no interaction among family.
No interaction at all.
It's family
No.
time. Instantly, well,
No,
and
no interaction.
if you look at what they are doing, they are not doing anything serious. So maybe they are watching
Instagram,
TikTok and all those.
TikTok, yeah, Snapchat.
wọ́n ní kó lọ pe àbúrò wà lókè á gbé fóònù calling her lórí fóònù kò sí ilé ẹgbẹ́ tí gbé fóònù in the same house.
And you know, Babati, it also contribute the lifestyle, that lifestyle, obesity and everything. Those things contributed to it too. Because
No
people
exercise.
they are not
Don't even want
yes.
to go out.
They don't want
out
to do.
anymore.
They don't want to stand for anything. They don't want to stand for anything.
Àní Simba so bad bí we have what we call DoorDash here. DoorDash,
yeah, like Uber.
Just to go and get your own food. That is even in Iraq. They have to come and bring it to your house. Okay, they will shop for you. You can't even go to the store.
Yeah, bringing food to your doorstep.
I don't know. I don't get that. I don't just to go and get your own food. That is even too much now. So you don't go anywhere. You stay at home. When you go
but that time, what are we using that time for? Is what I don't understand.
Also funny, more mom shows something with my dad. It seems it's gonna rain. When you go to what's it go no? Telling me since gonna rain. What do you mean since it's gonna shut in rain?
Let me tell you something. Last week, my pastor in the church, they do like a training for children, discipline. Their parents came. Do you imagine my people? I don't know, maybe it's happening in all your country. A child of 4 years old, 5 years old, want to be iPad. We'll be in the church. All the kids, they are with iPad, personal iPad. Children of 3 years old, 4 years old, 5 years old, playing game in the service.
Do you know why they are doing that?
World?
Do you know why they are doing that?
They don't want them to disturb them. They don't want
exactly
to disturb them.
Exactly. That's it. Because they don't have their time. They don't have the time. They don't have their time. So they are just using those things to just okay. Yes.
And pastor was telling, continue giving your children iPad. Though. You will see the consequences in the later in their year. There's no interaction when children are in the gathering. And children of 4, 5 years old in this Australia, they already had iPad. When you're in the service,
there is no connection. There is no connection between parents and children again now. You understand? There is no connection. There is no connection
everywhere. I said children of 4, 5 year old. 4, 5 year old. You see them with iPad.
Those ones that they are old though. It's 2 years, iPad, 2 years, 3 years. What are you talking about now?
Simba, niece mi gba phone lọ́wọ́ mi, ọmọ 3 and a half. Ó gba phone lọ́wọ́ mi. Ó download the games lórí ẹ̀, play lórí ẹ̀. What is this? Báwo ti mọ gbélé? Ó mọ fóònù yẹn lò lọ́mọdún mélòó? Ó parí.
No. No. This no. This was.
Don't ask what anything in front of their face. Mama Monisha, I don't know.
I know if credit card the parent will play
But
again.
me, I still repeat, it's because they just is the exposure. Those it's not as if they are brilliant. So they are not brilliant. Too.
No, no, it's
Simba,
not brilliancy. It's not
Simba,
brilliancy.
I want
No.
to ask you a question. Show me expensive. What's up in Nigeria? Or that white
English,
woman
English, English.
Apple.
Yeah.
No, sorry, they said Nigeria is not good like before. But when you go to Nigeria now, you see a lot of people with expensive phone. They can go
iPhones,
online. They can do that.
3.5 million.
And they're always 24/7 online. Where did they get the data money to pay for that kind of stuff? And you are telling me, at the end of the day, the people there are very poor. They are nothing.
No. Let me tell you what is happening. The population is growing. Do you understand what I'm saying? In as much as we are seeing that, okay, there is a lot of, you see a lot of people making it, and then at the other hand, also you see also a lot of people there. That is a problem. And now everybody has a voice. You understand? Those days, okay, let me give you for example. When I was working in Edo State in the early 2000s, between 2000 and 2004, I was in Edo State. Each time I travel, believe me, each time I travel, there was no time I traveled that time that I will not meet armed robber on the road. You understand? But that time, who knows? It's only me and the people that will encounter it because there was no social media. There was no phone that we used to video and then send it and say, okay, now somebody will be running a commentary at the background that, okay, 100 people have been kidnapped along Ekpoma Auchi Road, and this is what is happening there. You understand? Nobody knew. That was the time I was between Akure and Owo. I was going to my base that time in Edo. And it was in broad daylight around 2 p.m. in the afternoon, just after the airport in Akure. I just saw the vehicles coming with heavy speed, and they were just saying the armed robbers are there, and everybody ran back. We spent 2 hours there waiting for them to leave before we could move.
It was
You
rampant.
understand?
Even in Lagos about data, it was rampant. You have to go and stay
You
on the
understand?
phone.
But that time we would not know because there was no social media. So any little thing now will be shared, and before you know it, everybody will know what is happening in any nook and cranny in that country. That's what is happening. That's making. It's not as if those things are not increasing, but not to the extent that the social media is now hyping it. You understand? And they're now making everywhere to look unsafe. And then that they, like when you get to Nigeria, that you'll be seeing people that are dying of hunger along the road, as if everybody is the beggar in the country now.
Simba, this evening, I still talked to a lady this evening that went to Nigeria by herself, spent 2 weeks there without knowing anybody. American. He went to Nigeria. She's like, before I even say anything, I know they will say it's not safe, but she said, I wanted to go there and see for myself what I've been seeing online. And she went there. She went to Jebu. But it was mostly Ogun and Lagos area. She went there by herself. 2 weeks, and she came back. Okay, so the idea that it's not safe with blah blah. Say she knew. What's that now?
Invent word yẹn ni gbọmọgbọmọ. Even when we are growing up, that's what they used to scare us. Now, don't go to this place, gbọmọgbọmọ. Don't go to this place, gbọmọgbọmọ.
But to make it look like because if you listen to all these Nigerians abroad, like the one that was here earlier, I won't mention his name. You would think Nigeria is
BT, I said one of my colleagues just 3 days ago, a doctor was telling me that the only agenda that his own resolution, the only agenda that you'll be promoting is the one that will destabilize Nigeria. He said it live.
Any issue, any problem. Because the way they make it, Nigeria is Libya.
Hey, but that is the motive of most people now. And I don't know where that mentality is coming from. If you claim that, okay, even if you have an issue with your country, and maybe you think that you are shortchanged, or maybe you are you are not getting your own fair share of the something. This is a country that you want to rule. Must you bring down the country before you can rule it? You understand? Does it really make sense?
Simba, you can see a video online recently. Even though it's on that side, that video was so bad. Even if some people say, this guy was saying that is Lagos going to collapse like Florida with the Florida flood coming to Lagos? Do we have a hurricane in Lagos? You look at Florida hurricane in Lagos. Will Lagos sink in the next 50 years? Will it go down? Should you buy that? But, what is all this now? Why are you comparing Florida to Lagos for your long? What is all this? Just to be negative about it, don't put your money there. Lagos is going to sink. Blah blah blah. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Some people also, negativity sells more than positivity. Do you understand? So they also, all those things, they will know that if you get anything good, positive about Nigeria, people will not share it. But once they see anything negative, in fact, you move crowd though. So it's just I don't understand. I don't understand. It's the but I don't even know. I don't even know. I don't even know. Sometimes I wish that I.
It's not it's not, but you need to make up mind there when good everything is bad good.
Whenever you give him anything positive, he will say no, it's not because of our own effort, it's because of some. Then when you give him something negative, he will just immediately will grab it and say, okay, yeah, that is what I'm talking about.
Only the vaccine is not locally made. I don't care.
He said because of the support of the foreign this thing, that's why we could achieve that. It's not from our government. And when you talk about which other one you mentioned, that there was another one mentioned, they said no, it's not. It's just I don't understand, Sha. I don't understand.
Just even people in government is going. What I consider as prayer going is not even helping. Mo ń sọ ọ̀rọ̀ gbogbo àwọn tó wà lẹ́wọ̀n in diaspora. Did Nigeria even address that issue?
Okay, you mean Nigerians in prison outside Nigeria?
Simba, oh bad. In their town, so you can sort of Cambodia. I was even thinking it was I was talking about Colombia. In their thousands.
But the question I want to ask is this: it was not as if they were being discriminated against now.
But even and it's so bad in Cambodia. Once they keep them for a while and nobody looks for them, they just kill them off. Is that bad? Is that bad? But government go up. We have somebody that just to even check on them.
Let me, Babati, this mentality, I don't even know how we got to that stage that we believe that every other country is better than Nigeria. You understand? So our people can go to anywhere believing that they can make it apart from their country. What is somebody doing? What is the Nigerian doing in Cambodia?
Drug.
You understand? What is the Nigerian doing in Iraq? You understand? What is the Nigerian doing in Afghanistan? That is the question I used to ask people. But that mentality, all the social media, they have succeeded in actually brainwashing that you just have to leave that country for anywhere, any other place is better apart from your country.
So you go where? You go to you not get in trouble.
Recently, I saw a video of a lady that was crying that they should come and help them. That there are many even in Libya, war torn country, Libya. Libya.
And
Why should somebody go to Libya by this time?
Bí obìnrin or that matter àti obìnrin.
See them going to Omar. Say Omar.
Yeah, man.
You know, if you go to Oman is good. You understand? Oman is one of the Gulf countries now. But not like Yemen. Yemen, who is with that, if they are even leading to the whole world because of malnutrition and all those things. Yemen is a war torn country.
It is well. It is well. No.
But Thomas, just if you have time, look into it. And you want to work on waste when that. And once they catch it for me, by or life. Once they put it for life, anyway. How can you do it? Nobody's looking for you. I wish I could. Gbádùn pẹ̀lú black hole. This is my point. Àwọn tó mú fún drug yẹn ẹlòmíì dé máa mọ wọ́n mọ́sẹ̀ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ṣọ́rọ̀ mi yẹ bí àwọn kòmọ́ró gà ni. But if you don't have any country to stand for him,
no one.
That's the problem.
You are
you know, maybe you know what they used to do is that once they get a hint that okay, they are suspecting, they will just go and carry everybody they can find in that. And that's why you have to be careful the kind of people whenever you are out of the country, the kind of people you associate with, the kind of places you go, you have to be careful. And then out of desperation, there was one that was caught. Which country was it? One of these Asian country now. This one's supposed to be a footballer. He was looking for to travel. First of all, travel to
greener pasture.
Now he met this one of these Igbo guy that said, okay, I will help you, but before I could help you, I just want to send you to one of my friends. You go and deliver this this thing, whatever. And the guy was caught.
Oh Lord, who do you want to tell that it's somebody that sent me? Wow.
And our Luyan won't like to do already anyways.
What about that Canadian lady? Someone sends in Nigeria, you know about being Nigeria, don't catch in. She's a Canadian, and Nigerian gave him something to come and deliver to Nigeria, and they caught her. So sometimes, especially those, Middle East country, I don't always wish people to go there because immigration law no brutal, seriously.
You just waste your life for nothing.
They don't like black people, and sometimes they treat us very low. Even some country like even China. China is a free country, but to involve any
anything draw illicit something.
You guys. One let me say this one, Yoruba. One fail. So if you know that, then you behave yourself. If you find yourself in such spaces.
Some they never behave themselves. That places they are not supposed to go. That's why you are going to be.
But
some also want to lodge it on the local people that they are better than them.
But you know it's so bad for a group of people when they don't even care about your country anymore. They care about your tribe.
Yes.
That means they've already tagged you as this kind of individual. So why do you keep going there? If it's that bad now, that forget your country, they know your tribe as something that is problematic. Why do you keep going there?
Because sometimes I ask myself, when I was in China, a guy said he's going to Vietnam, and I asked him, what do you want to go and do there? This is blah blah blah. Why do no? I can find job there. That guy left for that place, And since that time, nobody ever hear from me anymore. That is it.
Wọ́n ti gbà wọ́n ti yanjú ẹ̀ ní ọgbẹ́ àwọn sórí mi kò fẹ́ àwọn kankan láì tó bá look it up on Google àwọn Asian people tó bá wo English version wọn so ìgbà àwọn people yẹn on ní operation like pé like Simba was saying that where they can go catch a group of people sort of a year gba àwọn people economic ẹ̀sìn kọ́tò èmi ni wọ́n ṣe jungle justice fún wọn. They won't even make it to court or they won't even make it to the police station. Want to take care of one.
There's one guy called in Shanghai by. After about 2 months, they just contact the embassy. Don't back.
Because the way they will be looking at it, Babati, why should they be wasting their resources in prosecuting them?
They will torture them and they don't care whether they give or
because taking them to court, the country also they spend money now because they don't see them as human beings now.
Yeah, even that this is what they do. Sometimes if they arrest you for overstay or something like that, they took you to their detention facility and they will now contact the embassy to now find ticket money for you. It is those guys that we have to donate money or for him if he's lucky to buy ticket for so that they can take him back to NIG. But some of them they were unlucky like that. Some of them you don't even know they have even.
Rẹ̀mí má ẹ̀ tọ̀ ẹ̀ ìta lọ lábí líta lọ bá wọn ṣe ń bẹ̀ embassy gan yọjú wo.
Embassy máa ń yọjú but nígbà tó bá ṣe consulate náà wọ́n á káwọ́ sókè.
Wọ́n ní ìmọ̀tọ́ pọ̀ pé wọ́n ní àwọn they are short of resources báwọn àwọn ti wà overstretched.
A ní adáwó fún ni a máa ń dá ìgbà tí èmi ò dáwó mọ kí ló tún máa kàn wá owó yìí náà mo ṣiṣẹ́ fún mi máa dáwó gbogbo gbà.
Wọ́n ní there are too much court cases of Nigerians they are stretched in.
So what are they trying to tell them initially? Like, go and do whatever you want to do with them.
US in here, so imagine in Asian countries. US no,
and I think it has to be that people are not patient enough. They want to make that quick dough very quick and fast. And some of them don't understand the system. Some people never even sat down and say, okay, what is the system here? How do I go about it?
No, so Remy, those countries are watching them now, but the way we be, nobody. This is not Nigeria. They know who is doing what. They have surveillance camera on you. They have video on you. They have audio on you. They know where you live. Yes, they know the thing. They know now. It's in Nigeria now. They know what you're doing.
In Shanghai, to back home apartment, to put the boss in the video by camera that's more. They use camera like the camera is just like something like water there. Every corner, everywhere, there's big camera everywhere. So, but I'm picking on Nigeria, right? Someone say, no, it's not me. So, the camera saying, what you need, it's not you yesterday, it's not you today, it's not that. A friend of mine, that guy is not in US. That they pick that guy up in the bar. Immediately they pick him up, the first thing they do is that to test his urine and then they shave his head immediately.
Why are they shaving their head?
They shave his head, and the reason why they are doing like that is easy because they thought that the reason is because it was like Nigeria. Some Nigeria they like to flange you. He went to the bar, he saw one guy, and that guy carried the chats. They continue talking, but that guy is dealing in blah 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 blah. It's a chinko guy, and because then they have been following that guy, and because of that guy, they now pick him up. Okay. And they shaved his head, and he was shouting. He said he was shouting. I said, after all your shouting, what did they do? Did they put your hair back to your head? No, they shaved it very badly, okay? And tested, and they discovered that it's clean, and they released him 2 days later. And we have been looking for a Nivoloa. Oh, God, man. So sometimes you have to, like Simba said, where do you go? You have to be very careful, okay? Because some of our guys, they want to go to so many places and so.
And when they go to all these places, One mobile live low key. Even if you are doing what you are doing, one mobile one Chinese gun jolly, I won't just gun jolly, but when they steal in other countries, oh Nimo, they hide it very well. They will drive their Honda or Nimo. But Nigeria, one is doing their work, doing everything. Once you make more money in that country, they burn.
I knew another one that he was lucky to get this wired Alibaba money. They call it Alibaba Mama hijack processing. And this guy continued to spend like 10,000. At that time, it's about $4,000 every day in a bar for 6 months. When they picking up, he was sentenced to like 5 years, and they now take and deported him back to Nigeria. Nothing. So sometimes I believe that what you work for will surely stay in your hand. That's something you get free. So Nigeria dá àwọn èèyàn ń gbádùn Nàìjíríà gbogbo pé kò máa ná làlàlà tàbẹ́yẹn Nàìjíríà ìlú òyìnbó wọn máa wọ́ díẹ̀ straight instantly.
Ṣé àwọn san income tax ni? They don't pay income tax.
Ṣé ní bíbà mi bí ní Nàìjíríà?
Nigeria, how many people pay tax?
Well, so tax, we don't pay income tax now. For example, apart from people that work for civil service, or probably work for a very good private organization, the rest entrepreneur is zero tax. And they will telling you that because they are paying a kind of indirect tax, whether shop levy, or maybe they thought that is what they call personal income tax. That is not. Here, if you want to sell Atarodo, I'm telling you, Atarodo, you have to get your license. You have to get that license. You have to get a tax identification number for your business. Oh, the escape was not tax. Else Scandinavian country, you must register a company. That's nothing like we Monchila Belly. To bat a lunch la belly, I go on to Jenny one loss of phone. You that can what's all the one back cake up, one back chin. When you register, the mushroom you can't be doing something under your house. It's not hygienic enough, over polluted environment, so this is a country that everything is well structured. But Nigeria, only match business 100 million, fantastic. So people that are really making money in that country, they're making a kill in Nigeria. They're just smiling to the bank.
Let me tell you, everybody is just working against that country, and then we'll be shouting, everybody will just be crying foul. If all of us resolve today to make that country better, but nobody is ready. Everybody just, we just like pointing, accusing finger. No, it's not me, it's this person. Meanwhile, you are also one of the people that are destroying the country. You are one of the people sabotaging that country. If we resolve today, everybody resolve. A teacher, you as a teacher, you are doing what you're supposed to do. Customer officer, you are doing what doctor, you are doing what you're supposed to do. Then it will work for all of us. But when we are, and nobody is ready to take responsibility,
Do you know that people are already, Simba, sorry to cut, people are already getting ready that they don't want to be captured under their TIN number. That is why the government said they are going to force you to have the TIN number, whether by force, by coup, or what. Some people are already starting to devise a way that, okay, but how do I go about it?
One is tribalist now, that they are focused on some people. They're going to find a way to try and...
But what they are trying to say is that if your income is below 1.5 million, maybe in a month, maybe you'll not be taxed 25%. Above that one, that's why. I think they are just giving a lot of tax free for a lot of people. So people should not be afraid. If your Wokorobo is just 10,000, 100,000,
because people.
Remy, I don't know whether you used to do that. Like me now, whenever I want to buy anything, I don't buy anything here in Saudi Arabia. I would rather go and buy it in Nigeria because it's cheaper for me to buy in Nigeria than to buy here.
Well, I won't lie to you, because you will spend money. They designed this play is about consumption.
No, me. I'm not saying that about the one that you are spending. Let's say, okay, the last time before I travel, my younger brother said he needed the computer. You understand? And I check in Nigeria, I check here. The computer that I got for 400K in Nigeria, you understand? If I want to buy it in Saudi Arabia, it will cost me 3,000 Saudi riyal. And if I convert that one, it will be like 1.5 million naira.
You are right. You're supposed to buy it in Nigeria because in Nigeria you
And
get it
I told
much.
you, I said when I come back, that I will come and buy at same specification.
Yeah, you are right. I even saw some on Jumia HP for under 200,000 naira.
Yeah, and it's not only computer. That's what I'm saying. It's not only computer. It's not only computer. Anything, in fact, it's cheaper to buy things in Nigeria than to buy. I can't say maybe people that are in Europe, but where I am now is actually more costly.
I've learned that already because I've been to Dubai before and I know how expensive that place is. So Europe is also expensive. I wouldn't like to, especially here. Most of the food you are eating.
Okay, let me give you an example now. I wanted to get a phone for my daughter because she wanted to get it there in Canada, but they say because she's a minor, she's still not up to 18, she cannot get this, she cannot. So they are discriminating against her because of her age. And that's okay. Can I get it here and send to her? Now, when she told me the price there in Canada and when I now compare it to, in fact, the gap between here and the Canada is like, it will be almost like 600K.
But I
if
think you
can
are
buy
going
it
to
in
pay some
Nigerian
kind of tax. If you
Where?
send it to her, I'm not sure. If you send it to her in Canada and you have to put it under a kind of gift, you have to check very well. If not, you also pay kind of a tax. They will ask her to pay kind of money.
No, even the cost of buying a loan here is far, far, far higher.
So you buy from Nigeria is better, but if you now send it to her in Canada, they will still ask you to pay some kind of charges, a kind of tax. I forgot it. A friend of mine got a phone from UK, and he has to pay kind of tax again. Okay, here in Finland, I was surprised. They will be gift last on they bill him around 20 to 30 euro or something like that. He has to pay. So the way the system is wired is for I want to get an iPhone. I have my money, and I was asking them that if I pay cash, they are telling me that even if you buy it,
They will not accept. They will not accept.
They don't
They will
accept. They
say
say no, they
you have
accept.
to.
They accept, but they are not
Okay.
giving me any discount off. So if you buy an installment, it's the same amount of money that you buy it in cash. So that cash, they are not giving me any.
But that's the same problem I have with her now. She wanted to. I said, okay, buy this thing, pay everything at the same time. In fact, they were even saying no. That there are certain ones that you cannot even buy. That it has to be over 1 or 2 years that you'll be paying maybe 50 or $60 every month.
Yes,
And
so you
I
have
said,
to
what kind
stay
of
there
rubbish is this?
for 2 years because they calculate. They will start to calculate how many years you are staying in the country to get that kind of benefit. Maybe 1 year or 2 years, then you cannot buy and pay in installment. Like you said.
And they will even say that because she doesn't have any credit, this thing that she cannot even buy.
Yes. Guys. So I think
So forcefully, you have to be borrowing money for you to be.
Yes. So the mistake you guys that you should have let her bring the phone from NIG. Nigeria.
No, phone tó ń lò ó mú phone lọ náà ó ní phone tó ń lò but ìgbà tó débẹ̀ yẹn wọ́n á ní some of their the phone all these phone now some of them are customized now for where you want to use them. So some of the applications tó ń lò níbẹ̀ yẹn wà compatible pẹ̀lú phone tó mú wá láti Nigeria. Do you understand that kind of thing?
Yeah, I understand. It's quite a pity. Well, that is the new system. That's one way or the other. One way or the other. The people about the Canada. I also have a nephew in Canada too. Remember, I always think that the way they wire out this Western nation, if they wire Nigeria like that, Nigeria will cry. If they cannot even wire Nigeria this way, okay? Because bills will be too much for Nigeria to comprehend. Yeah. Even
let me tell you, it's not going to be Nigeria will be able to. Let me tell you, let me use electricity for example now. Do you know why they are increasing the tariff of electricity? Because a lot of people are stealing that electricity.
Of course.
You understand? So the people that are paying, You understand? Each time they will discover that they are not even making enough of what they are selling. And then they have to be increasing it because people are not paying.
But Simba,
Because they
what
were
about
part of
this
stealing.
own band aid that they are giving you 24 hours supply and they said they don't want again? I don't understand. Is it not you said we want 24 hours of electricity? Why are you not saying you don't want to pay for it? You still want to, you are rich.
You know, let me tell you, because all these things before are being subsidized. And so we are reckless with the use. Do you understand what I'm saying? Nigerians don't know how to off light. They don't know how to regulate their consumption. You understand? Okay, how can you be giving me 24 hours supply? It's not as if I don't use it, it's not as if you bill me a fixed
I don't
amount
even
every
they are
month.
using prepaid or what you call
We
they
pay
buy.
exactly. It's
So
not a
why are they
consumption that
complaining? I don't
so
get
you
it.
guard against your consumption. You
So
understand? But we are not disciplined before because we are not paying the real price for some of these things.
you know,
You
Nigeria
understand?
is not even helping matters very well. You see, they should have a one-time payment of road fee all over Nigeria, even if they don't want to have toll. Maybe according to the car you are driving. If you're driving a Rolls Royce or Cadillac, you must be able to pay like 100K for your road fee or more than that in a year because you're a rich man. So if you now have 10 in your yard, that is 1 million naira or 2 million. That's what they do here. If you like, you can buy 20 or
No, you know those things in developed world, those are the things that guide against reckless spending. You
yeah,
understand?
but
Things that are
it's
not.
not
You
something like
understand?
that.
But in Nigeria, you can put all those things together because you are not going to acquire any extra
Any
expenses
extra
on them.
cost. So you can see
Yeah.
some of these rich guys, look at them. They have four kind of Rolls Royce. For what reason? It's immaterial to me. Are you going to drive all the four at a time? So these are the people you must target. Tax them very well. Instead of using that money to buy Rolls Royce, they will use that money to go and create job for people. Go and use that money that you are wasting unnecessarily.
Exactly.
That's what they should do. So that way you free a lot of money from
You
unnecessary
see,
spending.
one person having 6 cars, 7 cars, 8 cars,
Look
just
at
as a
your
status symbol.
that Meleye that he will be showing up. He does not even know the car key. Does not even know whatever. Tax the hell out of this guy. He will sit up, okay? So it's interesting.
The issue here is the way I see this regime thing. If they are serious about it, if Nigeria can wither through this storm, it's going. But my fear is whenever we want to now navigate and start enjoying this, that's when Nigerians will start their shenanigans and they will truncate everything again, and we now have to start
I
afresh.
think
And
I think Simba, the prayer we should pray is that if this guy can turn it around a little bit, maybe he should sit down and Nigeria should sit down shine their eyes very well and choose another person that will continue on that path. Not just any weakling.
but do you think that Nigerians can reason that way?
That's another thing.
Nigerians will not be able to reason that way now.
Because that country does not need people like, I'm sorry to say this, does not need people like Jonathan. That country does not need a weakling. So that I will get there, that I will just be saying, I don't have no shit, I don't have no this. No. That country need a courageous leader. Somebody that can
Because
make a
as
big
it is
move.
now, it's like to me, the way I see it is like we have reached the peak now. We
Of
have
course.
reached the peak. The
Totally.
next thing is for better.
Then, if we can survive this, and I want to even ask, since they started selling petrol at 1,000 naira per liter, and some people already converted their car to CNG, I don't think Nigeria are making noise about it anymore now. Are they still
They are still making noise, though. Yeah, they are still making noise on social media. They are still
forget
making
it,
noise on
Jerry.
social media.
Most of the one making noise. If you hear some of this diaspora talking in social media, you would think that Nigeria already is a dead country or dead man walking. You would think that people are just dropping dead in the street and dying like that.
No, let me tell you, most of the diasporans that are talking, they are not talking just because of what is happening now. They are just talking because they don't like the person and they don't like the present government.
They should continue now.
So
Whether you like it or not, if he's going to spend 8 years, he's going to spend 8 years. That's what they did to Buhari. They did not spend 8 years. Huh?
No, let's even say 4 years. He will spend the 4 years. Nothing can change that one.
Yes. And if another man comes, you also like him, you just continue to
Yeah, this 4 years they have to stomach their pain.
Remy, maybe I cannot use myself. Do you know this disposable cup that they use for dispenser?
Yes.
I don't use because I wonder if I want to eat rice, Thomas, as I'm living alone here, it's only half of that cup that I used to cook. If I want to eat gari and want to make eba, you understand? Is that cup maybe just full? That's what I'm going to use. You understand? And I will be wondering if you see some people, if they want food like this, you'll be wondering where they want to spend that energy.
What always surprised me is that when you go out and you see some Nigeria eating, I mean in Nigeria, if they give them like give me more, like 5 wrapper and ogufe, everything will be there. There was a time I have a short stint in Eleganza in Oregon. Then our director that time, the factory manager, I usually follow him to have lunch. That man is a very FC man like this. At that particular moment, we want like 4 fufu, 2 ogufe, 2 this, 2 that.
You know that time when they go to the what's they called restaurant, what they will ask them that they will not ask them. They said they will just put meat. It's not as if they will say okay, you bring 2. They will put different size. Then they will pick. They will not count. They will not count after they finish how many they have eaten.
Nigeria people they eat.
The recklessly living. We are so used to it. Believe me, because we are not real. We are not real.
I saw
my Remy. I think were you there when I was telling this story? My own cousin that was tried to pity. As at 2021, she I think she's about 31 or 32 years old now. She had 6 children already as at 2021. And her husband has 4 wives. 4 wives. You understand? She happened, no, just wait now. She happened to be the second wife. Now the husband now divided them into two groups. The first and second and the third and the last. So the 2 are living together, the other 2 are living together. As at that 2021, when she came to my house, she was telling me that if they prepare, that 10 kg semovita, that they will finish it once. It's 1 meal. 10 kilogram of semovita is 1 meal. No, tell me under what economy
can you survive with that?
Or can you survive with that? As at then, the man had 24 children. As at then, 24.
10 kilogram of semo that we eat here for 6 months. They eat it in just a day.
See, I want to ask a question. So can that mean the man is probably having 2 to 3 children every year?
He's a young man, no. He's a young man, no. Probably, maybe he might even be in his early 40s.
Maybe. Is he super rich like that or what?
Yeah, you know the funny thing. Let me not tell you. She now sent, this is my cousin, my mother's younger sister's daughter. So she's very close to me. She sent about 2 weeks ago. She sent a voice note to my younger brother that she needed something to eat that very morning. That she's hungry and her children are hungry. That she needed something that even if it's 5,000 or something, that you should just send. And my brother now forwarded that voice note to me. You know what I did? Immediately I heard that, I sent 100K to her account.
What can you do?
I now asked her to go to my house. I called my wife. I said, please get every foodstuff, gari, lubo, whatever. Just pack and give, that she will be coming. And you know, when she now came to our house, my wife was not telling me that she's pregnant again.
Oh, for the 7th kid.
I don't even know. Maybe that, because no, I didn't know what happened between 2021 and now. So maybe there was one in between. I couldn't. You understand? So let us even assume that will be the 7th.
Oh.
Why are people, when we talk about, why are people creating poverty for themselves? For God's sake.
No. It's the blessing from God.
So that means you'll be their or Odogu for the next 10 years. So, because they'll continue to walla you now. Because because the human feeling is there.
You want to tell me that 100K, do you think that one can last her for 1 week?
I think what you guys should do is just go and find
3-4 days. That 1 million, that 100,000 is finished. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Thomas, how much can somebody earn anywhere in the world today to sustain 7 children?
But how come that woman is also getting pregnant? She could more family planning or what?
Nigerians.
In this modern world, she is also clean herself.
Do you know funniest thing? They are just bringing those kids for poverty to. They will end up on
that
the
will be
streets.
intergenerational poverty. It will be just from the parent. Yes.
That Simba. One day we were just like, we are 5 siblings in my house. My parents, we are 7. We're not in a good mood. We are just gisting. We're even blaming our parents. Why do you have 5? Maybe if you have 2 or 3. No, yes, we said it. If you have 2 or 3, maybe we could have go further than where we are today. Because even then, 5 kids is so even, it's too much. I never come from not even average home. Let's say maybe average maybe average home. We were never, we see what we eat. It's not we eat what we want. You understand what I mean, Simba? No. 5 kids, even then, in the 60s, 70s, that I was born in the 80s. It's too much too. 5 kids. Why? No, it's too much. And if you ask these people, is the richer, is the poorest of the poorest, the wretched one that is giving birth to all this. Otedola never born 10 kids. Dangote never born 100 kids.
The problem with us is this. People used to judge themselves with whatever they have at the moment. You understand? But they never think that, okay, what if things changes? What if I fall sick? God forbid, what if I die?
Yes.
And those eventuality always came in. You can't help it. You can just fall sick.
Even things can change. You might not even fall sick. Things can change.
Yes. So you have to use your time very well. The little you have, continue to like.
So you can't say because I can afford it now. I have the money. I can afford to feed 40 children. So because of that, I will have 40. What if things change?
Do you know
what will become of those 40 children?
Do you know there's this particular woman I knew, and we were talking, and she has about 5. And I was like, when she has 3, I said, put a stop now. 3 is enough. He said, it's not my fault. It is my daddy want a boy. Continue, the 4th one come, girl. The 5th one come. At the end of the day, now 5 girls. Okay, why not continue now? So I think what you are doing, it does not matter whether boy or girl. It's the same thing. So some of our men are also terrible. Men will be telling you, I want a boy. That's why I continue to pump. And you will see some women, it's like every year. It's like every year the tummy must come out. Sometimes I even ask, why now black women? Sometimes I see some black women here. It's every year, tummy pump people.
Remy, those ones they have their own motivation. Probably because maybe the child support or whatever they be
The
getting from government or whatever.
yeah, the government
But you
grant,
that
yeah.
you are living in Nigeria, that you have no support from anywhere. What is your motivation?
How much is the child support, sir? Sometimes I see some kids here, you can also see that they are not really taking care of these kids, okay? No matter what, how much is child support. But if you have two, at least you enjoy your life. But when you continue to have like 4, 5, 6, 7, no, come on, man. How much is the child support? Sometimes I see some Somalia, Ethiopian here. You sit there, are they really having best of time? No. And the child support, they continue to decrease it year in, year out, one way or the other. So many conditions in front of
Every country they are tightening up now. Everybody is tightening up now.
Exactly, that is the same thing happening here. Every year they are decreasing the child support every year. Yeah.
So why are you not
I
coming
have a Sudanese that had 11.
Oh my God.
He's my church member. 11.
Kí ló gbé Sudanese dé church gan? Kí ló gbé dé church? Bóyá ó rò pé ó máa rówó kankan bẹ́ẹ̀ ló fi wá síbẹ̀ yẹn jèrè.
Simba, 11. Do you know what they are driving now? Van. You know all those coastal bus.
I know now.
That's what they
Thomas, ọkọ cousin mi tí mo sọ yìí, bọ́ọ̀sì náà ló máa fi kọ́ ọmọ lọ school. Bọ́ọ̀sì orí wẹ́ẹ̀dà bọ́ọ̀dì bọ́ọ̀sì.
This woman I'm saying, the husband is not coming to our church. Oh, it's the wife that is coming. They come with Ayas, van, and 11. One woman, no, one woman. 11.
You okay, man? That is what that is why we normally talk about what is wrong with us black. If those Oyinbos are behaving the way we are behaving, do you think that country can be so developed to the extent that we'll be running there?
The Oyinbo have already slit up by Simba. What is still up until one? They are not having like before now. It is continue to pump it. They already still it up. They don't have so many of them here that even sometimes I see some of them that they have like mixed child, but you cannot see the father with them. Maybe they already divorced the father. They just want that kind of baby, and then after they have it, they kick you out. Okay, so many stories. So they are tired of having children. They like that, especially in this kind of Nordic Scandinavia. They like that
But I think there is a relationship between having many children and poverty.
The relationship.
You know why? Let me tell you this. It's something that I've observed over years. Could you believe that if you look at the elite, you understand, it's not even by some of them is not by choice, so that they have limited, or you discover that infertility is more common among the elite than the so-called poor people.
No, apart from that, Simba, you have to look at it in Nigerian context. When a man does not have a job or the money he's making is little, and each time he come home, see the woman with rapper, they just jack it off.
Everything we go inside.
And when they do it now, before any Babalawa to is coming again, right? Every year, pumping out. So I don't get it, because sometimes you see some people, you will know that this particular mother, she's not nourishing enough herself.
But if you now see them and you try to educate them, okay, somebody is coming to you to come and be borrowing money from you or begging for money. You understand? You claim that you have 7 children, and anything could be there.
That is it. There you go.
There you go.
There you go.
Is that not a good example to emulate?
And ìgbà tí wọ́n bá wá sọ fún pé nǹkan tó ṣe yìí probably bóyá nǹkan tó fa wàhálà fún wọn wá tọ́ ni pé ẹ̀yin ṣé wọ́n wá jọ́ lọ ni. Ṣé bọ́lọ̀ ló ṣe.
Yeah, now God they produce children. Now God they produce children.
And when they want to ask for help, and when they want to ask for help, first. See the way you also send 100K just voice note alone, okay? You quickly send money, give them food. How many times are you going to do that in a year?
Simba, that 100,000 you send is not going to last them 4 days.
No, the point I'm also
100,000,
Let me
100,000
tell you.
Nigerian.
Let me tell you. O kan bori mi linjo yen náà ni. You understand? You understand? You know me. I'm not one of those people that used to come here and tell we are the ones sponsoring all the Nigerians there. We are spending money every day. You understand? O kan bori
Yeah.
mi lin. You
Ben,
understand? O kan bori
yeah.
mi linjo yen ni. So and ko bere lọ́wọ́ mi now. You understand? She did solicit for the money from me.
Yeah, you just do it as a kind from your heart.
Yes. That's what I used to do.
It's good though. Everybody, I mean, I'm sure in fact,
Ẹni tó bá béèrè lọ́wọ́ mi gan lè máa múnú bí mi. Tí n bá rí ẹ pé o ní situation tó bá wù mí máa ṣe fún ẹ. But you can't make it like a routine thing that then you say, okay, no.
That is my what they call it, my right. Some people are taking it as a right. Yeah, you must give me money.
This same person tó jẹ́ pé mo ti empower tí mo ti ní kó máa ṣe business ṣe bí at the end of the day ó gba àwọn ọjà kan lọ́wọ́ mi tí ò sanwó gan tí mo dẹ̀ ti gbàgbé ẹ̀ pé kó ṣá máa kó.
So in diaspora, sometimes we also suffer a lot. How many people call for help apart from your immediate family or extended family?
Let me tell you, how many? Let me tell you, I don't know. Like me, can I say I'm living the best of life? I cannot say no. I can. Yes, that's it. No.
Everybody needs a need.
You
We have a
understand?
need at a particular time.
I know what I'm sacrificing just because of my family to be here. You understand what I'm saying? Yes. I'm not living the best of life. You understand? If you don't be careful enough, it's where I am now. It's very easy for you to go into depression.
Yes, because only you every time you have to cook your by yourself. Make your by yourself. Do a lot of it by yourself. Nobody is like you are coming to meet that food on the table or something like that. And when you make the money,
No. I don't know. You guys, the level of people asking me money from Nigeria is I started blocking people. My sister said you just take them off your phone. If you have been doing for them,
you just have to block some people.
But I'm very sorry. But me, I don't see such things.
Why? Maybe all your family are rich.
I don't believe me. I don't.
Friends, family, relations, asking for money. I even regret giving them my number. No.
I can't remember when last anybody send a message or call me for such things. Believe me.
Simba, if they send message, good morning, how are you? Ask the family. How are you? Good, I'm fine. Oton.
The next thing is to ask.
The next 2 or 3 days, they will ask for money. That is my routine. This is my experience every blessed day. Somebody care by 2 days, 1 day later, they will ask for money.
Like this particular boy, to man telling me about my Niger, but I did not see him for like 10 years, and I got his number. It is me that even call, not him calling me. For the next 30 minutes that we have that conversation, he was just telling me all the problem of his life from A to Z, and he wanted me to give him $500,000 naira. Just like that. And I asked him, but you did not ask of me. I just called you for 30 minutes. Now you are asking me to give you this. I don't have. Even if I have, I won't give you. What does that mean, Seth? I don't get it. You don't look for me. It's me that look for you, and then you're not asking for such a lot of money like that. I don't get it. At the end, I just send the little I can, and he collected it. It's over. Me, I never called him since that time. He should never call me anymore. He did. Does not even appreciate it at the end of the day. So sometimes you just have to do the little you can do, and then you just move on.
the issue here is some of these things also maybe people just want to be taken advantage. Yes, they just want to be taken advantage. But the issue here is that we have to, as Nigerians, everybody just have to adjust to the
Yeah,
present reality.
yeah.
We just
And
have to adjust to the present reality.
even where you are living, you cannot tell me there is no inflation. It's, for the
No,
rest,
no, no. Let me tell you this.
Mhm.
One of my colleagues here, she has been here for like almost 7 or 8 years. She told me that when she came newly, that with 1,000 Saudi riyal, that time, that 1,000 would be enough for her to pay her rent, to pay to for food, for everything in a month.
Mhm.
You understand? But now with 7,000, 8,000 is not enough to do that same thing.
Yeah. When I went to China, I just spent 1 renminbi. 1 renminbi means that like that 1 naira for bus. The highest I paid for subway in the beginning, it was 3 renminbi. And it can take you from Ibadan to Oyo or even to Abeokuta because there are several stations along the line. It's a very big country. But along the line, the bread we used to buy for 3 renminbi jumped to 5 renminbi. Before I left, that bread already jumped to 15 renminbi. Now they are telling me that kind of bread now is about 22, 24 renminbi. And the people there, they will not complain like Nigeria. We are dead.
Let me give for example.
And they never
20,
increase their salary like Nigeria.
2010,
Every something like that. They won't do that.
2010, 2010, when I went to India, I think the exchange rate that time was about 12,
I never liked that country from day one.
12 rupee to $1 or so. That was what I was exchanging that time. Now, do you know how much is it now? It's about 90 rupees to $1. Just 3 years ago, Egypt, it was about 6 because they also is pounds. That is their own currency, pounds.
Egyptian
They
pound.
call it Egyptian pounds. It was about 6 Egyptian pounds to $1. Do you know what it is today? 55.
6 to 55.
Believe me, just 3 years ago. I don't know what is actually
What
happening
is
in
the
the world.
VAT rate
Believe me,
in Saudi Arabia? Can you VAT one day?
15%.
And back if you buy, it was 24% before. Now it's 25.5%.
Hmm.
It's one of the highest. I don't know in Australia too. So and the bills.
And I know the VAT here is on everything. Even if you buy
Yeah,
water, you pay VAT on
it's
everything.
mostly it's on petrol already, so it's the same thing. Okay, no matter what. And some if you buy beef, it's so high.
Even if you buy recharge card, if I buy recharge card of 100 sir, now is 115 sir that I will pay.
They are killing you. I think yeah, if we recharge, it also have VAT here, but they already I don't know how they do their stuff, but
Everything has VAT here. Everything has VAT here. Everything has VAT here. Everything has VAT.
so if truly we want that country to develop, we have to widen our tax base, and people should be patriotic enough to really support that country.
You know what I'm advocating. What I'm advocating is that we have to just look for a way of generating more revenue and increase the purchasing power of our people.
Yes,
You
we should.
understand? Yes, that's what we need.
I think to me, what I'm thinking is this: you are right, increase the revenue base of the country, and I think if there is a way, because I like Nigeria, they like to be entrepreneur because government cannot just give everybody employment. Maybe find a way to raise most of our moribund industry in every discipline, whether in textile, whether in dairies, whatever.
I think what they should do is to just encourage private people to do that. Government should not venture into anything in that country.
No, what I'm trying to say
Whether
is that some of these factories, some of them already closed down. If they are owned by Nigeria, if there's a way they can resuscitate them with a soft loan that they have to pay back in 15 years, and this way they can bring back their factory and then employ people to start working again. I think that's what they should.
But you mean government or you mean private?
No, there are some private factories or industry or big manufacturing that are already closed down. Maybe it belongs to Nigeria. If the government can find a way,
Let me tell you, I think you are on this platform the day we had, even the way we manage business, our recklessness is also part of, it's not only the government policy that killed or the economy that killed most of our factory, it's the way we run it.
Yeah, you are right.
You understand?
You know Nigerian breweries. There is this big plant in Ibadan along the airport road. I usually go there. So when I go to their factory, you can drink all this cold star beer or whatever. They have 5 canteens in their big factory, and they serve breakfast, lunch, and dinner because their machine never stop. Come and see the kind of food they are giving them. Plenty food, though. People eat belly food gone seriously. So I think when I look at that place, I think this is well organized and structured. And most of those people there that are working there, some of their workers, they belong to cooperative society. From their cooperative society of that bureau, they were able to build their own house. Some of them were able to buy their cars. Some of them were able to do so many things because they just continue to give them soft loan through that cooperative society. And everybody, we are quite happy. So I think it's really a good system. So, but maybe because it's only both people
The problem we have in Nigeria is that by the time you are doing little business, then and you start making little money, instead of expanding and investing more money in that business, we do not tend to be acquiring liabilities.
Yes, you are right.
Properties.
Eh,
It's that
liabilities.
time when you think that my time have arrived. Let me go and buy AMG.
Formatic. I want to use formatic. My God. Guys, we have to go. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I think we have a good go. Today is very different. We just flow. There's no like real topic. Everybody just
You know
free
why it's
flow.
like that? Because the government is tying up their loose end quickly. So the more they are tying up that loose end, that's why you don't have topic like before. That's what's going on in that country. Now the first subsidy is gone. Now you have to buy the petrol at the price they are buying, no choice. Now we are talking about floating of the naira. No matter what happens, it's still going to be around 1.6 to 1.7 or 1.5 to 1.7.
Remy, let me tell you, whether this policy, because actually people felt it and is biting hard on people. But at least if Tinubu finish these 4 years, you understand, that subsidy will not be a topic of discussion again, because there is no sensible government that will come back and say we want to resuscitate it.
If we got naira supporting the naira with billions of dollars,
so those ones, one man, when I was saying this, one man said, okay, that because if you are looking at everybody is against Tinubu, and you'll be wondering that is there any one person that will vote for this man come 2027? But one man said something. He said the people that will come and campaign against him, that what would they have to campaign about? What will be their selling point? What are they going to be telling people that they are going to do?
Yeah, that it has already been done now.
And the moment, and you can see that people are keen to that CNG. Just somebody sent a video to me. He traveled all the way from Lagos to Ibadan with 1,300 naira worth of CNG.
Okay, say that one that I was talking about spending 1,300.
Yes, and if you say if you
with
want
a Toyota Corolla CNG.
Now, if you want to use petrol, you spend close to 50,000 for that return journey. So some people
No. Toyota Corolla. than 20 liters now. Kò lè lo 20 liters gan.
But you know how cost 20 liters by one, that's 20,000 naira. Then with 1,300.
Àwọn èèyàn àwọn Nàìjíríà kan láì kódà kò yẹ 20 liters ṣé bí Corolla ni.
Toyota is very fuel economical.
My own Toyota Corolla, let me tell you, if I filled my tank, it can take me from to and fro Lagos to Ilorin, to and fro.
That's nice. You have to do Lagos to but don't know so it's nice. Nice.
But I think the conversion is very expensive. That is what people are complaining about.
With time,
no. Let me tell you, it's not expensive when you look at long term.
1 million plus.
Let me tell you, tó bá jẹ́ wait, tó bá jẹ́ pé wọ́n tó kàn ń lo mọ́tò ẹ̀ fún pé bóyá òun kàn ń lò fún family thing, ó máa wà expensive for ẹ. So it's better you don't even do it. You understand? But tó bá jẹ́ pé wọ́n tó ṣe commercial, tó bá jẹ́ pé commercial activity ni.
Commercial pay for commercial.
It just like let me tell you this. Ìgbà tí a bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní lo solar tá a kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní àwọn èèyàn bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní pariwo, this thing is very expensive, it's very expensive, it's very expensive.
Almost everybody is using it now. Almost everybody is doing it.
Okay, let me give you for example, Thomas, the one I installed in my farm, tí mò ń lò nísìnyí báyìí mi ò lo diesel mọ́. I spend about 11 M for everything. You understand? But before, it was no. I did it about maybe about 4 or 5 months ago.
Oh,
not quite long.
How much are
the
they
one
charging?
I'm using in my farm? No, before then, I used to spend close to 1 million naira every month on diesel.
Wow. Jesus
You understand?
Christ.
So if we look at it, 11 million, it's a big money. But within 1 year, by now, I don't even have that headache of saying somebody will be sending bills of.
That's gone forever.
That is done. That is done and dusted.
I've already saved 1 million or more. 5 million or more.
Yeah. So in
the next 6 months, I will recoup.
You even think of the money you used to. You will recoup the money back.
Within 1 year. Within 1 year.
Within 1 year. For the next 5 or 10 years, we need to change battery. So
Colo battery. Timon software near Colo battery. Colo battery. So there's nothing for me to replace.
I know they will be for the next 20-something years.
Hello, Mbami, so tí Ruke ò bá ṣẹlẹ̀ kó gbé o. Àbí tí wọ́n bá lọ jí ká.
Ọ̀rẹ́ kí o bá ti wá láti US láti wá gbé.
Táwọn olè ò bá dẹ̀ lọ kó, tí wọ́n bá lọ kó. You understand? This is so no, is you know the way it is constructed. Let me tell you, we just put the panel. You understand? Then you know, okay, you are an engineer, Thomas. You know all these motor engine that they used to for grinding pepper. Those electrical motor.
Yes, electrical. Electric grinding pepper. Motor.
So we now put an inverter. You know, the inverter will convert the DC of the DC of the panel to AC, and that AC now that will be using directly to power the motor. So motor attach more pumping machine. That's all.
Oh my God, that's very wise. I'm thinking of doing it for my mom and dad too. So maybe I'll just close.
You can do for household.
Yeah, maybe I'll just close eyes.
No, the one I'm using in my house, I've been using solar pump in my house since 2017.
Wow.
Sure, don't generate enough waste there before any other.
No. Sorry, solar pump yẹn ó kàn dára wà ní tó bá ti ń di bí 8 a.m. 8:30 a.m. tó rìn ra ń yọ díẹ̀ báyìí wàá kàn tiri tí ó ti máa pump. Tó bá yẹ ti pump tó fill tank báyìí a kàn máa pa ni.
Wow.
Wow.
So ọmúnáwá ọkàn múnáwá èmi ò tiẹ̀ rí mi tiẹ̀ rí yẹn lò
You are
mi
really,
rí
you
rò.
are really, you are really saving
No,
money.
like,
You are really saving money.
That peace of mind, money generator, but more like you come up Oh. So do not but me back. I don't understand about Nigeria. I can't sleep with it.
Let me tell you, solar is actually, you know, the reason why I like all this pump of a thing is that, you know, when you talk about the one you use in the house, you need battery. You understand, for storage.
I want to buy that.
But
I have a
you need the battery, and battery yeni only mama she maybe be changing every 2 or 3 years. Do you understand what I'm saying? But you need the short to battery, no ni. In the next 5, 6, 7 years, no, àfi tó bá yẹ pé àwọn bóyá bí mọ́tò yẹn ní issue àbí pump yẹn wàá kàn máa repair.
Moto doesn't have like issue like that. They are long lasting.
Totally power AC, totally power deep freezer. You understand? They are doing some to get under 2M or 2.5. They put the solar panel on your roof, and then this one can power 1 or 2 AC.
Yeah, I was thinking to do some for my parents. They don't even want AC. They just want the lights to be on. That's it. They need lights, fan, and television. That's it.
Even Thomas, if it's that one with less than 2 million naira, you can do the one that can even be lasting them 24 hours.
Yes, they don't. Yeah, just to charge their phone. Pump. If there is NEPA, they will use that one to pump water. They just need lights and fan at night. They should not sleep in darkness. That's it. That's what they don't want. AC. They don't. I even wanted to buy AC. They said they don't want.
The smaller one I have now, Thomas. The smaller one I have now. If I tell you how much we do it, it's a small one, just one panel, and this one panel can charge your phone, can take all the light at home, and can also power you can use for recharging your phones. I think we pay less than 100K.
Wow.
But I want to expand it more so that I can bring more.
You have more capacity. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the solar is going to be the last bet of all Nigerians. Yeah. Yeah. No.
I have colleagues, Thomas, that they are disconnected from the national grid. Even my sister-in-law, ó kàn bínú jọ́ kan ló lọ sí NEPA ọlọ́kan ó ní kán wá jáná wọn pé òun ní dẹ̀mú.
Wow. As far back 15, 10 years ago, I knew somebody that has been using solar panel. Till now, he's still using it.
2016 mo ti ń lo solar panel. 2016.
He doesn't even care about NEPA. Never. When the NEPA comes, glory be to God. If they don't come, they are.
I don't even know when they bring light. I don't know when they don't bring light.
In 10 years, the house has never been in darkness. Never. He has adopted that sayings. Even before I left Nigeria.
That solar panel is a game changer. It's a game changer.
Let's leave. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, our there, Simba. Simba, can you wait? I want to say something to you. Yeah, just stay there. Labi Asho. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, see you. Catch ya later. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said peace. Thank you.
You can never be there. You can only see, but you can never be there.